Do you have a car? Do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as
It came out of nowhere. You could see really the trademark of this kind of system is when you see clouds moving so quickly. And I could tell because it's so sunny on one side and then on the other side, so dark. So you would never know. I'm looking east right now. It's a completely different story, the opposite direction. So once we started to see all of that, we pulled off, called in, and of course, lo and behold, it was that supercell that Sandra and Vanessa have been tracking and doing such a wonderful job keeping everybody informed of. And I want to remind everyone, we stayed on the south side of the storm. The storm was moving away from us when we pulled over, when we decided to get out. We did so safely. Mom, Dad, if you're listening. So.
Well, Taylor, we're very glad that you and your photographer, Tim, are safe. Thank you so much for your reporting this afternoon. All right, we want to get right over to Sandra again, because Sandra, so this is now extended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon for 2 counties in our area, St. Lucie and Martin?
Yes, so well, west of PGA Village in Tradition in St. Lucie County and Martin County, it's right where the line is, exiting the lake, moving past places like Xana and Marcy and moving northward. So if I know I gave some hurricane talks in places like PGA Village in Port St. Lucie and the Tradition area, you are not in the polygon for this tornado warning, but I would not be surprised if you see tornadoes tonight. You can see the cylinder here. This is where the tornado is active right now, and it's active as it moves from due south to north, continuing to head towards Xana, Marcy, and Bluefield, south of Fort Drum. So right now it's in where we call Xana, which is on this northeast side of the lake. It's continuing to move at 30 miles an hour. So Taylor said, she saw those clouds just sort of like, it looks almost surreal if you've ever been in a tornado situation, moving very, very fast as the storm moves very fast, but yet holds together. It's huge. And also when we saw Taylor earlier, you saw that wedge sort of anvil top with the cloud. And that's why it's maintained its presence after it's been confirmed on the ground all the way as far south as inland Broward County earlier near Collier County as well. Continues to move. Marcy, 2 minutes you've got. Bluefield, 8 minutes. And right over Fort Passenger, this is our area as well. We have yet another signature radar indicated tornado. So let's do some analysis. You need to be in your safe room right now if you are in this area. The Doppler winds are still quite fierce here. And we're also seeing hail, and we're also seeing the elevation with the thunderstorm clouds up to 30,000 feet. And we're seeing lightning, 17 strikes. So it's feeding off of this moisture-rich environment on the Treasure Coast. Fort Drum, I would not be surprised if you see this cylinder moving up in your direction as well. I do have the radar on a tilted sort of mechanism. Let me turn it more due south to north so we can get a better idea. But, here we go. And here's where it's headed. From south to north, we're going to hit the Marcy area here in a little bit as it continues to move. But for perspective, we've got Port St. Lucie proper well east of the tornadic cell. We have PGA Village well east of it and Tradition well east of it. So it's an interesting phenomenon that it's actually hugged the perimeter of Lake Okeechobee on its east side as it continues to move to the north. And the winds are still very close together. You see the darker reds and the lighter reds. That is indicating those winds that are changing direction with height. We have a shear signature that is really cool to look at because it indicates the track that extended all the way down to where you see these vectors, these arrows down into the inland parts of Broward. And it followed this line up and it didn't veer left or right, kept that due south and north movement and then hugged the perimeter of Lake Okeechobee where Taylor did such an awesome job of, using her eyes so well to find out where this actual supercell was. Vanessa?
And Sandra, we're going to talk about Hurricane Milton. All eyes on Hurricane Milton. Sustained winds of 145 miles per hour. This is from the 12 o'clock advisory position update. The 11 o'clock advisory came in with the track and the new pressure. The pressure has risen 931 millibars, moving about northeast 17 miles per hour. So it is moving a little bit faster than what we anticipated in the last 24 hours. So we do expect a landfall later on tonight after 9 o'clock tonight. most likely between 9, 10, or 11. And that will increase our chances for rain bands and the tornadic activity increasing across our area. So that satellite imagery, as you can see, it is getting a little bit closer to southwest parts of South Florida, as you can see, losing some steam just a little bit, but just keep in mind, this is still a dangerous, powerful Category 4 hurricane, major hurricane, to make that clear, heading towards the southwest parts of South Florida. So here's the latest forecast track. As you can see, it is going to continue to weaken, most likely in our next advisory at 2 o'clock, and we'll have that for you on air as well. It is going to likely weaken to a Category 3 hurricane on the higher end with sustained winds of 125 miles per hour and near Sarasota, Bradenton, Sarasota, and near Port Charlotte, so and south of St. Pete as well as a major hurricane, and then crossing Central Florida north of the Treasure Coast as a Category 2, then a 1, and then exiting out as a 1 in the next 24 hours. So it looks like things will be looking much better for us on Thursday morning. Just tropical storm force winds most likely later on this evening. Live radar, as you can see, lots of tornado warnings near Hendry County up towards Okeechobee, parts of St. Lucie County, and Pahokee, still seeing that supercell producing that wedge tornado. I do want to show you about the winds. I know we're going to be seeing those winds as we head into the afternoon hours. We're talking about sustained winds over 40 miles per hour, most likely after 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is quite breezy out there right now, but we could still deal with that up to 20 miles per hour. But later on, those tropical storm wind gusts will be increasing close to 50 and then even 60 overnight, and then continuing on Thursday morning on the backside of Milton. So it is going to be a very breezy Thursday with some lingering showers in the forecast. So again, we're under that enhanced risk of severe weather, very rare, and today it confirmed it. We saw already, I don't know how many tornadoes, I lost count, but 5. 10
as the Slack update, but since then we've added a couple more, so I'm going to say 12 so far.
Yeah, it's just, we'll count them after this is done. But we're still tracking that severe storm, Sandra. That wedge tornado still showing.
It is.
It's just unbelievable. It's still
It's held
showing
together.
that signature is still holding together in Marcy and Xana, exiting out the
Bluefield.
Werefield Boulevard, that road, and then heading towards Bluefield right now. So let's just do that street level tracking. Let me click that for you here in the next, there you go, in Marcy in 11 minutes. So there's not a lot of cities just to the north of Bluefield, but this is just west of Tradition.
Ladies, I want to ask you a quick question. So that latest advisory from Hurricane Milton showing it now getting faster, right, like you said, and now possibly making landfall tonight instead of 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So these tornado warnings, or this confirmed tornado that we're dealing with, are we seeing this earlier than we expected because Hurricane Milton sped up and is going to get here a little bit sooner than we thought?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but the mesoscale, well, I should say the discussion that we had about the tornado potential today basically was indicating that we could see that, which is a sign that we might see Milton speed up. And so so it kind of was in hand together, but Vanessa brought my attention to it. They had gone so far as to circle the area around Lake Okeechobee, which is so interesting, and it's a testament to their, how skilled that they are. These tornadoes have really just been following the periphery or the outside perimeter of Lake Okeechobee, because on the west side of the lake, it's been surrounded by tornadoes as well. So really interesting that that's the exact area that they circled for mid-morning tornadoes. But the threat is only going to elevate throughout this afternoon.
Right, until 9 p.m. we're under that tornado watch still, meaning that we need to be on alert. I just want to remind people as well, if you have family in this area, friends, please let them know right now if this is headed towards you. If you lose power, you can still get us on your app. Safety measures are to go to that interior room. Look, you might not have a TV in those rooms, but make sure you have our app. You can download it and watch these warnings as they're coming, because as you've seen, this is just moving along the lake, the perimeter here. It started near Pahokee and now it's up near, it looks like, east of Okeechobee. So this is on the move right now, happening as we speak. So just make sure you're safe, your family and friends are as well. Just wanted
Like
to make a
Steven
point of that.
said, yeah, on our WPBF 25 News app, you can go to our website as well, WPBF.com, and right on the top, you're going to see a big red bar that says Live Now. You can click on that and you can watch exactly what you're watching on air on your phone as well if that power does go out. Ladies, you have been covering these tornado warnings and that confirmed tornado for 3 hours now straight here on our air, keeping our viewers safe and alerting them they're in the area. So that one expires at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This is video here from Pahokee. This is Luis Medina. He sent this video into us. You could just see that tornado. And Vanessa, you pointed out, we're going to zoom in here in just a moment, that you can actually see the debris flying around in that tornado. And I do want to say that we are reaching out to law enforcement in these areas. And right now, thankfully, we have not received any reports of injuries or damage. But of course, we are staying on top of that.
A testament to that might be, we talked to the interim city manager and he said they've been talking to the county before this. Our meteorologists have been warning the public about the threat, the real threat of tornadoes. And the city manager said he had been in talks with their residents, the county, that this could happen. So we're hopeful that people took precautions and we're not going to hear about any reports of injuries or anything like that. Sandra, we were talking earlier about that level 3 threat out of 5. You were talking about how you hadn't seen that really.
No, and first thing I said when I greeted Vanessa, well, yesterday we saw a shooting star, so that was cool. We saw a comet on the way into work, and today it was all about tornadoes. So that's just a testament to what is happening with this massive hurricane that is going to strike tonight and make landfall over southwest Florida. But there was one other time when we had the enhanced risk, and it was when we saw that Palm Beach Gardens tornado, and then one other time with Mike Lyons, but I don't even think it was enhanced. I think it was just a slight risk at that time. So when it's orange in this area, that is just, a really a red flag that there is mass instability or unsettled conditions across the area. And we expect that with a hurricane of this size that isn't just kind of sideswiping South Florida or coming in from the east, but is actually going to cut clearly horizontally across the state and go through huge areas like Orlando and Daytona Beach after Tampa, St. Pete. And that storm surge and all the associated bands are sweeping all the way up from Miami, where they had tornadoes in Miami-Dade, Inland, and Alligator Alley early this morning, through Inland Broward to the same tornado. This same cell has held together since Inland Broward 3 hours ago. And right now, the center of the cylinder is in Okeechobee. It's still moving, it's in just off Lake Okeechobee, moving from Xana and Marcy from the south to the north. As you can see, the movement here, still lots of lightning. This is a sign that the storm cell itself that is protecting the funnel cloud is holding together. The dynamics of this, or the situation, what you observe, the characteristics, it's basically a wedge cloud. And with that wedge cloud embedded within that, or in the middle of it, is this spinning tropical spawn tornado. And where to go, this is just a good reminder, and I know we've been doing it several times, but maybe you're just tuning in and you're not from this area, and there's no basements down here, so you have to go in the interior room of your home and seek shelter, and you want to protect your head if at all possible, because that's the area that gets injured. This is a look of the track of this tornado moving off of Lake now, and it's near Marcy and Bluefield and moving to points north. So it is going to continue to spin off of the lake, and it looks like it's holding together. It'll be really interesting to see how far north it gets, already surpassing expectations. Here's the core of Milton with 145-mile-an-hour winds, already significant effects from Bradenton to Tampa, with those outer bands really just swiping through with heavy rains and hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds. Numerous tornado warnings. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active.
Big companies run on Monday.com. It's how our teams who run the Orca collaborated
and liters of water into Florida to be able to support any of those immediate needs. I really appreciate, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, your continuous effort to help lift up the warnings and the guidance that you just gave about what people need to do in the path of Hurricane Milton. This is an extremely dangerous storm, and we need all of the residents that are in the path of the storm to listen to their local officials. They will tell you if there's still time to evacuate or what you need to do if you are still where you're at. They will give you the right information about what you need to do to protect yourself where you are at right now. Sometimes just traveling a few miles inland can mean the difference between life and death, and nobody has to lose their life as a result of this storm. So in short, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, I assure you we are taking this storm extremely seriously. We are focused and we are ready to support the people of Florida.
Dan, you're doing a hell of a job. You always have. We've been through a lot of this together, all three of us, including the Vice President. And I have one question right now, though. What are you most worried about today and into tomorrow? And what messaging can we do to help people in the hours before it makes landfall?
Mr. President, the biggest concern is making sure people have gotten out of harm's way. Over the next 24 hours, we are going to see significant winds. We are going to see storm surge. We are going to see flooding from the rain. People need to be able to take this storm seriously. They need to move if they still have time to move out of harm's way. And we are prepared to support Florida with additional search and rescue assets to help save lives. That's our immediate concern, Mr. President, is saving lives over the next 24 hours.
Have you ever seen a storm like this one since you've been in charge?
I think this is going to be one of the biggest ones that we have seen after it makes landfall. I mean, we saw a lot of impact from Hurricane Ian, but this one is different. This one just looks different, and I think we're going to have a lot of impacts and people that are going to need our help, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Administrator Criswell.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we concerned about any misinformation or disinformation regarding evacuations that we need to clear up at this point?
There's been a lot of misinformation out there, Madam Vice President, that's for sure. But I have not heard anything specific to the evacuations. I think that the local officials, the state officials have been very strong in getting that message out there and getting people to move out of harm's way. I was in Florida on Monday. I met with the mayor of Tampa as well as the mayor of St. Petersburg, and we saw people evacuating. And so they are listening to their local officials, and that was encouraging.
That's great. Thank you.
I think we'll move on then. Thank you, Administrator Criswell. We'll move to Director Brennan from the National Hurricane Center.
Thank you, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, good afternoon. As Administrator Criswell mentioned, we are just hours away from seeing a potentially catastrophic hurricane landfall along the west coast of Florida, with the center of Milton expected to cross the coast late this evening or very early tomorrow morning. Is a powerful major hurricane and a large hurricane at that. We are already seeing multiple life-threatening hazards playing out across Florida. We have multiple tornado warnings in effect across portions of southern Florida. We're seeing winds increasing, heavy rainfall spreading across much of the state. And conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate over the next few hours, especially where landfall is going to occur along the west coast. That's where we're expecting that devastating storm surge of as much as 10 to 15 feet above ground level, from somewhere near the Tampa Bay region southward to Port Charlotte, with significant storm surge extending hundreds of miles even farther south to the Fort Myers and Naples area. And that is why we have been supporting so many evacuation decisions to get people away from that devastating storm surge. Time is running out now for people to leave along the west coast before conditions deteriorate further. Additionally, Milton is going to be a powerful hurricane when it makes landfall and move quickly across the state and remain at hurricane intensity as it moves across Florida tonight and as it enters the western Atlantic during the day tomorrow. So that is going to bring the risk of hurricane conditions to much of the central portion of the state. We have hurricane warnings in effect from Fort Myers up through Tampa to Cedar Key along the west coast, all the way through the I-4 corridor across Orlando to Daytona Beach, up to St. Augustine, including the Cape Canaveral area and the east coast down to Port St. Lucie. So a large area is at risk of seeing devastating wind impacts, widespread power outages, structural damage. And that could lead to a very unsafe environment after the storm, where we tend to see a lot of post-storm fatalities in this very dangerous environment that's left. Additionally, we're expecting very heavy rainfall, 6 to 12 inches, amounts as high as 18 inches across the heavily populated I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, which could lead to widespread catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and urban flooding tonight and into Thursday in that area. And that's an area where we lost about 16 people in Hurricane Ian to that same type of flooding. So there's a tremendous risk to both life and property there. I do want to thank the administrator and FEMA and her for her team's support and our coordination on that. And I finally want to thank the NOAA and Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters who've been flying into Milton for days now, providing us just tremendously valuable direct data that has really helped inform our life-saving forecast and warnings. So thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President.
Mike, I know you're tired of hearing from me. I've been talking to you so much lately. I appreciate your constant input you've given me and let me know what's going on. What more can you tell us about how the location of this storm is going to affect the storm surge in Florida? I mean, because that's pretty consequential, right? The surge. I mean, that's what you're focusing on?
Yes, Mr. President, that just a shift of a few miles in the landfall location will make a big difference in what area sees that very worst storm surge. So a track of the center to the north of Tampa Bay would push the highest storm surge into Tampa Bay itself. A track 5 or 10 or 20 miles south would push that higher storm surge, say, down to the Sarasota, Port Charlotte area. Even as close as we are to landfall, it's not really possible to tell exactly where that worst surge will occur. It's one wobble away from shifting 10 or 20 miles. So that's why we've conveyed that risk across such a large area to help support the evacuation of much of that west central coast of Florida.
But Tampa Bay is particularly vulnerable, correct?
Correct. Yes, Mr. President. It's one of the most vulnerable locations along the entire west coast of Florida because water gets funneled up into the bay. If you were to see a worst case scenario there, you could see storm surge as much as twice as high as they saw during Helene, where it got up to 7 or 8 feet in the bay. It could potentially get up above 10 feet in this event.
Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mike. It's good to see you again, and thank you for all your work. So for the folks who have been living in Florida a long time and have experienced these storms many times, how are you talking with them about how this is going to be different and so the difference between what they're used to and what this will be as a way to hopefully give them more encouragement to know that they need to get out?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice President. Yes, we've been emphasizing the size and the intensity of the storm and the direction at which it's approaching, which is unusual and really raises that storm surge risk for the west coast of Florida. We typically see hurricanes approach the west coast of Florida from the south or southeast, moving parallel to the coast. This track more perpendicular to the coast really raises the storm surge risk, and the size of the storm is going to produce hazardous impacts across much of the peninsula. So we've been hitting the surge risk on both coasts, actually, the hurricane force winds, the flooding rainfall threat, the tornadoes, and trying to re-emphasize the scale and breadth of the threat, which is somewhat unusual for Milton.
Thank you, and thanks for your good work.
Mike, one more question.
Yes, sir.
For people listening, what is the width of the state of Florida from the Tampa Bay area across to Sebastian Inlet in that area to Palm Beach? What kind of distance are we talking about?
Across the state of Florida, you're probably talking about, 150, 200 miles. That's an estimate, but the storm's going to be moving at 15 miles per hour. So it's going to be moving across that area very quickly. And the tropical storm force winds, the 30, 40 mile per hour winds or greater now extend almost out more than 200 miles from the center. They're going to get even larger as the storm approaches the coastline. So that's going to cause those wind impacts to affect much of the state.
The reason I asked the question is I think, at least for me, having done a lot of this the last 3 years, emphasizes the consequential damage this storm can do. I mean, it's going to enter Florida on the west as a hurricane and leave as a hurricane. And that's pretty unusual. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move on now to the National Weather Service Director, Ken Graham.
All right, thanks, Liz. I appreciate it, and wanted to thank Administrator Criswell for everything through this, and Dr. Brennan as well. The Hurricane Center has been really focused on this and on it with such a great forecast the whole way. I just wish we could minimize those impacts, but that doesn't look like what's going to happen. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, we continue to work at the National Weather Service with our federal, state, and local decision makers during the storms. Look, we actually have our scientists embedded with FEMA, the state and local emergency operations centers, and we also have our scientists embedded with the U.S. Coast Guard District 7 to really help out with these decisions to make sure they're right there to answer the questions as they come up. They're covering really the subtleties, as you've mentioned in this forecast. Dr. Brennan mentioned those small changes can make a big difference. Little wiggles really do matter. Those small wobbles make a difference in the storm surge, and all these big storms, they wobble and wiggle all the way in. We'll see that happening as this gets closer to landfall. So as Administrator Criswell said, listen to those local officials. I can't stress enough, 30 years with NOAA, 30 years in the Weather Service. This is a particularly dangerous track. People really need to be getting into their safe locations as the impacts start deteriorating really quickly over the next few hours. Words really matter in these storms. Even if the winds decrease somewhat near landfall, we really try to avoid words like weaken. It really gives a false sense of security to the public. So we really want to stress that no matter what happens to that, the wind speed in this system, catastrophic impacts will result either way. The size of the wind speed, the actual size of it will be expanding, as Dr. Brennan was saying. So much of that impact will cover most of the peninsula. And Mr. President, like you said, Milton, think about it. I just goes over my mind over and over. Milton will enter as a hurricane and exit as a hurricane. So you'll see damage from the landfall point on the west coast, and you'll see damage on the east coast as well. So it's really important to focus on those impacts. Again, seeing those impacts on both coasts, we're really starting to see the impacts as we speak. I was just looking at the radar before doing this meeting here, and we've got tornadoes already touching down in some spots in Florida, and some have been confirmed that have touched down as well. And about 90% of those tornadoes occur on that right front quadrant of a tropical system. So we're really, our folks are at the Weather Service are on duty 24 hours a day, watching that radar to make sure that we can get those warnings out quickly to people so they can take cover. And as Dr. Brennan said, think about it, Mike, right, 140 miles wide. Now we're 200, and we expect it to be greater than 240 miles away from the center with these winds. So that's a huge area that we can see some of that damage. Very concerned about the storm surge, and I wanted to double down on something. It's not just Tampa Bay with that 8 to 12 foot forecast, or 10 to 15 down to Boca Grande. I mean, you could see 5 to 8 feet of storm surge all the way down to Chokoloskee. Think about Fort Myers, Naples, well away from that center. We just got to really keep reminding people they're not safe, even though you're not, not near the center of the storm. So we'll continue to really message that as we can. The other part of this, flooding could last a while. So unlike other areas with elevation, there's not much elevation in Florida. So some of these rivers are going to be slow to drain. Some of these rivers could stay up for about a week after the storm, and the storm surge will act as a blocker to drain some of that rain from the inland area. So that could really be add some challenges to some communities with the flooding and recovery efforts, as some of the roads will be pretty impassable. So, I was looking at this, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. Yesterday I said the clock was ticking. Today I'm saying the alarm bell's going off. People really need to start getting into their safe place. As always, the Weather Service remains on duty 24/7 to make sure the decision makers have all the information they need and the updates to this storm.
Ken, I'd like to focus on one thing you said. I don't think most people would think it, but the idea that sometimes it takes days for rivers to crest after a major storm like this. Are there any particular areas of concern that that are related to this type of flooding? And how long do you think the flooding conditions could last? In other words, I think people think once the winds are died down and have gotten through that, okay, we're all set. But these rivers flooding are consequential, and it takes time, right?
It takes time. That storm surge pushes up every nook and cranny of Florida. So it goes up bays, goes up rivers, it fills in all these areas. And then you add that incredible amount of rainfall, and that rain can't drain because the storm surge has it blocked. So just really looking at some of the areas in Hillsborough River, Alafaya River, the Peace River, some of these type of traditional places that could flood, we really got to watch those areas and those communities. So it takes quite a while for that water to drain.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Ken, I have a question for you. You mentioned words matter, and I know there is a lot of media following this briefing. So there have been, we've gone from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4, and the language that a lot of folks have been using is downgrade. But it sounds like you're cautioning us that that may communicate a sense that the danger is lessened when in fact it's not. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I know a lot of folks are watching right now and would love to have your feedback on how we should be talking about this.
Yeah, we need everybody that communicates to the public to be on the same page with the words, because I've 30 years of doing this. I've seen this so many times. People will think, oh, it was a Cat 5, now it's a Cat 3. That's not a reason to relax. It's not weakened. That's not diminished. That means that we've expanded the wind field. The impacts don't change associated with that. And I've seen this in Hurricane Florence and other historic hurricanes. So we have to be mindful of the words that we use and focus on those impacts. Those impacts haven't changed no matter what the wind speed does over the next 24 hours.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Graham. We'll go now to Secretary Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security. Ali, over to you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, if I can just pick up on the important phrase, the words matter. I want to thank you for the strength and moral clarity with which you have been speaking to bat down false information that is being spread. That false information is only hurting survivors in need of help. And it is also hurting the first responders who are so bravely risking their lives to deliver that help to the survivors. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, we are executing on your directive to not only rely on FEMA to provide emergency relief, but to draw upon other resources throughout the Department of Homeland Security and throughout the federal government, throughout your administration. I know you will hear from the Commandant of the United States Coast Guard, Linda Fagan. The United States Coast Guard has deployed almost 1,300 personnel to Florida, not just for search and rescue, but also to ensure the safety and security of the port of Tampa, which is a critical lifeline for supplies that are needed by Florida and elsewhere. I want to also say that our U.S. Customs and Border Protection has devoted search and rescue personnel as well as other parts of our department. To give you just a quick snapshot of some of the resources that are devoted from other parts of the administration, the Department of Defense is providing search and rescue, commodity movement, commodity distribution, and security to Florida. We already have 1.5 million meals and 2.8 million liters of water ready to provide to people in need. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is providing temporary power, temporary roofing, debris removal support, and engineering expertise. The U.S. Forest Administration is also providing debris removal. This is absolutely critical so that our search and rescue personnel can reach the people in need and provide them with the humanitarian relief upon which they rely. Health and Human Services is providing hospital and health-related support. The Small Business Administration has dedicated 137 personnel to assist people who have lost or whose businesses are destroyed, to get them back up on their feet and understand what resources are available to them. We have an entire administration dedicated to this effort at your direction. And with that, I'll pause.
Hey, Ali, Mr. Secretary, do you have everything you need from all the federal departments and the agencies in support of this response? Is there anything lacking?
We certainly do have all of the resources. We are well positioned to continue to respond to Hurricane Helene, to respond to Hurricane Milton. Mr. President, we are meeting the moment and meeting the challenges because of the extraordinary people who've spoken before me.
Well, I want to thank the governors. They've stepped up. All this disinformation going out about how, we're devoting all this money to migrants and even one congresswoman suggesting that I control the weather and implying that I'm sending it to red states. It's stuff off the wall. It's like out of a comic book. But, people, when they're in trouble, or for example, and I asked this to our administrator, they said that you get $750 and that's it. You lost everything, you get $750. That's not it. That's just, you give you immediately what you need to get by the next day, to get a prescription, to get a whatever. Are you getting calls already about what we're going to be able to deliver for people who get in trouble?
We are, Mr. President. Let me say that, one of the false narratives is that the federal employees who are actually delivering assistance will take an individual's land. And that is causing individual survivors not to approach the people who are there to help and obtain the relief to which they are entitled and that we have available to them. And the Vice President knows very well, as a former prosecutor, that false information only is fuel for the criminal element to exploit individuals in positions of vulnerability. And Madam Vice President, your words at the outset were so very important for that reason.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you and the folks in your agency working with FEMA, NOAA, and all the federal agencies. I've been on the ground, and the work that you all have been doing to coordinate with local and state law enforcement and first responders has been outstanding. It really does show the best of the kind of work that we do in a moment of crisis to work together. So I applaud the folks that work with you and your leadership in that regard.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. We'll go now to Admiral Linda Fagan, the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and I want to assure you that the Coast Guard is ready to respond. We continue to monitor the storm closely and are mindful of how dangerous and devastating this storm is and the potential to the region, which is still recovering from Hurricane Helene. My senior field commanders are well integrated with both the state and local emergency responders and have stood up incident commands. We continue to surge personnel and assets from across the country into the region. And I want to highlight how we prepare for storms. And so we have people in helicopters and aircraft and boats and cutters that would have been in harm's way for the passage of this storm. And we have sorely moved those people and assets out of harm's way for the storm. They are ready and positioned to begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so. In addition to the aircraft and ships and boats, it includes shallow water boats, medical teams, pollution response teams, crisis support teams. Our top priority is saving lives and safeguarding the marine transportation system. This also includes responding to any pollution incidents. We will begin to move back into the region as soon as it is safe to do so, with our primary initial focus being life-saving work and reopening the ports to re-enable the flow of commerce. I want to focus just for a minute on the Port of Tampa, which is the largest port in Florida. And depending on the impacts of the storm, there could be some impacts to the port and commerce flow. We will conduct overflights as well as bring ships into the region to ensure that the channel and the harbor is clear and safe for commercial traffic. We will work with the Army Corps of Engineers and others to do those assessments. We'll work to reestablish the aids to navigation constellation and work with the pilotage in the area to ensure that ships are able to move safely in and out of the Port of Tampa. We'll also need to ensure that the port has electricity for handling cargo and cargo flows. So I share this with you, Mr. President, because we are myopically focused on regaining commerce flows into the Port of Tampa once the assessments are able to be made. It does take a little bit of time, with all urgency to ensure that Tampa is reopened for commercial flows. We continue to monitor the storm closely. And a number of our briefers have spoken on the evacuation orders. Just like to emphasize that my first responders and as one of the critical response agencies for hurricane response, my first responders have moved out of harm's way and are not in the path of the storm. They're ready for immediate reconstitution in the area, and we'll see them moving quickly. But as the storm effects come on, people really need to move into a safe position so that they do not lose. Mr. President, your Coast Guard is ready to respond. We are well positioned for that. Thank you, sir.
Admiral, one of the things that I don't know whether people have not been through any kind of hurricane in the past may not understand when the rainfall and the flood surge are significant. These elevated water levels are likely to be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Not just the water rising, significant waves. And what do you anticipate? If anyone else wants to respond, what do you anticipate in terms of the wave damage? Not just the water rising, but these waves, large waves coming in.
Sir, I'll just touch on the impact of the water and just the flow and significance of any kind of increase water flow, storm surge, whether it's wave-driven, it creates conditions that are incredibly hazardous to life. People can't swim or save themselves, which again just emphasizes why it's so critical that people evacuate and get themselves out of harm's way. For the assessment with regard to any property impacts.
I know search and rescue is obviously the number one priority immediately after the storm. But we know that the Port of Tampa is critical for the state, the state's economy and the region as well. What can you and the Army Corps of Engineers do to get the port quickly reopened once the storm passes through?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're already in conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers aligned on those assessments as quickly as possible to determine whether there were any impacts from the storm and reopen the Port of Tampa. The Port of Everglades is also on the East Coast. The Port of Everglades remains open for fuel tankers to ensure that commerce continues to flow from other ports that are not in the direct storm. Sir, I assure you, we in the Corps of Engineers are already in conversation with regard to what it will take to Port of Tampa. We'll lean into that work as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Commandant, I echo the President's. Thank you for what you and the men and women of the Coast Guard have been doing in response to Hurricane Arlene and your emphasis on the importance of the port in Tampa is critically important to recovery. So thank you for all the work that you are doing. I know that resources are spread in terms of your folks being on the ground in every area right now. You're doing an extraordinary job. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
To each of the dedicated professionals on this screen, we are truly in your debt and your teams for what they're doing right now to prepare for and respond to what is coming to Florida this evening. With that, we will conclude the part of this briefing. And if you'll just stay on the screen for a few minutes, we can have a conversation. Of course, Mr. President.
Pass on to your folks how much we respect, and understand. A lot of these folks are risking their lives, risking their lives to help other people. I mean, this is Americans helping Americans in ways that, you know, it's a measure of who we are as a nation. We see this happen. It constantly happens. Americans stepping up to help other Americans and risking their lives. So thank all these first responders. It really matters. From the bottom of our heart. Thank you. Sorry. We're ready.
Right, President Biden taking no questions there, but getting the latest from FEMA and the National Hurricane Center and other top experts here as we continue to track Milton. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always for the next several hours, bringing you the coverage, the latest updates from officials in Florida. We do want to show you the latest radar right now, a massive Category 4 storm that continues to barrel towards Florida, getting to the west coast. What we want to do now is head out to Lake City, Florida, where we do have Governor Ron DeSantis giving his update along with other state officials. I'm live now from Fox.
12 hours out, so that's going to happen. There's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for the storm is what we've done. Every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it. And that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. Linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. If you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. All these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restoration, as fast as it's ever been done in the history. I think probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia. You have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. Have a plan to deal with it. But just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, that are ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall and just south of the eye wall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm, west coast, it may be that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible, depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida, and then almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east, northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. What will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge. May not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the water is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida, that you understand this is not just the west coast of it. The major effects for surge will be on the west. Will be on the west. There is going to be impacts far inland, and on the other coast, and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation. I know when the initial evacuation on Monday, and then even on Sunday, when people were anticipating massive run on gas. People were crowded in the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedule, so they got to keep up. So So what we've done is 1.6 million gallons of diesel for the state of Florida, and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now I'd imagine Manatee, probably not at this point, given what's happening. That's likely dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have to try to overcome. Had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. They got the sirens. They're bringing gas into the gas station, and they've done almost a million gallons of gas. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports. That will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris, and we're not getting the debris moved quick enough. Like the barrier islands in Pinellas County, Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota barrier islands. They worked through the night for the last few days, all the way through last night into this morning. They've been able to remove a remarkable amount of debris statewide. This is not even our responsibility in the state. It's the responsibility of the locals to pick up the stuff. But we've done a total 270,000 yards of debris throughout the state of Florida with just Department of Transportation and other assets. And just on those barrier islands and that emergency mission, almost 55,000 cubic yards of debris. Probably in those areas where our trucks were doing all night, the last few nights with the landfills, probably were able to take about the debris that was there and that would not have been picked up unless we did it. That's going to mitigate some of the damage that happens when the hurricane comes in. We've got a remarkable amount of assets that are assembled. I've been in contact with the United States as well as the FEMA director. We're also closely coordinating with all our local partners in the affected counties. And we have a National Guard contingent that has never been amassed before for one of these 6,000 Florida Guard soldiers, an additional 3,000 from other states, 34 search and rescue aircraft, and 500 tactical vehicles. This is the largest storm mobilization in the history of the state of Florida. Of course, we have our Florida State Guard, which is out and doing great work. Massive numbers of assets that are going to be assisting them in their missions, and some of those guys have done a really good job, and we really appreciate it. Now, Florida Disaster Fund. We have activated this for Helene. It's also activated for Milton because we know there's going to be damage. So if you want to do Florida Disaster Fund, you can go to FloridaDisasterFund.org. This is a tax-deductible charitable contribution. We've raised many millions of dollars. I want to thank Walmart, Wells Fargo, and Lennar for coming in big. Also, tax disaster 2020222 to be able to do that. Once we get an assessment of the needs and the damages, we'll be able to use that in a very flexible way to help get people back on their feet. We did it after Hurricane Ian, to great effect, and we'll do it after this storm as well. If you have an EV and you're in an area where you're susceptible to storm surge, just know your EV gets inundated with salt water. It increases the risk of fires. Those fires are very difficult with the battery to put out. We have had people that have homes that burned down as a result of those EVs being in the garage when you had storm surge. So if you can, you want to move that to higher ground, try to prevent salt water intrusion. So we've had evacuations now in effect counties on the west coast of Florida. I know there's evacuations on some of the east coast counties that I alluded to with the storm surge threat in the barrier islands on the east coast of Florida. The conditions are starting to get bad. Listen to your local emergency managers when it's too dangerous to go out. In many parts of Florida, you probably could still go to a shelter. You're starting to see major weather events happen. There were some tornadoes. Massive tornadoes. Unbelievable tornadoes that you're seeing. So the hazards are increasing. Depending where you are, it may not be safe to get on the interstate at this point. But listen to your local officials. But if it's still safe and you can get out of the evacuation zones, go to local shelter in your county. You don't need to get on the interstate or do anything. We still have a lot of space in our shelters around the state. We have now Sunshine Skyway Bridge and Howard Franklin are closed. The Tampa Bay area, Courtney Campbell Causeway and Gandy are closed going into Pinellas County. Those will likely be closed completely very soon. And it's just a result of the conditions that are deteriorating. So please understand the closures of those bridges. Until 5 p.m. or it's no longer safe. If you need to get to a shelter, we've partnered with Uber to provide free rides to shelters and counties with evacuation orders. You want to do it? The promo code is Milton Relief 1, the number 1, Milton Relief. And that's going to go till either 5 o'clock today or when it's no longer safe, and that will likely vary depending on where you are throughout the state of Florida. So we have almost 150 shelters that are open for general population. We've got over 30,000 individuals that are in it, but we have space for over 200,000 individuals. So there is space available. The counties, by and large, I think are going to have Starlink. I think they're going to have generator power. So if you lose power, it isn't like, you're going to be you're going to be able to use devices and stuff like that. We also have 36 county-owned special needs shelters. Our Florida Department of Health works with that. They're opening in areas that are in the path of the store. And then we have done 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. So we call them shelters of last resort. Maybe you're on the interstate and you think it's getting a little too dangerous. You can pull off, and we've got places that are not far away. Hard Rock Event Center in Tampa. City Furniture and Plant City in Tampa, Life Science Logistics in Lakeland, Babcock Ranch in Punta Gorda, and then the Wiregrass Ranch and Wesley Chapel. If you want to go shelter options, go to FloridaDisaster.org/shelters, and then for any updates for your specific county, you can go to FloridaDisaster.org/counties. I want to thank everybody that's been working hard. We've had really round the clock for over 2 weeks now, preparing and responding to Helene, which was done very robustly, very efficiently. We got a lot of people back on their feet with power and other things. And we knew we're in hurricane season. We knew that we weren't necessarily out of the woods. We were hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with anything more. But when it became clear that something was brewing, people continued to help with Helene, but also spring into action to prepare for what is now major hurricane what is now major hurricane Milton. I know there's a lot of folks that have not gotten a lot of sleep over the last few weeks. We've got some more difficult days ahead today as we help to rescue people and assess the damage and try to get people back on their feet. But we will absolutely get through it. We can handle this. I've seen sources of inspiration throughout the state of Florida with our first responders who are working around the clock to help their fellow Floridians. You can count on us. We're going to be in this all the way till the end. Make sure you're doing what you need to do to protect yourself. Thank these linemen who've come in all across the country to be able to be here, ready to go, and get people back connected to power as soon as humanly possible when the storm passes through. We don't know. You never know how many power outages you're going to have. But I think looking at the strength of the storm, looking at the path of the storm, you're talking about potential number of outages. And we're used to having millions anyways, and you could have millions without power at some point for this storm. Be glad that you got over 50,000 linemen that are staged in the state of Florida and that are going to be ready to go. They're going to be ready to get on target and get people connected. Okay, we're going to hear from Kevin Guthrie, Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I'll pick up where the governor left off. We are committed. We are committed. We are ready. The Florida State Emergency Response Team literally has probably 100,000 in the field to include the 50,000 men and women electrical line crews working with us. They are members of the State Emergency Response Team. Thank you for your leadership. We have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time. This is evidenced by the men and women standing behind me. I've said it before and I say it again. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's west coast, and portions of Florida's east coast. If you're under a mandatory evacuation order in a mobile or manufactured home, you rely on power for medical devices, or you live in a home that cannot withstand hurricane force winds, then go to a shelter. As the governor said, there's probably nearly 200 shelters right in your communities, near you, with over 200,000 beds available. Your home and belongings can be replaced, but unfortunately you cannot. Neither can your family. You can find a list of shelters, including your state-run shelter, or our state-run shelters, by visiting FloridaDisaster.org/shelter. If you do not live in an evacuation zone, and you decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm. Make sure you have enough for everybody in your family, including your pets. Power outages, as the governor said, are to be expected. We will have them. We will have 2.3 million for Hurricane Helene. I imagine we're going to have more based on this track. If you lose power and you use a generator for backup power, please make sure that you keep that generator 20 feet away from your home and away from all windows. Wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Keep it on a flat, dry space. And if you have a carbon monoxide, make sure it's on. The batteries are ready to go. During the storm, if you hear trees snapping, you hear transformers popping, it could be that right on the edge of the hurricanes. So please treat it as if it's a tornado. Go to the center point, lowest point of your home. Get into that place. If you have a light mattress, pull it over the top of you, and protect yourself from any type of flying debris. After the storm it is critical that you listen to authorities when it's safe to return to your home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials and hazardous conditions may be present. Do not attempt to clean up debris by yourself when things are over. Especially if you have fallen trees or power lines. Make sure that you wait for people to come and clear those. If you see these dangerous conditions, report them to your local authorities by calling 911 or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information after Hurricane Milton can recall the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. There are English, Spanish, and Haitian speakers available to answer these questions. Again, do not go out and do things that you're not capable of doing after a disaster. We do not need to have fatalities when somebody's trying to go up on a ladder. They're trying to use a chainsaw. They're trying to do extraordinary things. We're going to have plenty of volunteer organizations able to help you right after a disaster. Please do not do those things. Just let us come and help you. That's what we're here to do. We're here to help you. Governor, as always, thank you for your leadership.
Garrett.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. I want to start by thanking our FDOT team members who've been working around the clock since we started preparing for Hurricane Helene and now shifting our focus and preparing for Hurricane Milton to make landfall. Really grateful for Governor DeSantis' leadership in directing state agencies to carry out this debris mission on the barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota. It was a tremendously important mission to prepare for Hurricane Milton landfall and get rid of as much debris as humanly possible on those barrier islands. We marshaled all of our state resources and even some of our road builder contractors to get out there, get dump trucks moving, get debris off of those barrier islands. The governor quickly saw that the debris vendors were just not keeping up with the local governments. We needed to get that debris out of there. It's remarkable what we were able to accomplish over the last few days. We've been working around the clock, 24/7. We had huge platoons of dump trucks last night moving in really bad weather, being escorted by Florida Highway Patrol, getting that debris to landfills. And as you heard from the governor, we were able to move nearly 55,000 cubic yards off of the barrier islands. We made a huge dent in that debris, and it is going to have a big contribution on safety as Hurricane Milton makes landfall. We have staged our assets near the cone and path of the storm, ready to move in. We have bridge inspectors, damage assessment teams, heavy equipment, road crews ready to make temporary repairs. We're going to push in behind the storm and we're going to follow it across the peninsula and get roads back open as quickly as possible. Really appreciate the linemen that are here and ready to respond. We worked very closely with them to clear roads and cut trees out of power lines after the storm passes through. Evacuations have gone smoothly with I-4, I-75, and Alligator Alley. We did, under the governor's leadership, open the shoulder to facilitate those evacuations. Really appreciate the Florida Highway Patrol helping us with that. We are deactivating emergency shoulder use as we speak. We started taking the signs down at noon to hunker down for this storm and get ready for the impacts. Bridges and roads in coastal areas will begin closing. As you heard from the governor, the Skyway Bridge in Tampa, the Howard Franklin Bridge are already closed due to high winds. Courtney, Campbell, and Gandy causeways are closed going into Pinellas. All up and down the coastline, bridges and roads will begin to close because of safety conditions. Please be mindful of that. If you're going to get to a shelter, get there now, get there fast. Now is the time to hunker down. As we continue to prepare for landfall and get ready to respond, please remember FL511.com is the place for your most up-to-date traffic information. We will be updating it live after the storm passes through and you're trying to get back to your home. We will be updating FL511.com. That is the place to get your traffic information. Again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
So we're prepared, but we're bracing for landfall sometime probably late this evening. It may go into the wee hours of Thursday, although I think it's sped up a little bit and it will work its way through the state of Florida. But if it goes in at midnight, it'll probably be out, Kevin, by about noon at that point, if it's on the East Coast. So as soon as it's safe to do so on the West Coast of Florida, we will have linemen, we will have all the response that's necessary to be done. And so that'll happen right on the tail end of the storm. Again, just because the storm is going in on the West Coast, that doesn't mean that's where it's going to be limited to that. It is going to barrel across the state. You will likely have power outages from the East Coast, from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast in various parts. You will have some surge on the East Coast of Florida. May not be as much as what you get on the West, but I think you'll see some. So you should just be prepared for that. If there are evacuation orders on barrier islands on the East Coast as a result of the back end of the storm, take those seriously. And make sure you're doing what you need to do to protect yourself and your family. But you look at to have 50,000 linemen over that here, to have all these urban search and rescue, all our National Guard, our State Guard, all these assets, the State Division of Emergency Management. It's been 24/7 for weeks. All these resources being brought to bear. You never want to have to face these storms But I can tell you, if you had to face them, these are the folks I'd want having our back. So thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? I think it remains to be seen, to be honest. If you look at Hurricane Helene, we had major impacts, but I don't know what that would mean in terms of legislatively. There may be some stuff we have to do with budget. So we'll see, but it isn't going to be anything that we're not going to be able to handle. I mean, we put aside $500 million a year just to respond to natural disasters. We started that when I became governor, and we've got a massive rainy day fund. We've got a massive surplus. So if there is things that we need to do, we'll do it. We'll figure it out. Okay, everybody be safe. Let's get through this. Thank you.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis and his state officials team giving the latest update there out of Lake City, Florida. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. We'll be taking you really through the different live updates that are coming out of Florida, as well as the federal updates coming from FEMA. We are expecting at the White House briefing at the top of it, FEMA will be giving an update, so we'll be sure to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on Manatee County, Florida. They will be providing a Milton update in just a little bit as well. But you can see the live radar look here. The latest update looks like to be making landfall at about 11 p.m. Eastern today. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Obviously, the changes have been coming very fluidly. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take in some of the coverage of Fox 13 Tampa and our other resources, all right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the updates as we track Hurricane Milton, massive Category 4 storm right now, getting closer to Florida. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on this for you on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out to the coverage, Fox 13 in Tampa. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Of rain, and we're going to see some areas of 18 inches of rain potentially. There you see, you can just see this highlighted area in yellow here. That's where you see over 7 inches of rain, this large swath extending all the way over onto the eastern side of the state. So 6 to 12 inches of rain isolated up to 18. Lesser amounts as you head to our south. But the issue much stronger down to our south as far as the winds and the surge along the immediate coastline, and then lesser amounts as you head further on to the north as well. Speaking of the surge, still, I mean, most of these areas are going to be wrong just simply because it all really depends on where the eye moves ashore. But this is that worst case scenario up into Tampa Bay, 8 to 12 feet. It stays to our south. We don't see that maximum surge into the bay. It's good for Tampa Bay, but that also means our neighbors to the south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, will just continue to get more and more of that surge. But certainly at this point, it's pretty much locked in. Manatee County, Sarasota County, you are going to see that significant and extremely damaging, catastrophic storm surge down in those areas. As far as the winds, you see Manatee, Sarasota extending well inland as well. Southern Hillsborough County extending over into DeSoto and Hardy County as well. Winds in excess of 110 miles an hour. And even as you move over into Polk County, some of these areas, you may think, oh, these are coastal events. Yes, we get some strong winds, but we don't get the hurricanes here. Well, you're going to have hurricane force winds working its way through there as well and extending all the way across the state as well. We just continue to watch the hurricane planes, the hunters out there. We have one lands. We got another one in this. So at this point, until landfall, they are continuously in this system. So we're just going to continue to monitor and watch as that center nears the coastline. We watch for any potential wobbles, but that's something, it's just kind of a wait and see. That's something we can't forecast, but it's something we just kind of wait and see as we go through the afternoon. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and toss it back to the anchors, Russell and Laura. So, no, actually, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to a break here. Take a quick, short break. We're back in a minute.
That was just some of the coverage there from Fox 13 in Tampa. We'll continue to check on with them throughout the day and evening on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break of the hour as we wait for two big updates. White House briefing will have FEMA talking about the latest with Hurricane Milton. We're also keeping an eye on Manatee County. When that update gets going, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just two. Back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the latest Hurricane Milton updates as we track it for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out to some of the coverage, Fox 13 in Tampa, as the storm gets closer.
Especially when the sun comes up tomorrow, they know that there's a lot of people going to need some help, and they'll get to you just as soon as they can. In Newport Richey, Charlie Belcher, Fox 13 News.
Take a break. Be right back. I just caught the tail end right there. We'll continue to track with them here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. In the meantime, do want to continue to showcase our radar system right here as the storm does get closer to the west coast there of Florida. I want to show you just the latest National Hurricane Center update as they continue to track it all right here.
Spreading across much of the southwest coast of Florida up into central and even northern Florida. We also have multiple tornadic thunderstorms present with tornado warnings in effect over portions of southern Florida right now that have had confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So we're starting to see those impacts take shape across much of Florida here, and conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly as we go through the next few hours. Still very concerned about the potential for a devastating storm surge across portions of the west coast of Florida, from Anna Maria Island down to Boca Grande. That's areas like Manatee, Sarasota, down to the Charlotte County area. 10 to 15 feet of inundation above ground level expected somewhere in that area. North of that, 8 to 12 feet, including the Tampa Bay region up to Anclote River. South of that area, down to Bonita Beach, Sanibel Island, Fort Myers Beach, Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet of inundation expected. So we have a storm surge warning in effect for almost the entire west coast of Florida, from Yankeetown all the way to Flamingo. If you were in those storm surge evacuation zones in that region, please escape now while you still can. If you've been asked to leave, you have just a little bit of time left before the water starts to rise later today. I do want to note that also on the east coast of Florida, from Sebastian Inlet and then all the way up to Altamaha Sound in southern Georgia, we have a storm surge warning in effect as well, including portions of the St. Johns River for dangerous storm surge inundation there, as much as 3 to 5 feet above ground level for when Milton exits the east coast of Florida tomorrow. So let's talk about why you want to get out of those storm surge evacuation zones. What are you going to see when that devastating push of water comes in off the Gulf onto the west coast of Florida? You're going to see large areas with deep water due to storm surge flooding. Again, 10 to 15 feet above ground level in some places. Structural damage to buildings, some buildings being washed away by damaging wave action. Locations may be uninhabitable for an extended period. You do not want to be in those locations after the storm. Roads will be washed out or flooded. Escape routes may be cut off, and there will be major damage to coastal infrastructure in those areas. Now let's move on to the wind threat. Again, Milton right now, a Category 4 hurricane, still expected to be a major hurricane when it reaches the west coast of Florida late this evening or overnight tonight, and maintain hurricane status all the way across the Florida Peninsula and out into the western Atlantic during the day on Thursday. Everywhere you see in red here is under a hurricane warning, and that includes places like Fort Myers up through Port Charlotte, Tampa, St. Petersburg, all the way up to Ocala, Orlando, Melbourne, to St. Augustine. So much of the central portion of the Florida Peninsula, both coasts, expecting hurricane conditions, and particularly within that landfall area where we're expecting those Category 3 winds in the eye wall, you're going to have significant structural damage even to well-framed homes. Mobile homes could be severely damaged or destroyed. Large trees will be snapped and uprooted. Widespread power outages. Again, roads will be impassable from large debris. And then we're also going to see hurricane force winds again along the I-4 corridor, especially in wind gusts, leading to significant power outages, wind damage in this area as well. Now let's move on to the flooding threat, which is substantial as well, from rainfall now along and north of the track of Milton Center, which now appears to be focused on that I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach, expecting 6 to 12 inches of rain, isolated rainfall amounts as high as 18 inches, and that's going to lead to widespread life-threatening, potentially catastrophic flooding in this region, especially this area highlighted in pink, all the way from today into Thursday. That's where we're going to have widespread, potentially life-threatening flooding along that I-4 corridor, with a substantial risk even north and south of that area as well, depending exactly on where those heaviest rains fall. When we get up to north of 15 inches of rain, the types of impacts we see are flooding to homes and businesses, rescues being conducted, flooding in places that don't normally flood. And again, roads that will be closed and eroded, creating hidden dangers that will not make it safe to be out and about. So the message this afternoon, again, I want to touch on the tornado threat as well, which I mentioned at the beginning, is expanding and is quite significant across much of central and southern Florida, with a greater tornado risk than is even typical with most landfalling hurricanes, especially in this region from, say, Orlando down to the Lake Okeechobee area, but extending across much of central and southern Florida, where we have a tornado watch in place through 9 p.m. tonight. And again, those tornadoes and those small thunderstorms will be advancing northward out ahead of Milton's landfall, going to create dangerous conditions across portions of the Florida Peninsula. So if you are in these areas, you want to make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts, flash flood warnings, tornado warnings. Make sure you have wireless emergency alerts turned on your smartphone, have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio so that you will be alerted, especially overnight tonight when you might be asleep, to dangerous conditions in your area. So again, let's wrap up with the final points here on Hurricane Milton. We're expecting a large area of destructive storm surge exceeding 10 feet above ground level in some places along portions of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. If you're in that storm surge warning area, it's a life-threatening situation. You should evacuate. You still have a little bit of time to get out and save your life. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida and then across the Florida Peninsula, along and near the track of Milton's center. Again, life-threatening hurricane force winds, especially in gusts in places like Orlando, all the way over to the east coast of Florida. Preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. And then finally, we have that heavy rainfall risk with the potential for life-threatening and catastrophic flash and urban flooding across portions of central Florida, with a risk of long-term major river flooding as well. So please stay with us here at the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for more on Milton throughout the rest of the day. And tonight, you can get more information on your local impacts at your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
Always appreciate Mike there with those updates. I'm your host, Mike Patience. We continue to roll on right here, awaiting the White House briefing with FEMA to talk the latest on Milton. We're also keeping an eye on Manatee County. When they get an update, we'll bring it to you as well. Let's go out to some of the coverage, though. Fox 13 in Tampa.
We've had a lot of these have had past confirmed tornadoes, so a lot of rotation in each one of these. And then when you look at the radar itself, you're not going to see this because these are all rain wrapped. This is torrential rain with each one of these that are working their way through. And this is going to continue to just be something that we watch.
Right, everyone. We'll be keeping an eye on Fox 13 in Tampa, but I do want to go out right now. The White House briefing just getting started here along with FEMA. So let's listen in on live now.
Moment to talk about the numerous steps the Biden-Harris administration is taking to support Americans who seek to depart or relocate within Lebanon. We are working around the clock to help Americans in Lebanon by providing as many options as possible to depart and offering loans to U.S. citizens who need assistance. Since September 27th, the United States has secured more than 4,000 airplane seats for American citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their family members to depart Lebanon. We have reserved seats for Americans and their family members on daily commercial airlines that continue to fly out of Beirut, and we have organized additional flights for U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and their spouses, children, and parents to depart Lebanon. As long as the Beirut airport remains open, we will continue to make more airplane seats available daily. To date, the number of seats available continues to exceed demand. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut remains open and can help Americans who need emergency passports or other documentation. We urge Americans to take advantage of these options. Ultimately, a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. We are in discussions for when we will be able to achieve that. Now, earlier today, as many of you saw, the president and the vice president received an update regarding Hurricane Helene response and recovery efforts. Under their leadership, FEMA has provided $344 million in direct assistance to survivors, along with an additional $180 million to ensure our federal partners can carry out their critical recovery work. More than 8,000 federal personnel are deployed, including FEMA disaster survivor assistant teams that are in the neighborhoods across the affected states, helping survivors apply for assistance. These personnel across the Southeast, including Florida, will both continue Hurricane Helene recovery efforts and respond to the impacts of Hurricane Milton. As the president has said, we will be there for the communities devastated by the storm for as long as it takes. The president and the vice president received a briefing on the administration's life-saving preparations ahead of Hurricane Milton. The president continues to mobilize a whole of government effort to prepare for Hurricane Milton. Earlier this week, the president quickly approved the state of Florida's and the Seminole tribe of Florida's request for an emergency declaration pre-Milton landfall. He directed his team to keep working to increase the size and presence of our efforts as we prepare for Milton's landfall. The president spoke directly to Governor DeSantis, Tampa Mayor Castor, Clearwater Mayor Rector, and Pinellas County Chairwoman Peters to make sure we are meeting their needs, and gave them his personal number so they can call him directly. At the president's direction, the administration has been in touch with more than 60 local officials in cities and counties along the likely path of impact to ensure needs are met in advance of the storm. The president gathered his cabinet representing 16 agencies and departments to ensure every corner of the U.S. government is assisting with Helene recovery and preparations for Milton. And at the president's direction, FEMA Administrator Criswell will travel to Florida tonight to join the personnel on the ground and ensure every Floridian gets the help that they need. FEMA is pre-staging a full slate of response capabilities in Florida and the region, including 8 urban search and rescue teams, 3 U.S. Coast Guard swift water rescue teams, 15.6 million meals, 13.9 million liters of water already pre-positioned, an additional 20 million meals and 40 million liters of water ready to deploy as needed. More than 1,000 staff already in the region. And as the president and the vice president have said, any attempts to price gouge Americans, whether at the gas pumps, airport, or hotel counter during this storm, are unacceptable. The Justice Department, FTC, and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau put out a statement warning consumers about those looking to take advantage of natural disasters. The administration will also continue to work out and call out misinformation and conspiracy theories around the storm and federal and state responses. This is wrong, dangerous, and it must stop immediately. You heard the president speak to this just moments ago. Everyone, especially those in positions of power, must do everything they can to encourage survivors to register for assistance, not discourage them by allowing these falsehoods to fester. This storm will be catastrophic. It will be catastrophic. We urge everyone to listen to local officials, and if you are told to evacuate, do so. Please do so immediately. If you can't evacuate or need a safe place to shelter, text shelter and your zip code to 43362 to get a list of open shelters near you. With that, I will turn it over to Administrator Criswell, who is joining us virtually. Thank you so much, Administrator. I know you are incredibly busy today, but thank you for your time. And with that, I'm going to just turn it over to you.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody. As you just heard from Karine, I just had an opportunity to brief President Biden and Vice President Harris on our preparatory actions as we prepare for Hurricane Milton to make landfall in Florida. The entire federal family is leaning forward for Milton's response. And right now, I am in North Carolina, continuing to lead the response and recovery efforts for the impacts to Helene across many states. But I will be traveling this evening to Florida to be with the team that I have there on the ground, as well as meet with the governor and his team to make sure that we are working side by side to meet the needs of Floridians as Hurricane Milton passes through the state. I want to deliver a very important message to the people of Florida. This is going to be a catastrophic storm. It is going to be a potentially deadly storm. Please listen to your local officials as they will be giving you the best information about what you need to do where you are located. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge, intense winds, flooding, but it is already bringing tornadoes across Florida. So if you do get an emergency message on your phone right now for a tornado warning, please seek shelter immediately. My heart goes out to all of the Floridians who have been in the path of many storms. They have had impacts from Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Debbie, Hurricane Idalia, and now Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. Floridians, they're no strangers to these storms, but this one, Hurricane Milton, it is expected to be catastrophic. And I promise you that FEMA is ready. FEMA and the entire federal family will be there to provide those immediate life-saving activities and begin to stabilize the incident after the storm passes. And again, I will be there on the ground to assess the impacts and prioritize the movement of federal resources to where the state needs them most. Today, tonight, and tomorrow, these are going to be tough as we watch the impacts move across Florida. And again, we're already seeing impacts from this storm with tornadoes and high winds happening in different parts of Florida. The most important thing is your safety. And I need everyone listening to do everything you can to protect yourself and your family as Milton passes. Some of you may still be able to safely evacuate. Others, it may be too late. Again, I need you to listen to your local officials. They will know exactly what you are still able to do. And if you receive, again, a tornado warning on your phone, through a NOAA radio, or from your local officials, there are tornadoes that are happening now. You need to seek shelter immediately. I have also been in contact with Governor DeSantis, Mayor Castor, Mayor Welch, and Mayor Dyer, as well as all the tribal nations in Florida that are in the path of this storm. The president's swift approval of the pre-landfall emergency declaration for Florida, as well as the Seminole Tribe of Florida, allows us to be able to employ the resources that we have staged to immediately begin to save lives and support the response activities. In addition to the thousands of people that I already have on the ground in Florida for Hurricane Helene, as well as the previous storms from previous years, at the president's direction, I sent an additional 1,200 search and rescue personnel, 6 incident management assistance teams, multiple power assessment teams, and dozens of medical facility assessment personnel into the area pre-landfall. We've also staged over 500 ambulances, and the search and rescue teams include high water vehicles and air assets, as well as boats, to support those life-saving activities in the first hours after the storm passes. As you heard Corrine say, we've also pushed millions of meals and liters of water into Florida to support those immediate needs. And let me be clear, the movement of these resources and these commodities are not taking away from our ongoing response and recovery efforts in North Carolina and the other states that were impacted by Hurricane Helene. We are built for this. We have managed multiple simultaneous catastrophic incidents before, and we are prepared to do this again. And I want the people to hear it from me. FEMA is ready. Our agency is postured to respond to this storm and maintain our current response and recovery efforts for Hurricane Helene impacted states. And we will be providing, and I will be providing regular updates to President Biden and Vice President Harris as the storm passes, so we can make sure that we are getting all of the federal resources that are needed to support their response. And they have directed me, as they always do, to make sure that Floridians continue to get everything they need. I want to be clear. We at FEMA stand ready to both continue our support to Hurricane Helene and respond to the impacts from Hurricane Milton. This is what we do best. We manage complex incidents. We coordinate, we communicate, and we respond. And again, I will be traveling to Florida later today so I can join my team as well as our state partners that are in the field preparing for the impacts from Hurricane Lateen. My leadership team, they are the best of the best. They are trained to work across multiple states and support the impacts that states are going to be feeling. And I want everybody to know that we are prepared for what we need to do to support Florida as well as all of the other states. Before I take questions, I just want to emphasize once again, because this is extremely important. People need to listen to their local officials. They need to take this storm seriously. It's going to hit the west coast of Florida as a major hurricane, and it will still be a hurricane as it departs on the eastern coast of Florida. There will be flooding, there will be tornadoes, storm surge. Take the actions you need to protect yourself and your family. We do not need to lose any lives as a result of this storm. We have the time to prepare. Make sure that you're taking those actions now. And with that, Corrine, I'll take any questions.
Yes, so I'm going to start calling on folks right now. Go ahead, Omar.
Thank you. I appreciate you making this time. Do you have an estimate of the universe of how many people are not heeding the evacuation orders and remain at risk?
I do not have an estimate, but what I can tell you is that I was in Florida on Monday. I met with the mayor of Tampa and the mayor of St. Petersburg, and I saw leaving the area. People are listening. They are leaving. But we know there's always a few that want to stay behind and protect their home. This storm is different. This storm is going to bring deadly storm surge. And so I want people who still have time to evacuate to make sure that they're doing so, but doing so safely under the guidance and the advice of their local officials.
Go ahead, MJ.
Thank you, Administrator. This is MJ Lee with CNN. The White House has been talking a lot about the threat of misinformation, disinformation as it relates to storm recovery efforts. Can you talk to us about whether there's one piece of incorrect information that you think, in your view, has been most damaging that you think would be most important to clarify?
Well, honestly, I think all of it is damaging to our ability to be able to reach people. It's intentional to create distrust, and that level of distrust is, as the president said earlier today, un-American. And what we need to do is make sure people can get the assistance that they need and they deserve. And so I want people to be able to come to us, register for assistance, so we can help them on their road to recovery.
Administrator, you have said that FEMA has enough money to get through both hurricanes, Helene and Milton, but that you're assessing how much more you need from Congress. Is there an assessment that you can share with us?
We're continuing to make that assessment, as we do not know what it's going to cost us right now to get through Hurricane Milton. I think, as I've briefed all of you before, we went into immediate needs funding in August of this year. That allowed me to make sure I had enough money for this response, and I needed that for Hurricane Helene. Without going into INF, I probably would not have had enough money to support Hurricane Helene. With the full authority to spend against the president's fiscal year 25 budget, I've been able to start paying the recovery projects that we put on hold. But the amount that we're spending for Hurricane Helene and the amount that we anticipate we're going to spend for Hurricane Milton, we are watching that very closely and assessing it every day so we can have a good estimate of how much more that we will need to be asking for in a supplemental.
Thank you, Administrator Criswell. Selena Wayne with ABC News. Could you give any specific examples about the real-world impact that this misinformation is having, both in terms of, are you seeing people who aren't taking precautions because they don't trust the government or FEMA or NOAA? And then in terms of the threat to FEMA workers, have you seen examples of threats against them on the ground?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that what I am hearing is people that are not coming to us and asking us for assistance. They're not registering for the help that they need, or they are afraid to approach some of our staff because they are unsure of what the government is doing. I think one of the biggest ones that I continue to hear is that we're going to take their land from them. Simply untrue. When you register for assistance, we give you an initial amount of money, $750, to help support those immediate needs. And there were rumors out there that if you received this money and you didn't pay it back, that we would take your home. Simply untrue. This is a series of assistance that we give over time, those immediate needs. We've already given out over $60 million in North Carolina alone for people's property losses, as well as this immediate assistance. We will continue to give that money out. And as it relates to my staff, I mean, it's just demoralizing. I think that they take it personally. They have left their families and their homes to come here and support people in need, but they're focused. They continue to stay focused on why they're here. They know their purpose, and that is to help people, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Administrator. You said before that you have dealt with misinformation in the past. Why do you think that misinformation is so rampant this time around? Is it because of the election? Is it because of certain politicians? Is it because of tech platforms? Or is it because of potentially a foreign actor?
I mean, I have definitely seen misinformation before. We have had misinformation for a long time, but we have seen it increase recently. We saw a significant increase in the response in Maui, and even more, the greatest amount that I've seen in this response to Hurricane Helene. I don't want to speculate as to why we're seeing this increase. It's just damaging, and it just makes it harder for us to do our job. And it's a distraction for the people that are out there doing really hard work to help the people get the assistance that they need and deserve.
Could you just describe the storm is going to be making landfall late at night on the West Coast? To what extent does that add to the complications or the dangers for residents? And just how unique is it, the fact that it will be a hurricane when it hits the West Coast, but also a hurricane when it exits the East Coast of Florida?
I think anytime we see a storm hit during the evening, it just complicates things, right? Because we know that we will have power outages as a result of this. It will be dark. People will have to try to protect themselves without the same level of light that they're used to. It just creates a whole other level of complication. But as we heard from Director Brennan earlier today, it is very rare for a storm to be a hurricane when it makes landfall and as it exits the state. It's going to move quickly, according to him, through the state, but that means it's going to create these catastrophic impacts across the state. We're going to see the most significant with storm surge on the West Coast, but we know from Hurricane Ian how much inland flooding and flash flooding that happened on the East Coast in the Orlando area. And so we're concerned about that. And that's why I talked to the mayor of Orlando earlier today to make sure he knew that even though the West Coast is getting a lot of focus on this, that the East Coast is going to have significant threats as well. And that's why I've also got incident management teams right there in the Orlando area to help work side by side with the local officials so we can get those resources in as quickly as possible when this storm is making landfall and moving across the state.
Kayla, you have the last question. Okay. Hi, Administrator. I'm just wondering if the administration is confident that the election will still be able to be conducted by November, that power outages, that roads will be safe to drive on so voters can cast their ballot.
The election piece is with we have resources that we can help them with to ensure we meet whatever needs that they have, and we'll continue to work with them if they have any specific requirements. Thanks, Kareem.
Mayor, we really appreciate everything that you're doing, and safe travels to Florida tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Amr?
Oh, great. On the Netanyahu call earlier today was...
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time right there. That was the FEMA portion of the White House briefing, and now they are going on to other topics, including foreign policy. So what we'll do is we'll take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll also continue to update the latest track here for Hurricane Milton, and then we'll get you out to Fox 13 in Tampa, as well as we are waiting for Manatee County for their latest updates. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We do want to go out to Fox 13 Tampa. They are doing ongoing coverage here of Hurricane Milton, but also a confirmed tornado on the ground in Palm Beach County. So let's go out to their coverage right here on Live Now.
Tornadoes, something we don't always see as we're talking about these hurricanes. You know, every hurricane is definitely different, but this one has already proven that it's going to be a very proficient tornado producer. And so we just have to be really on high alert with this, because this storm, we've been talking about it. It is bringing a whole host of threats to the area, including the storm surge, including the heavy rain, the hurricane force winds. But we have been mentioning the potential for those tornadoes, and the fact that we're just seeing so many of these warnings. I mean, at this point, we're talking about a tornado outbreak for these areas. We're just seeing warning after warning, confirmed tornadoes. And so we just have to stay on high alert. Make sure you have a way to get these kind of advisories and alerts issued. It's great that you're on here with us. And we'll continue to update you as we, see more of these pop up, I'm sure, through the event, as really we're talking about the brunt of this storm later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. So, it's one of those nights where you even take the family and sleep in your safe space if you are home in these areas that are under a tornado watch.
Yeah, you really do. And just since we talked about the last warning, we've had 2 more warnings come out. I mean, that's how quickly these are coming right now. So you look at the radar, and here we are. This is in extreme southern Highlands County. This one goes until 3 o'clock, and this is the area that we're talking about. You can see this rotation once again. This time it looks like just to the west of 27. This is heading up towards Venus. Eventually looks like working its way up towards Archbold. Childs, Parker Island, once again, could be under this. This is the warning right here. Definite rotation, it looks like, right there, working its way on that western side of 27. This is just to the south of the county line of Highlands County, down into Glades County. So we have that warning. We also have yet another warning. This is the one that has been extended. This is for really the rest of Highlands County, because once again, the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now, either a confirmed tornado or a possible tornado on the ground. And this one goes until 3 o'clock. This also extends up into portions of Hardy County, eastern and northeastern Hardy County, because you see here we've got a rotation over here. We have a rotation between Sebring and Lake Placid. This one that is south of Sebring showing more and more signs. So right now over DeSoto City. Remember, this was the one that, for time, this was a confirmed tornado. And I believe this is the one that we actually have the picture of, as it was even further to the south. So not necessarily on the ground at this point, but we're definitely seeing a possibility that it could be on the ground in this area. I want to flip over, see if we see any signs. Not seeing any signs right now. A little muddled with the radar data to see if we are actually seeing any debris, but we're definitely seeing some rotation. There you see it right near DeSoto City, also on that western side of Sebring, right over the lake. And then basically where the road kind of splits off around Sebring, you get 17 going one way, you get 27 going the other way. So we've got some signs of some rotation there. We also have some signs further on towards the west, over into Hardy County, in and around Lemon Grove, or just to the south of there. And then we've got Wauchula over here right on the edge of the screen. So this is basically to the south and east of Wauchula, with this rotation. As we scoot the radar over, you can see where Wauchula is on there as well. So lots going on, and the radar is just littered with all these warnings. We just continue as quickly as one warning goes away, yet another warning comes up, yet another spin in the atmosphere. So at this point, I think we're watching 4 distinct different areas right now, and you see all the warnings on here. And of course, over on the eastern side of the state as well. They were expecting to see this activity later on today, and you see over towards 95, over towards Port St. Lucie, over in Osceola County, over towards Sebastian and the Satellite Beach to the south and west of there. They are dealing with these as well. Another area that we essentially almost forgot about, but it's still there. This is near Dundee, basically working its way right up 27. So Hayden City to the east of Lake Alfred, I'm still seeing a lot of strong winds. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of do a little query of some of the winds in this, and this is higher up in the atmosphere, but indicative of what kind of winds we're looking at in this area. As you look at the actual reflectivity of the radar, this is intense line of storms working its way through right near Lake Alfred, along 17, stretching down towards Dundee as well, and Haines City pushing up towards Davenport, just to the south of I-4. And all this is very quickly working its way in that north and northwesterly direction, 25, 30 miles an hour right now. We look for some of the rotation in this, and definitely we're seeing signs of rotation from Dundee to Lake Hamilton, basically right along 27. These are the areas that we're seeing the strongest amounts of rotation in this. And so these are the areas that, if you're under this warning, if you're in this area, you want to take cover as well. You want to be in that safe location in your house. Again, just to kind of go out wide to give you a perspective of the areas that we're talking about. This is in that eastern portion of Polk County, stretching up just to the south of I-4. We also have down in the Highlands County, and you see really at this point the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now. The only maybe good news that I have at the moment is there's no confirmed tornado warnings right now. These are all radar indicated at this moment. But again, at this moment, the number of warnings that we've had, the number of warnings that have turned into confirmed tornadoes, we have to treat each one of these as if this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't take the risk of that.
And I just want to note, Jim, because we just got this message in from the National Weather Service, we do have a flash flood warning now for part of Pinellas County. We have already seen about up to 3.5 inches of rain. And of course, all of these rain bands, they are going to be able to produce these rainfall rates 2-3 inches per hour. And so already we are starting to see some of those flood concerns. I kind of mentioned that earlier this morning, that this is most certainly going to be an issue, and we are really just getting going. And so we have a lot of additional rain to get through as this storm continues to approach. And, you know, if at any point you want me to kind of jump into just the forecast and talk about some of the basics, you let me know when you're ready for just
a breather. I mean, I just wanted to point out here that what we're looking at is, I mean, we're still so early on.
It's a lot of rain.
And you see, this is just getting started, and we've already had 3, close to 4. In fact, you head down towards Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens, we're already seeing 4 inches of rain in these areas. I think as we've got a little bit of a lull in some of the warnings, maybe we go ahead and we talk about the rest of what's going on here. If you want to go ahead and you want to talk about some of this.
Yeah, sure. Because you know, as we've been saying, this storm is going to just bring a whole host of issues to our area, and we're certainly starting to see those unfold. We just talked about that flash flood warning. Of course, all of these tornado warnings with that watch running until 9 o'clock tonight. So as for what's happening with Hurricane Milton, we've been doing this tornado coverage for so long now, we haven't taken an actual look at the storm. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into our forecast from here before we send it off to Linda for some more. But checking on satellite and wind shear here, we can really see the influence that it's having on Hurricane Milton. Still a very strong storm, but look at what all of these upper level winds, as they're interacting with this cold front, this dip in the jet stream, and some drier air air, it's really starting to pull across the top of this storm. So we look further south, still looking pretty good. It's maintaining itself in this area as it's still sitting in very warm Gulf waters. But what we're starting to see is that wind shear kind of tear apart the top of this storm. And so these are all of the factors that are anticipated to continue to weaken this storm on approach to making landfall. But look at the winds. Those are really starting to ramp up. We're up to 55-mile-per-hour gusts in St. Pete, about 43 in Clearwater, 39 for Tampa. And so kind of we're starting to see these tropical storm force winds move into our area, and they're going to expand across a large part of the area. That's kind of the thing with this storm. Even though it's weakening, it still has, say, the energy of a Category 5 storm. And so what it's going to do with all of that energy is spread it outward. And so while we're talking about a slightly weaker storm, possibly maybe a Category 3 at landfall, it's still going to be a very strong hurricane regardless. And so all of the impacts are going to be a big deal, and they're going to be far-reaching. People well outside of this cone are going to be feeling these tropical, even hurricane force conditions at times. Of course, the rain is also going to be a big concern. I'll show you that in just a minute. But here's our latest look. Wednesday, 8 p.m. This is just off the coast, 125-mile-per-hour winds. But then look at as it maintains its strength as it scrapes right across central parts of the area. We're talking this emerging back off the East Coast, off the Space Coast as a Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds. We're right now at 130-mile-per-hour winds, and the latest check on where Milton is now about 150 miles to the southwest of us here in Tampa. So as we take a look at our Fox model here, we've already seen these rain bands starting to move through and impact the area. But I just want to note, look at how much rain and really deep convection is on the north side of this storm. This is going to be a big concern for a lot of areas. You can kind of notice even look at kind of the southern side of this eye. It gets a little bit eroded away at. We don't have all of this deep convection that wraps all the way around. That's some of that drier air working its way on the backside of the storm and eroding away at some of that. And so that's going to be something that overall is going to be a good thing as far as not as much rain on the south side, but it's up here where actually that dip in the jet stream that I showed you just a minute ago should actually enhance some of the rain and storms up here in this section of the storm. And so that's going to be a problem off across the Space Coast, Daytona Beach, some of those areas. We've seen them upgraded in the watches as of some of the latest updates here from yesterday into today. And you can see that reflected on our rain map tracker. We're talking the potential for this general area just to the north of where landfall occurs for there to be area-wide 6 to 12 inches of rain, and some spots are certainly going to get closer to that 18-inch range. So flash flooding is going to be a big concern, especially as we get closer to any of those rivers, waterways that we know are going to swell up and continue to cause more problems as far as that is concerned. So we've got a lot more local impacts to talk to. I just wanted to roll through some of them for you, but I'm going to send it off to you now, Linda. Jim and I will have more in just a bit.
Nice job, both of you, keeping us updated on those tornadoes. The winds are picking up and they are becoming seriously dangerous. The rain is falling as Hurricane Milton approaches. I'm Linda Hurtado and we'll be with you every step of the way. Conditions will only worsen throughout the afternoon, and the worst is expected to arrive overnight with a storm surge that could outdo Helene. Our bridges are beginning to close. Let's take a live look now from FDOT's camera on the Howard Franklin Bridge. You can see now closed to traffic. The westbound directions of both the Gandy and Courtney Campbell bridges are also closed. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed now to traffic, and signage has been posted to alert drivers. It is typical for the Skyway to close whenever the wind speeds reach about 40 miles per hour. And in these final hours before Milton's landfall, Pinellas County opened 3 new shelters this morning. Those include Palm Harbor Middle School in Palm Harbor, New Heights Elementary, and Fairmont Park Elementary, both in St. Pete. More than 8,000 people have utilized them so far, and they have room for 20,000. Only thing to keep in mind is Leoman Innovation, Largo High School, and Palm Harbor University Building 19 are now at capacity, but you still have 11 that are available. Pinellas Emergency Management understands shelters are not the most comfortable option, but at this point, it is better than finding yourself in a life-threatening situation. The county's communication director says they've heard from a lot of people living in mandatory evacuation zones saying they believe they can seal up their homes and just ride the storm out. But this is what happened during Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago.
They were desperate pleas from people who said, I made a stupid decision. I thought I could weather the storm. Water is rising. I'm on top of my counter. Please send somebody to help me. And at that point, we couldn't send anybody out there because the conditions had worsened so badly. And so if people are thinking that somehow they have a special protection, somehow they're going to be okay because they've been okay in the past, they have not seen the storm that we're going to see.
So what could we see in Pinellas County? Officials are anticipating tropical storm conditions this afternoon. And then, as we said, worse conditions overnight. 130-mile-per-hour winds or stronger. Wall of storm surge could come up to the bay and across our coast. The wall of water could be between 9 to 13 feet on our beaches and up to 15 feet in bayfront areas. There are still people trying to move out of the storm's path, but finding gas is a challenge. And Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is in Seffner with a look at that.
Most of the remaining gas stations and truck stops are now either closing or are closed for the remainder of the day. That includes this one, which is the Flying J truck stop off of I-4 in Seffner. Earlier today, the gas station was packed with drivers topping off their tanks and filling up gas containers. A short time ago, Governor DeSantis gave an update on the fuel situation in Florida. He says the state has 1.1 million gallons of gas and 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand and ready to distribute after Hurricane Milton passes. During the last couple of days, Florida Highway Patrol has escorted 106 long-distance fuel tankers to make emergency fuel deliveries. DeSantis also warned that there may be interruptions at the ports in Tampa and Manatee County, and the state is working on contingency plans if that happens. Drivers, meanwhile, across Tampa Bay are also making their own contingency plans if fuel is hard to come by following the storm.
Well, basically, I have one car that's full of gas just in case we did decide to leave early. So I figure, I heard the governor on the news this morning saying the truck stops are open. They should have more supply of gas than the regular gas stations. So I said, let me Google, and they're open. They're open across the street. And I need a funnel also, so why not get some gas and fill up 2 cars.
There is a real concern among some experts that fuel supplies could be impacted by the storm. According to Fox Business, 10 gas companies operating in terminals along the waterfront in Tampa, including BP, Chevron, and Citgo, could be impacted by flooding and power outages. Now, experts say topping off the gas tank, filling up the gas in preparation for the storm is, of course, a good idea. However, they say you should not fill up extra containers and definitely don't leave them inside the house. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
And you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team. And you can also stream our live newscast. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out. And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. So we're going to break, or we're going back to
tower radar. And what we're looking at is across Polk County. That's the area that we're watching right now. If you can give me my radar output here. What we're looking at is another warning. There you go. Thank you. That goes until 3:15. This is that one cell. I mean, what's interesting about this, just from the scientific standpoint, this is a cell that was essentially working its way to the north. Now, because it's part of that whole band, it's now turning more towards a northwesterly direction. So you watch that cell over towards Dundee. It was basically at one point heading towards I-4 and now making that turn. And you can see this area. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in to this spot because right near Auburndale. This may be passing over Auburndale, maybe just to the north of it. But right now it looks like it's working its way very close to you, between 17 and 92. This is the area as I stop the radar and circle this spot right there. And we look at the rotation in this, and you're seeing a very strong rotation. You're seeing those reds in there. That is showing that very, very strong rotation right now between Lake Alfred, Auburndale, and Winter Haven, situated right in this one spot. This is a radar indicated tornado moving to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. This warning goes until 3:15 for portions of Polk County. So if you're anywhere in and around Auburndale to the north or to the west of Auburndale, and this is over towards Foxtown, Polk City, along I-4, and across the Polk Parkway as well, especially on that eastern side. If you live in any of these areas, I'm going to go ahead and go in a bit closer so you can see some. I mean, there's a lot of population in this area. Auburndale, pretty populated area, and so it is working its way right through this area right now. So if you're in these locations, you're the one. I want you to go into that safe location, away from any windows, lower level of your house. You can turn the TV up so you can hear us. You can get the Fox Local app. You should have that on your phone right now. You can turn us on that app, and you can listen in case your power goes out. Your TV is going to go off, but your cell phone is going to continue to work, so you can continue to hear us. You can continue to hear those warnings that we're giving you as well, and definitely seeing a very strong rotation in this area as we look at the velocities. This is a very strong. If you don't have an actual tornado on the ground, you most certainly have some very, very strong winds in this cell right now, moving through Lake Alfred over towards Auburndale as well. You see some of these winds, and this is a couple thousand feet up into the atmosphere because we're using a radar to see these winds right now. So we don't see at the surface, we see just above the surface, but that's what you're looking at here are winds 80, 90 miles an hour. And then when you have the rain on top of that, you have the very strong rain. What it does is it carries those very strong winds that are just above you down to the ground. So in these areas, you have these winds. You're more than likely seeing winds gusting right now over 50 miles an hour if you don't have a tornado, but we're seeing signs of rotation in this. So it's very likely you either have a tornado about to touch down or you have a tornado on the ground right now, basically between Lake Alfred, Auburndale, and Winter Haven, and moving to the northwest right now at 25 miles an hour. So as I zoom in, I'm going to look at where this is as far as the velocity is concerned, and then we're going to put a track on this to give you a bit of an idea. So if this is moving to the northwest at about 25 miles an hour, these are the areas that we're most concerned about as far as where this is heading to in the next, say, 45 minutes. So Kathleen, Foxtown, Polk City, you can see Auburndale, 8 minutes, essentially it's on top of you right now. Over towards Providence, 36 minutes if this holds together that long, which is certainly a possibility because we've seen the trend has been for these to be lasting very long periods of time. Sounds like we're getting yet another warning starting to come out right now. So we'll kind of go out a bit wider and see what is the new warning here that we have as we watch this one. We also have another one down in the Highlands County. And we've got yet more coming into portions of Highlands County. And at this point, it looks as if what they're doing is they're just filling in who in Highlands County does not have a warning.
Gosh, that is wild.
Because this has got to be about one of the most bizarre looking tornado warning boxes that you'll see. But it's basically who doesn't have a warning. We've got to fill in who doesn't have a warning, and that's essentially, it looks like, your newest warning, which that one goes until 3:30. Yes. Okay. So now we're getting reports of damaged homes in Lake Placid on Bell Tower Avenue. So this is right in. Here's Lake Placid. I'm not going to even pretend to know exactly where this is in Lake Placid. On a report of 10 homes in this area. So once again, this tells us, I mean, we've seen confirmed tornadoes moving through this area. So this is the spot that we're talking about, that yet again, we have another tornado warning in this area. Now, just going down just to the south of Highlands County, this is what has prompted the latest tornado warning in Highlands. This is the extreme southeastern corner of Highlands County, and this is because we have a confirmed tornado once again just to the south, right there. You can see the rotation. This is a confirmed tornado in Glades County, and this is working its way onto the north and the northwest rather, at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So this will be working its way into that essentially the one portion of Highlands County that is not currently under a warning. And then we have that confirmation of damaged homes in Lake Placid. You have more rotations working their way through there as well. But that also tells us that these are some of the same rotations that have now worked their way all the way up towards Avon Park. You're seeing what doesn't necessarily look to be a rotation, but we're seeing signs of some really strong winds, say from Avon Park along 64 and just starting to work their way into southern Polk County. So, I mean, this is just continuing to be an extremely dangerous and serious situation with this band that's working its way through. The amount of energy we've seen in this one band has just simply been amazing.
Yeah, and you know, we saw this band when it was just off the coast, and we saw all of those potential cells for spin-ups, and we certainly were seeing that on radar, and we had a feeling that once these came on shore, we would just have a series of tornado warnings and tornadic storms with those rain bands, and that's certainly come to fruition here. We think about kind of all of that rotation as it comes on land, all that friction it creates, and we get just general that rotation. And with this just broad rotation, with Hurricane Milton now about 200 miles or less away from us, we already have a lot of the dynamics in place, and these are some fast moving storms. And so they're able to spin up these, at this point, very powerful tornadoes that we've been seeing here a little bit closer to Tampa Bay and off to the east coast of the state, really on the other side of Alligator Alley, some very large tornadoes in those areas as well. And so very dangerous situation as we anticipate, you know, more of these to be able to unfold here, as we're expecting more of these rain bands to kind of lift in from the south and southwest. So Jim, continuing to kind of circle in on some of the areas of immediate concern with these latest warnings.
Just to kind of go back, this is the area near Lake Placid that we got the reports near Bell Tower Avenue, just kind of a broad brush. This is the area that we're looking at where we got the confirmation of, it sounds like 10 homes damaged by the tornado. So that was the one that worked its way through. What about, I'm losing track of time, to be honest with you.
That was right around 2 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're talking nearly an hour ago. I was going to guess about 30 minutes ago, but time is going by pretty quickly here. So you look at the current warnings that we have, and essentially we'll go ahead and we'll say, anyone in Highlands County, you're under a warning right now, because I think there's to be technical, there's a little sliver of southwestern corner of Highlands County, but at this point, everybody's under warning in Highlands County that extends up into southern Polk County, and I'm noticing right here, maybe it looks like something, it looks like maybe just, oops, sorry about that, just to the south of Fort Meade, starting to see, it looks like the possibility of some rotation there as well as we look at that rotation. Yeah, there we go. I've seen a very strong sign of some rotation right there. So that is south of Fort Meade. Put this in the motion so we can kind of get an idea of the motion of this. And so it does look like Fort Meade. This is basically heading right up in your direction. So we're going to be watching this. Technically, you're not under a warning. It's just to your south. So at this point, I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot that it's only just to your south. I would consider yourself in the warning right now. Fort Meade, south of Bartow, Pembroke, south of there as well. Pembroke, go ahead and consider yourself in this warning as well, because this looks like this could be yet another tornado either forming or on the ground at this point in this location. I'm going to go out wide once again. Let's look up near Auburndale. This is the one that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. And yes, once again, still seeing signs of rotation with this storm as well. If you're not seeing a tornado on the ground because of the heavy rain, you certainly have extremely strong winds in this, because when you look at some of the winds just above the surface, we're close to 100 miles an hour, 96 miles an hour right now, just to the north of Auburndale. Yes, that's just above the surface, but you have that torrential rain, which carries that momentum of all that wind right down to the ground. So this is going to cause damage in this area, whether it's straight line winds or whether it's an actual tornado on the ground. Who cares at this point?
Yeah, and as we're talking about the wind threat, moving forward, we are going to be dealing with these very damaging wind gusts that continue to move through, especially with these stronger rain bands. I mean, you look at how heavy the rain is coming down for these areas. All of these areas that are currently under these tornado warnings.
All right, some of the coverage there from Fox 13 in Tampa as they continue to track not only Hurricane Milton, but also various tornado warnings that are popping up throughout the state. There have been already confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Florida, and we are continuing to track it all right here for you on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out onto the ground right now in Florida. That is where we have Storm Chaser Mike Boylan of Mike's Weather Page joining us with the latest, Mike. And Mike, what can you tell us? Where are you at right now, and what's the situation like?
Yeah, you can feel it. The winds are picking up. A lot of flooding going on the roadways, blinding rains. The wind's whipping up a little more than I thought this early. We're still talking about a landfall into the night. But you can see the clouds behind me. They're racing in. I'm getting close to Bradenton, Florida, and we're going to ride it out there a little bit and see. It looks like it's somewhere between Bradenton and Sarasota and the south part of Tampa Bay there. So we'll end up somewhere in between. But definitely at Erie, there's nothing, no gas stations. Everything's boarded up. It's like a ghost town, pretty much the last 40 miles that I've been on.
In a way, that's a good thing. That means the people heeded the warnings to get out of there. So that in a way is good, but it has to be a scary situation when it turns into a ghost town in the middle of the week there in Florida.
Yeah, it's surreal. I mean, we don't, this is once in a lifetime for a lot of folks. These evacuations, my phone's been going off every time you enter a new county. Your phone goes into a new warning of some sort, and it's kind of eerie. Now we get these feeder bands. We're getting one right now. I'm underneath a gas station awning, but these feeder bands come in and they're just sideways rains, blinding rains. We had multiple tornado warnings, like you mentioned there. That's been the story. The unbelievable footage coming in with these tornadoes. I mean, crazy. Like, there's going to be tornado warnings, but whether or not they ever, verify, that's been the story so far.
And Mike, for those tornado warnings, do you expect them to continue really throughout the afternoon and evening as the storm pushes through?
Yeah, I can't see why not. The core of the storm is still over the Gulf, and these isolated feeder bands that come in off the Gulf, they're going to be strong. So yes, they're always the case, and I'm sure they'll extend that watch into the overnight hours, which is never fun anytime, but definitely overnight. Tornadoes are not anything you want to have, that's for sure. But yeah, I luckily it's weakening a little bit. It's still Category 4, and it's a race. This thing's it's not going to have a lot of time to weaken. That's what we're worried about. This surge, the widening winds, and this rain. My local hometown of Pinellas County, I just got a flash flood warning, and that's going to be the story too. This rain's got nowhere to go, and it's coming down fast.
Yeah, and is it still expected from your latest look there at the models, 11 p.m. midnight Eastern landfall? What are you seeing right now with your track?
Well, typically I've learned over the years they always seem like they come in a little earlier than they expected. So they were saying 1-2 o'clock a.m. It looks like it's going to be right at sundown. We're going to start seeing the worst of it come in. But Iowa gets there. Usually, the feeder bands and the eyewall get there, a good hour or two before the actual eye. So I think we'll be into daylight hours and be here a little quicker than some might have thought. Which is good. Get in here and get out of here. It's so people can get back to normal tomorrow.
Yeah, that's so true. And lastly, Mike, just talk to us a little bit more about the storm surge and really that being a major factor in warnings that'll continue on this West Coast here.
Yeah, it's so, the surge is so dependent on that track, but somebody unfortunately is going to get that 10 to 15 foot. We saw Helene with 6 to 7 foot, what it did up and down the coast here. I can't even imagine some of these folks now dealing double that. So unfortunately, this is a powerful storm that's pushing a lot of water. We don't know what kind of surge is coming, but I know that, Katrina weakened to a 3 and it pushed 28 foot. Now that's not the forecast, but I'm just saying a weakening system still pushes a lot of water. And that's, you can't let your guard down thinking, oh, that thing's weakened. There's been a lot of hurricanes push a lot of water that have been weakening on the road.
Yeah, so true. Mike Boylan with Mike's weather page. Thanks again for joining us as always on Live Now and giving us the latest updates. Stay safe and continue to do what you do best there and provide everyone the updates from the ground. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Take care. All right, we'll continue to check in there with Mike. He always does such a great job. You can find him on X at Tropical Update, and he always provides not only the latest radar systems, but also a video from the ground there as he continues to track it on the west coast there of Florida. Let's go back out right now. Fox 13 coverage continues in the 3 p.m. Eastern hour on Live Now. Let's listen in.
If you've been in this area, it's close to the pier. You can see the white caps already out here, the pier in the distance. And St. Pete PD says they've already seen flooding across the city. City officials say they told us earlier that we would expect to feel the most significant impacts this afternoon and those hurricane force winds around midnight. And they say, do not let your guard down.
Please remember, St. Pete remains in the cone of uncertainty. That means we're still in the danger zone to receive the eye of the storm. I hear the sighs of relief when we see those small jogs south. Don't let your guard down. Again, we are expecting impacts, direct impacts from the storm. While miles matter, we remain a short distance from the projected path of the eye of that storm.
And the city expects to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators out of those sites safe who are operating them currently. They'll close those sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto the sites or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let you know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials say they hope to get things back up and running 24 hours after it's safe to come back to that plant, but they say it could take longer. They also mention services like water, sewer, and electric overall. It could be out for days and possibly weeks. It all depends on what we see from this storm. But just as of right now, you can see the conditions have deteriorated just in the hour and a half since we talked to you guys last. Back to you.
Yeah, it is already looking pretty rough out there. All right, Kaylee Tracy live at the St. Pete Pier. Kaylee, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Jim and Valerie. And so far, the story of Milton has been an outbreak of tornadoes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're continuing to watch that here very closely on Sky Tower radar. We were just looking at that 3 o'clock advisory that dropped in, and we'll get to that in just a second. But let's show you what we're tracking out there on Sky Tower. You can see this really just distinct line of thunderstorms and rain bands that are causing really a tornadic outbreak that extends across so many counties. We're going to kind of circle in this area here. You can very clearly see the wrapping of those bands that are coming on shore and just the line of tornado warnings that are coming with them. So really quite incredible as we are tracking just these storms that have been able to sustain not just tornadoes, but very large, dangerous and damaging tornadoes. We just got reports of a tornado that touched down near Fantasy of Flight in Polk County. We know that about 10 homes were damaged from that storm that we were just tracking near Lake Placid. And so we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on these these storms, as we still have several tornado warnings in effect, and we're switching over to our storm winds. That's where we kind of take a closer look at the velocity levels that are happening closer to the ground. So we're looking for those signs of rotation here, and it looks like this is one of the areas right outside of Lakeland, Eaton Park and Galloway, Auburndale areas. Some of those spots are kind of right where we're watching for the potential of some of that rotation detector. You can see that where we're kind of highlighting that green color there. And so these are the areas that we're keeping a close eye on. We do know that kind of generally just to the south of here, we've got a whole cluster of, tornadic activity, these thunderstorms that have been producing these spin-ups. And so these are all kind of lifting from south to north. And so we're highlighting these areas that are potentially in line to see this activity moving in, to see these warnings possibly extend further north, because that's basically what we've seen as we've been kind of moving forward over the last couple of hours. There we're kind of focusing in right to the east of Fort Meade and kind of right across, it looks like 98 and outside the frost-proof area. That's another spot where we're seeing some rotation detector, some of that debris indication, I guess you would say, on our radar there, where we're seeing those bright greens, those bright red colors.
Yeah, we just continue to see all these areas right now, right between Fort Meade and Frostproof. That's an indication of a very strong rotation in this area as we flip over and you look at the winds in this, and you're seeing that just in the velocity data here, where you're seeing it is just crossed over Fort Meade. Every one of these are moving to the north, to the northwest at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, and it's just that same band that essentially all morning has shown rotation after rotation. Here's another one that's worked its way into extreme eastern and southeastern Highlands County. So this is well to the south and east of Sebring right now. This is working its way up towards 98. Not a whole lot of population in that area, but it is yet another area that we're watching very closely. And then we flip back over and just look at that more traditional, that reflectivity, where we're looking at all the rain, and you can see just how much of this. And so on top of all this, we're really now starting to accumulate so much more of that rain coming down. Now, go out a little wider here, and over here is where we actually have the eye. Now, the eye is located, if we go right to the center of that, back towards Sarasota, we're now about 85 miles off the coast. And I want to go out just a little bit wider on this, and we'll back up the time here for about an hour and just kind of loop through this to see what kind of movement we've got with this. And it just continues on that same track. One of the things we'll be watching for as we go through the afternoon is just to see if we have any sort of indication of any wobbles with this. We go back in time a little bit further with this, and what you're looking at is, again, a pretty steady, straight path with this. But quite often you see these wobbles. We like to think when we draw these lines on here on a forecast track that they move from point A to point B. Well, that's just not the way it works. They wobble and they weave along, so it's not really a complete straight path with these. And so as we go through to later on today and into tonight, any wobble that we do see, that can really spell a big difference for exactly who is affected by this as we go through this evening. Now, it does look like maybe we've just gotten yet another warning here as I look at this popping up here. It looks like right there. I'm going to go ahead and stop the radar. And let's take a quick look at this to see if we've got yet another warning. This goes till 3:30. This is let's look at some of the winds inside of this. And I think what we're just looking at is just more of the same in these areas, right along 98 and pushing up towards Bartow and Eagle Lake. We do see what looks like definite rotation, or a pretty good sign. It looks like maybe just on that western side of this warning as well, an area that we're going to continue to watch as well. So if you are in Mulberry, if you're in Bartow, if you're over towards Lake Wales, or maybe just to the little bit of the west of Lake Wales, and then back towards Eagle Lake. These are the areas right now. I think you probably want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location as well. We've seen definitely some signs of some rotation. We had some in and around the Auburndale area. You are now out of your warning up towards Auburndale, in and around into the east of Lakeland. That does look like that has weakened. That warning has now expired for that area. So right now we have 2 active warnings in the area, one into central and southern Polk County, extending down towards Sebring, and then that other one in extreme eastern and southeastern corner of Highlands County. You look at the radar, again, just absolutely amazing to see the number of warnings across the area, that we just continue to see each one of these bands. And the other thing that you notice is you're seeing more and more that southern side of the storm that is getting eroded away. And so that's something that we've been talking about, that we've noted would happen with this. But we're also seeing so much of that weather on that northern side of the storm. And that's going to continue to be more of an issue here as we go through the rest of today. Now, again, circling back and talking about that 3 o'clock advisory, right now you're seeing maybe ever so slightly slowing down to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. The winds have been steadily but slowly coming down. Early this morning, 6 o'clock hour, these winds were still 160 miles an hour. This is still a category 4. So is it going to weaken some more? More than likely it's going to weaken some more, but this is still going to be a very powerful hurricane. We're still going to see that storm surge, even with the weakening, that storm surge, that doesn't change. It's just at this point, it's a matter of who exactly ends up getting the worst of that storm surge. And that is going to be from the center of where this moves on shore into the right, or in this case, to the south of this. So if it takes a track like this, in large part, it will help to spare portions of Tampa Bay. Now, there's still going to be some storm surge that works its way in, and the way the winds are, it will still cause some significant flooding in some areas, but this could at least alleviate that worst case scenario of what we've been fearing across Tampa Bay. But us escaping it across Tampa Bay also means some of our neighbors just to our south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, they are taking the full brunt of this as we go through this evening. Also notice this track as it moves its way across the state and pushing over onto the other side of the state. Even by tomorrow morning, we're still talking about 85 mile an hour winds across the state, category 1, as it exits out into the Atlantic. So this is a storm that is going to cause widespread destruction, devastation, power outages across the entire central portion of the state. Now, you look at that dry air, that continues to wrap into this system. That's been the 2 things that we have talked about with this, is the dry air and the wind shear. And to talk more about some of the threats and what we're going to see throughout the rest of the afternoon, I want to pass this over to Valerie. Valerie?
Yeah, and you know, it is interesting, Jim, as we're seeing this tropical system start to interact with, say, these more northern types of energy. We've got this jet dripping in. We've got a cold front that's kind of across northern parts of Florida. And so as this tropical system is interacting with those areas, we are certainly seeing those signs of it eroding away at some of the key components there. And these are the reasons that we anticipate some further weakening on approach to landfall, which we are closing in on now. That is going to be later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. And it's right where this storm comes on shore and right in that immediate area around it where the strongest winds are certainly going to be felt, upwards of that 110 mile per hour threshold. But then you look at how big of an area that we have, kind of this red color here that extends across into the Space Coast, Fort Pierce, Melbourne, Orlando areas. We are talking about some very damaging winds to be possible, 74, 110 miles per hour. And then we kind of see that shift even into parts of St. Augustine, up to 73 mile per hour gusts, and further down areas around Okeechobee, West Palm Beach. We're talking the potential for 58 to 73 mile per hour winds. And so certainly, especially in this part of the state, we're talking west central Florida, expecting some pretty widespread power outages. These type of winds are certainly going to be knocking down trees, limbs, and that's going to come with some pretty severe power outages, especially where this storm comes ashore and kind of takes that track across central parts of the area. So we're focusing in on our wind gust forecast right around the 10, 11 o'clock time time frame, we start to get up in that threshold of 100-mile-per-hour winds for Sarasota down to Venice and our inland spots. Look at Arcadia around Wauchula, Sebring, up to that 50, 60-mile-per-hour threshold. Clearwater gusting up to 70 miles per hour at that point in the night. And then right on into the early Thursday morning hours, we're really going to deal with those winds coming quite quickly. 70, 80-mile-per-hour gusts up and down a lot of our coastal spots. And even as we get inland, still into the early Thursday morning hours, we're looking at the potential around where the storm is, say down to Polk County, some of our southern spots around Highlands, still dealing with those very strong wind gusts and the threshold up to 70 miles per hour at times. And then they kind of wind down as we head through the later hour mornings on Thursday. But as for our power outage index, this kind of just paints the picture. It picks up on those potential wind speed forecasts. And so as we get into the later night hours and these stronger winds continue to expand across our area, that's when we can kind of see the highlight for these power outages to start. And then as I kind of play this out, this is paused here 9:30 tonight, and then you can kind of see those traveling, expanding a bit more into some of the areas where we do expect the stronger winds that will be wrapping around the core of this storm. Here's our latest look at satellite imagery where you can really kind of see this defined area here, and then all of it kind of getting a little bit spread out, fanned out on the north side of that storm as it is interacting with those other features that I mentioned to you. That stronger shear and that drier air will continue to impact this storm, and it's going to be battling those environmental factors that are less favorable to sustain a tropical system, but it is still a very strong storm, and so it's just not going to be enough to knock it down for us to see lessening impacts. But here's our storm surge forecast, and it's important to remember these numbers on the north side, they will not be this high if the storm, say, comes ashore to the south of the area. So you can see this red color here. That's where we've started to shift our thinking as far as where the trends have been. It's a bad situation for areas around Siesta Key, Longboat Key, Almond Circle, right in the Sarasota area, and then kind of right on down to the mouth of Port Charlotte. Some of those areas furthermore into Fort Myers that were so damaged from Hurricane Ian. Those are some of the spots where with this storm shifting a little bit more to the south, it's more likely we see these numbers on the south side of this forecast play out as we are looking at really the worst of the storm surge. That's going to be along into the south of the storm. But all of the heavy rain, look at all of what's on the north side of the center of circulation. These are the spots where we're going to talk about flash flooding concerns to be a big deal, as we're talking 6 to 12 inches of rainfall. And in some cases, we're going to talk up to 18 inches of rain, and this is over a relatively short period of time. So the rain is going to be a big concern as well. You see this pink color here? That's basically the highest level we can get as far as an excessive rain outlook is concerned. So there's kind of a look at some of our impacts here around the area. We're going to be with you through it all. So we've got our continuous coverage ongoing. For now, I'm going to send it over to Haley and Linda.
Val, thank you. In Sarasota, evacuation shelters are beginning to fill up. Fruitville and Gulf Gate elementary schools are no longer options.
But if you need to get to safety, Philippi Shores Elementary School remains open. Now here's Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon at Gulf Gate in Sarasota.
The winds and the rain have been increasing as each hour passes here in Sarasota County. We're here in Gulf Gate, really close to Gulf Gate Drive and Bisham Road. And you can see right here, this is a creek, and the creek has started to overflow into the roadway. Now, today we saw some cars, some trucks going through. The trucks aren't having that much of a hard time going through. Some of the cars, yes, but this is an area where we will continue to keep an eye on just for the flooding threat here. Want to introduce you to a neighbor in Gulf Gate, Leo here. Leo, you've lived here for about 7 years, you said. Have you ever seen this before?
Hi. Only once more I have seen it for Hurricane Debbie, but this is very unusual. And so it raises a little bit of concern because yesterday the level of the water was just a few inches, even this morning, and now it's risen up, I want to say, a good 7.5, 8 feet.
So today I know that you're in Zone B. Your house is a little higher up. Will you be kind of keeping an eye on this just to make sure that you don't need to leave the Gulf Gate area?
Oh, yes, I am. This is one of my indicators. I come here every couple hours and take a look when the rain recedes a little bit and check on things.
And your sons often come over here and fish, and that's one of the things you just said it a couple seconds ago, but that level, normally it's a pretty low level here where it's not that high, but it's really significantly increased here.
Yes, it has. It definitely has. It's like I said, it's raising concerns and with the neighbors, and yeah, we're in the lookout for more weather.
Leo, thank you for talking to us. Stay safe today. But thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. You guys too. Be safe.
So here in Gulfgate, it's funny, if you cross over, one section of Gulfgate is in Zone C evacuation. The other side over here is in Zone B. So really, neighbors, the ones that have decided to stay, will be keeping an eye on this flooding here, just making sure that they are safe. There's still a couple hours to do so, but if people are going to leave, you're going to want to do it while it's still daylight, because this flooding hazard can sometimes be really hard to see as nightfall comes. For now, we're in Sarasota. Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, for some of our counties, it's getting too dangerous, really, to travel because of all these tornado warnings. So you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team, and you can also stream our live newscasts. It's free to download for our iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out.
And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe.
Well, Pasco County preparing for Hurricane Milton and the possibility of huge storm surges along the coastline.
Fox 13's Kylie Jones tells us a lot of people are forced to leave their homes gutted, and they're praying they don't flood again.
As the rain already starts to come down, storm surge flooding and flash flooding here in Pasco County continue to remain one of the main concerns. It's just a matter of how much this area will get. But we know 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene, these canals started rising and several feet of water came up to these homes in this area. This is Hudson, and you're looking at one of the canals in this area. A lot of homes, as you can see, along the coast. And you can also see mounds of debris that are still sitting outside homes. This has become an added stress and an added factor of danger when it comes to Milton. Now, not only are emergency officials saying people might have to worry about the concern over storm surge flooding and high winds, but emergency officials have said this week that all of this debris you see has the potential to become flying missiles. This debris was left by Hurricane Helene. Again, homes in this neighborhood had feet of flood water inside them after Helene. Now all of this you see has been sitting out on the street for about 2 weeks now. Picking up all of this debris has been one of the top priorities this week by county crews and private debris haulers and contractors. But emergency officials said on Tuesday, Helene left 3 months worth of debris. It's simply not possible to pick all of this up in just a couple of days' time. You can see on this street that debris was not gotten to in time. Although we were in some other parts of Pasco County, in the Port Richey area, the debris appeared to have been collected off of several streets. That was one piece of solace one homeowner in that area had. He said he had 4 feet of water inside his home. You can see it's gutted. There's not even much to protect at this point. He locked up, evacuated, and is hoping for the best.
Sandbags ain't going to do nothing when the water's 4 feet high. You know, there's nothing you can prepare for. You have to make sure you're safe, your family is safe, and that's it. The material things, they're going. There's nothing in this house that's used. I can use nothing.
As the rain and the wind picks up, again, the concern over storm surge flooding and flash flooding still remains. It's just a matter of what level of that we could end up seeing in Pasco County. That's why emergency officials have urged people to heed the warnings and evacuate. You can see the rain coming down right now already and the wind starting to pick up. So time is really running out to do so. Reporting in Pasco County, Kylie Jones.
Thank you, Kylie. So here's a time-lapse video of the Anna Maria Pier from this morning for several hours. Again, this is time-lapse. It's not real time, but it does give you a sense of how really the sun never even came out. Rain and winds just all day long. A few birds on the dock, at times periods of heavy rain falling. And we show you this now because the camera has since stopped working, so we can't show you the real time what's going on.
Here's some time-lapse video from Sarasota. You can see how the weather deteriorated as the day went on as well. This is Plymouth Harbor in Sarasota. The sky darkens as rain bands pass through the area, and you can see the wind pick up with the palm trees blowing. Now, thankfully, no traffic on that bridge there.
Governor DeSantis is in Lake City this afternoon, where he just gave another update on the final preparations for the hurricane.
Yeah, DeSantis thanked the crews who are preparing our communities for this hurricane while also helping with Helene recovery efforts.
Had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work.
He also reminded Floridians that this is not just a threat to the Gulf Coast. Areas on the storm's path are susceptible to flooding, and they're also at risk of losing power. State officials will be working with the White House and FEMA to bring relief to Floridians affected by the storm. The president also got an update on this afternoon on Hurricane Milton.
Biden is urging everyone to stay aware and take precautions.
To save lives and livelihoods, I want to emphasize a few things. First, many communities in Hurricane Milton's path do not have a moment to catch their breath between Helene and Milton. 2 historic storms in 2 weeks. I want to thank everyone who has followed local guidance to evacuate ahead of landfall. I know it's really tough, leaving behind your home, your belongings, everything you own. But I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to follow all safety instructions as we head to the next 24 hours.
All right, keep it right here because Jim and Val and Paul currently monitoring all those tornado warnings and watches, and we're going to have more on that when we return.
That was just some of the coverage from Fox 13 in Tampa. We'll check back in with them in just moments. On Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Mike Page, continuing to bring you the latest updates that we are getting from officials out in Florida, from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other city leaders throughout that state, as we are just now hours away from landfall for Hurricane Milton. We'll be back in just 2 minutes with more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pacey, as we continue to bring you the very latest here with Hurricane Milton, just hours away from landfall in Florida. I want to give you the latest look that we are seeing. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. We know that this is a very stressful time for so many in Florida, and especially even if you're not in Florida right now, but if you have family or friends in the state, I know that you are very worried about them as well. So we are definitely going to be continuing to give you these updates so that you can continue to update your friends and family if you have to, if they are some maybe without power as the night goes on. We'll be keeping an eye on all of that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also giving you a live look right now, Crystal River, Florida, as the rain continues to come down. Let's go back out now to Fox 13 Tampa as they continue their coverage now live in Hillsborough County.
This moment, I can tell you the road is absolutely wet. That rain is coming down. The wind is blowing, but all lanes are open to traffic, and we do have some vehicles coming through here driving at this hour. I should mention that Bayshore Boulevard and the surrounding area is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation. So is Zone B in Hillsborough County. The concern here, of course, flooding, flash flooding. So many of our roads expected to be overwhelmed by the amount of water. When you think about, we had Hurricane Helene, then we had some recent rain events. Now with what we're expecting with Milton, we are unfortunately going to see so many of our roads, likely Bayshore Boulevard, underwater later.
It's hard to imagine after what we just went through less than 2 weeks ago how saturated the grounds are. I mean, with any amount of rain at this point, it's going to run off. The grounds, the soils are just not going to be able to absorb any of that rain. So pretty instantly, I think we're going to see some flooding concerns. I mean, we're talking 6, 12, and in some cases 18 inches of rain, and this is over a 24-hour period. So this is going to be a quick event, but a lot of rain coming down through the Thursday afternoon time frame, say.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that rain coming down here again, Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Now, flooding is a serious concern. High amounts of water flooding our streets and our communities. It's one of the many reasons why the city of Tampa is allowing residents to park in one of their 8 city garages. During Hurricane Helene, we unfortunately saw several electric vehicle fires on Davis Islands. They don't want to see that again. So city officials are asking residents to park their cars on those higher levels. When we drove downtown, nobody was in those lower levels of parking garages. We saw all those cars up top, and we did see a number of electric vehicles. And so certainly hoping that people are staying safe out here and really not to travel on these roads because, ladies, they're really only going to get worse.
Yeah, we saw an awful lot of cars behind you, Ariel. I'm hoping maybe they're just on their way to TGH to work or something. But yeah, you're right. It's getting worse, and you stay safe, too. A lot of people hunkering down, and hopefully you have found your safe place to ride out the storm. We're going to go now to Danielle McDonald, a dean of students at the University of South Florida. Can you hear us, Danielle?
I can.
Thanks for joining us, first of all, and tell us where you are and who you're with.
Sure. I am at a shelter at Jennings Middle School, and I've got about 100, a little less than 200 students from all 3 campuses of the University of South Florida. We've also got students from the University of Tampa here. I've got 15 staff members and police and medical response units who have all left their homes to stay here with our students, and Jennings school administrators who are making sure that we are fed and that we have safe spaces to be.
And I can see even a few dogs there as well. Danielle, could you tell us, why did you decide to stay there with them?
It gives our students more comfort and our parents and families comfort to know that a USF administrator is staying with the students. So my staff are here, and so this is where I need to be with them.
Can you describe what the shelter is like, what kind of resources you guys have there, and then the mood of everybody?
Sure. We have most of our students in their big gymnasium. And then we have some students from the other schools in classrooms in one of the other buildings. And then the staff, we have the cafeteria that the staff are using to feed our students, and they're also using it for their social time. They're watching movies, they're playing games, or doing schoolwork, hopefully. And then in the gymnasium, it's more. I'm sorry?
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say, how would you describe the group of students out there? Are they mainly, native Floridians, or do you have out-of-state students who've maybe never experienced something like this before?
It is mostly international students and a few out-of-state students. So they are definitely experiencing a hurricane for the first time and are having some nerves about it, but they have been in really great spirits and are, flowing with the challenges.
So Danielle, what are your words of wisdom or comfort to them, especially if, you've lived in a foreign country and you've never been through a hurricane? This is a big one.
Well, we just talked about that our shelters are here for a reason and that they are safe spaces for people who cannot reside in their homes and in our residence halls. And so the shelters are designated to be the safe spaces for them. And we have staff that are talking them through some of their fears. We have a therapy dog, Bailey, who is here to give lots of snuggles and kisses and help them feel better.
We know those animals certainly can help work out some of the nerves. And really, it doesn't matter whether you've lived here your whole life and you've experienced this or you're doing it for the first time. It's nerve-wracking for everyone, but we're
universally anxious right now.
Yeah, it helps to be together.
And resources, water, food, all of that is plentiful for you out there?
Yes, the school has been wonderful in providing food and resources. USF also sent a lot of food and resources with us as well. And so far, we have been able to have everything that we need.
All right. Well, Danielle, we appreciate you giving us an update on everything, and we hope you all have a safe night together, and we'll make it through to tomorrow. But
yes,
glad all the students are together.
Yes, we're going to make it through this together.
Thank you so much.
Let's check back now with Jim and Val. I know you guys have been busy over there monitoring a lot of action. What's the latest?
Yeah, we just continue to watch this. One small plus here is we don't have any current warnings right now. So there's no current tornado warnings across the entire viewing area. Now that could quickly change, but as you look at the camera down at Plymouth Harbor, you're seeing it bouncing around, torrential rain. At times from this vantage point, we've not even been able to see downtown. Now you flip the camera around and you look, this is at Lido, and you're looking at the waves, and this is somewhat deja vu from just, less than 2 weeks ago with Helene, and you're seeing the huge waves and that surge starting to develop along the coastline there, and unfortunately conditions are just going to continue to deteriorate, work our way up the coastline. Clearwater Beach, you can see at times that water has certainly gone much higher up the beach. You can see that line, but right now receding back a little bit, but this is going to continue to build as we go through the afternoon. You look real closely, and I was looking at this a few minutes ago. This is Bayshore Boulevard. Trust me, it's in there. You can see a little hint right there on the left-hand side of some of the condo buildings, but for the time being, everything looking okay as far as storm surge with this track. Further to the south, that is going to help the situation as far as that storm surge into Tampa Bay. Look at the winds right now. St. Petersburg, sustained basically just a hair below tropical storm force. We'll go ahead and we'll call it tropical storm. 40 is tropical storm. So gusting to 48, Clearwater gusting to 44 here in Tampa. We're seeing our winds gusting currently to 37 miles an hour, and down in the Sarasota, your winds are gusting 43 miles an hour. All these winds, for the time being, they're pushing offshore. That's what's really helping the situation out. But Sky Tower radar right now, very active. And I wanted to take a moment to show you this, because this is the power outages, and those are starting to really accumulate at this point. You look into Hillsborough County, and we're at 9,500, 6,500 into Pinellas, down into Manatee. We are now at 8,000 out of power right now, and we just now have yet a new tornado warning. So just at the time we were excited about no tornado warnings, here we go yet again. And this is over into central Polk County. This is the area that we're looking at, and this seems familiar because we've seen a number of warnings over into that eastern portion and central portion of Polk County. This one goes until 4:30. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Right now, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles to the north of Avon Park. This one is moving very fast. This one's moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So this one is really caught up in this wind. And here's what we're looking at. As we look at the winds in this, there you see it. It looks like right now to the east of 27. I'm going to circle the area that we are looking at right down here. And so this is moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So right now, this very moment, Frostproof, Hillcrest Heights, over towards Lake Wales, you need to be in your safe location. This is heading basically in your direction over towards Alcoma. Alcoma, I know you've had a number of warnings in just to the east of Lake Wales, but here we go again. We have another tornado right now. Radar indicated, no confirmation, but at this point we have to treat them the same, regardless whether they're confirmed or not. And then this will work its way to the north. Now, you notice how large this warning is, and that is simply because this is moving so fast, moving to the north right now at 55 miles an hour. So you look at the rotation in this, and this is the area that we're this is the area that we're looking at. Just now worked its way into Polk County, and that is the rotation right there. And that is working its way right towards Frostproof. And with that speed at 55 miles an hour, this is going to be in Frostproof probably in the next, say, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So it's basically, it's there right now. And then this will continue to race on towards the north and east as we continue to see the radar scanning this area. We're already seeing this a bit further to the north, up towards Frostproof as well, heading up towards Lake Wales. And this is just going to continue on that same basic track. Go out wide on this once again and look at just all the rain. And then we just continue to watch these very strong bands. And just as we go out wide, we have yet another warning. This one, it looks like filling in that hole into southeastern Polk County, and it does look like this is now for a cell that's working its way just to the east of Frostproof. There we go. That one goes until 4:30 as well, and this is the area now working its way into, looks like, Highlands County, well east of Avon Park. But this is moving to the north as well, moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. So this one moving a bit slower. But again, so we've got one right around Frostproof. We have another one that's working its way a bit further on towards the east, maybe not nearly as much population once you get right over into this corner, but certainly up over towards Frostproof, over towards Hillcrest Heights, heading up towards Lake Wales. There's population in this area. You've got Bach Tower in here. You've got some communities right along 27 heading up to the north as well. Let's go out wide once again and look at just all the rain continuing to spread through these areas. And then as far as the rainfall mounts, we're just continuing to watch more of this piling up right along the coastline. And then just so much of this starting to spread inland as well in the Sarasota. And then you see this moving over into our inland communities as well. So we do have a flash flood warning in many of these areas throughout the interior as well. I want to take the time here to talk about the track because winds still steadily slowing down with this, but still we're talking about a category 4. It's amazing that we're happy to see this down to 130 because this has just been an absolutely historic hurricane. This morning we woke up, this was still at 160 miles an hour, so we're heading in the right direction, but still this is going to be a devastating blow to the coastline. as we head into this evening. Still on track. Looking at just the motion of this, it still looks like it is heading in the same basic area. Been watching for any of these wobbles with this, and so far we haven't seen anything like this, but from that track line and also to the right, that is where we're going to see the maximum amount of that surge as it works its way through. Later on tonight and into tomorrow, this is pushing still across the state, 85-mile-an-hour winds. And then we have so much of this rain that is on that northern side of this as well. 6 to 12 inches of rain, and we're likely going to see some isolated areas of up to 18 inches of rain. I want to bring Valerie in to talk more about some of these impacts that we're going to continue to see as we head through the afternoon, Valerie.
Yeah, Jim, and I'm going to start by kind of playing out our past path that we have seen Hurricane Milton take. You could see where it emerged in the western Gulf of Mexico, and originally this was actually able to kind of tap in to some tropical energy from the remnants of a storm that was over in the Pacific. And so overnight, we basically saw this area explode in the western Gulf. And this is the kind of path that it took. It meandered here very slowly, kind of dipped off to the south, and right as it was to the north of the Yucatan Peninsula, that's when we saw it explode to become a major Category 5 hurricane. And since then, that's when it started to take that curve. We've got that trough of low pressure, and that's basically started to pull this storm. You think of it like a magnet, and that's why it started to take that trend off to the north and east. And so all things have pretty much been on track with what we've been watching over the last couple of days. Now we zoom in on where it is now, and we're still seeing this storm a little bit off our coast to the south and west, maybe about 100, a little over 100 miles there. And so we're still talking about 130-mile-per-hour winds as this storm has slowed down just a slight bit, but still moving to the northeast about 16 miles per hour. That pressure at about 948 millibars at this point. And so still a very strong hurricane, but it is continuing to interact with some much less favorable conditions. The kind of maximum of its strength has already been accomplished when it was in that part of the Gulf. And as it continues to get closer to our state, we've got these very hostile upper winds and these drier air that the storm is going to continue to contend with through the rest of its kind of approach to making that landfall later on tonight. Despite that, it is still going to be bringing major impacts all across west and central Florida. It is a very unique storm in the path that it kind of directly crossed the Gulf of Mexico to be making landfall in these areas that we don't typically talk about, kind of a direct landfall from a storm crossing the Gulf of Mexico like that. And so as we talk about our probability for hurricane force winds, you can kind of see where we're painting the picture of where this storm might come on shore. And we do certainly expect right around that eye wall to be the most extreme and damaging winds and wind gusts. And so our latest trends have continued to kind of steer the course with this storm coming on shore, likely just south of Tampa Bay. Now, of course, we continue to watch for any subtle changes because, as we've been saying, a slight nudge to the north puts Tampa Bay directly into the high threat for the storm surge, kind of funneling right into parts of Hillsborough and Tampa Bay areas. But all of the trends with where we're seeing that center of circulation now and the kind of course that it's been taking, we do expect this kind of trend to continue, where it likely comes on shore just south of Tampa Bay, puts the worst of the storm surge then to areas just to the south of where that landfall will occur. But look at these winds. This yellow color here, that's where we're talking 60 to 75 mile per hour winds, and that moves on shore and spreads across a huge chunk of the state. And then we have these concerns also on the East Coast, because once this emerges back as still a strong category, or strong hurricane rather, we get that onshore push. We've got all of those wave heights picking up. And so this is not just a concern close to where this makes landfall, but the winds are going to be far reaching as this really crosses the base of the peninsula. So as far as when the worst of the winds will start, it looks like right around that 6 o'clock time frame, then right on through 11 o'clock. That's when we're approaching this storm to be making landfall, which we're still eyeing really the late night, early Thursday morning hours. But you could see those winds where we get close to up to 100 miles per hour right around Sarasota, down onto Venice, our inland spots dealing with those 60, 70 mile per hour gusts. And right on through the early Thursday morning hours, these winds will be whipping. We'll start to see a change in the direction of the winds, of course, once the storm starts to be crossing the state. You can see on the backside of this, we've kind of got a different amount of wind flow. So just depending on where you're at, exactly where we'll see the direction of those winds. But it's late tonight where we get that onshore push. And so our storm surge issues will really start to pick up as we get closer to landfall and after, once that center kind of moves onshore. So all of these heavy rain bands, we're already dealing with them, and these continue to lift south to north. So through the rest of tonight, it's really northern spots. So even though we're on the north side of where we're talking about a potential landfall, that puts us in line to be dealing with all of the heaviest rain. This storm, kind of a little bit lopsided here. We're going to have all of the heavy rain concerns on the north side of the storm, but then the storm surge is going to be along into the south of that storm center. And then right on through Thursday morning, we start to see conditions improve as this likely takes that jog off the East Coast by the late morning hours. And so conditions improve through the day tomorrow. Let's go ahead and talk about the storm surge potential. With that trend kind of pushing further south, it's areas around Manatee, Sarasota counties that we are very concerned about. You can kind of see the legend up here. We've got this orange color. We're talking 9 feet of inundation and around 6 feet with this yellow color. So some threatened areas, Home Beach down to Bradenton Beach, Cortez, right on through Bayshore Gardens. All of these areas close to the coast have a very high chance of these extreme storm surge values. Lido Key, you can see they're kind of in this threshold here, 6 to 9 feet, right on down to areas around kind of Longboat, Lido Key, Armand Circle, and then right on into Siesta Key. You can see a lot of Siesta Key kind of up to this orange color, up to 9 feet. And then furthermore, as we get down south into areas around Osprey and say around Venice, Inglewood, we will have some concerns about these areas. So if it's not Tampa Bay, it is going to be our neighbors just to the south. And so this storm is going to be bringing some impacts as far as the surge, also the wind. Jim already mentioned the power outages that we've seen coming through. And so overall, here's kind of a look at where we're anticipating the worst of the winds, but all of us here around the state are going to be seeing some sort of impact from Hurricane Milton.
Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, Jim. As of now, most of the major bridges are closed, including the Howard Franklin and the Sunshine Skyway.
Only the eastbound lanes of the Gandy are open to let any Pinellas traffic evacuate, and the same goes for the Courtney Campbell Causeway, where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis joins us with this update.
Yeah, hey guys, it's Genevieve Curtis here. We are on the Courtney Campbell right now, where you can see they still have the eastbound lanes open, but what we know right now is that the westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell are closed. You can see some people still using this as a way to get over the bridge, to get off of Pinellas County right now. We have seen some cars coming through. It hasn't been very many, so that's good that most people have already made their plan to get over the bridge and over the bay. But the bay right now is getting very choppy. The winds are picking up. They have closed, again, the westbound lanes of Courtney Campbell. We know that they've also closed the Howard Franklin Bridge. So this is one of the only ways now for people who are in Pinellas County, in Clearwater, in St. Pete, to get over closer to the mainland. And people are certainly still having that option this afternoon, but it won't be long before they also close the Courtney Campbell here. Both lanes are expected to close later this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Genevieve. Manatee County still remains in the path of Hurricane Milton.
County officials tell us that citizens, that people need to evacuate, but the time really it's too serious and the time has passed now.
Where you are now is where you're going to be during the duration of Milton. We do not advise you to go anywhere at this time, as the conditions are rapidly getting worse. The Skyway Bridge is closed. EMS and fire are no longer responding to the islands. Bridges to the islands are also closed. More road closures are expected. We will do our best to update them as fast as possible. Please visit mymanatee.org/storm for those updates. Again, where you are now is where you will be during the duration of Milton.
County officials add that as of right now, there are no preemptive plans to disconnect power to any areas of the county.
They also say that levels at the Lake Manatee Dam have been lowered in anticipation for the heavy rain that is associated with Milton.
Now, some of our inland areas are already experiencing effects of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, by the time it reaches Polk County tonight, everyone there will be feeling those hurricane force winds. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk with the latest.
Milton is expected to impact Polk County this evening with tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. If your area has flooded in the past, assume it will flood again this time. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere. Stay with a friend or a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people using them, and there are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's flood-prone areas in every sector of this county. And people know where they are in the flood zones. And people know up and down the Peace River and Itchnapakasasa Creek. And so there's no reason to think you can stay there and not be affected.
Here are a few key points to know about the shelters. Not all Polk County public schools are shelters, so check the full list of locations we have on our website. Cots are not provided, so bring pillows, sheets, and blankets. Lastly, meals are provided. However, you should bring foods to meet any special dietary requirements you have. And one major important thing that officials are trying to communicate is that injuries and fatalities, they actually occur not during the storm, but after the storm, when people come out of their homes to check the damage, and then they might accidentally step on a power line. So once this storm passes, stay in your homes and stay safe. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is continuing to do some last-minute cleanup before Milton's arrival.
Fox 13's Kelly Cowan has that part of our coverage.
Many neighborhoods across the Bay Area still look like this one here in South Tampa, where you have piles of debris still lining the streets. Now, Tampa Mayor Jane Castor says that they are working hard and they're still at it, trying to pick up all of the loose debris. But unfortunately, she says they will not be able to clear all of it out before the storm, but they are still out there doing what they can before Milton makes landfall.
Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute.
Many areas like this neighborhood in South Tampa, they have evacuated, but Mayor Castor says that if you have loose debris and you're able to, do your best to help secure it. Tie it down, move it to a shed, whatever you're able to do to make sure it does not become an airborne threat or get pushed by floodwaters in front of storm drains and only lead to an exacerbated problem. By this point, officials are also asking that we all refrain from excessive water use. That means short showers, hold off on laundry and washing the dishes. Anything we can do to reduce the strain on our sewer system is really going to help out when the rains pick up throughout the day as Milton approaches. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan reporting.
Well, we do appreciate all of our city and county workers who have really been hustling.
Big job on their hands.
Yeah. Roads are shut down. Most of the bridge is closed now. Stay with us.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after a short break.
You're just listening in here to this on Live and Now from Fox. That's our Fox 13 coverage as they're going to break just a little bit. Of course, a major story out of Florida as this major storm, one of the biggest ones we've seen. President Biden called it the storm of the century, headed their way toward Florida. Let's go out right now to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis really quickly from just a little bit ago. Listen into what he had to say.
Major impact actually lasts probably less than 12 hours out, so that's going to happen. There's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for this storm is what we've done in every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it, and that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have...
All right, just listening in there, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis providing an update, and you hear that back-to-back hurricanes impacting Florida as well. I mean, Mac, as we just pass into 4 o'clock Eastern, it's less than 12 hours now until Hurricane Milton expected to make landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast, but we're already seeing the impacts of this major hurricane there in Florida. I want to put up just some of the posts from the National Weather Service in Miami saying the storm surge threat has begun. Views from Naples Pier this afternoon indicate Milton surge is beginning to arrive along the coastal southwestern Florida, with water levels steadily rising during what should be a low tide. And you also see this as well, talking about this storm surge. Water levels are beginning to rise quickly along the coast of southwestern Florida. 3 to 8 feet of storm surge predicted for coastal areas of southwestern Florida. All right, let's bring into the conversation right now. Grateful to be joined by Mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I know you're a busy man, so we appreciate you taking some time. What's the preparation level for South Florida, and what are we expecting over the next 24 to 48 hours?
We feel fortunate that it doesn't appear that this will be a direct hit to South Florida. Obviously, we are always prepared for whatever possibility could happen. We know that these storms increase tremendously in size, intensity, and direction on a regular basis, so we never let our guard down. But I was just with our urban search and rescue team, which is one of the elite urban search and rescue teams in the world. They were at 9/11. They were during the Haiti earthquake. They were in Dorian in the Bahamas and in Champlain Towers, the tower that fell just outside of Miami recently, and have multiple experiences with hurricanes. And they're going to be coming in to the Tampa area right behind the storm, so long as the winds are 50 miles per hour or less, which is their legal limit. But they are well equipped to help victims of hurricanes, and it's a devastation that, you know, it's just hard to watch. It's hard to see, but thankfully we have incredibly brave and capable men and women that will do their very best to make sure that everyone is as safe as possible.
That is so very true, making sure that people are getting out when they need to, and if they can evacuate, maybe going into send. Can you talk about maybe the bravery, the heroism of people in Florida that kind of put themselves in harm's way to help other people in that community?
It's incredible. I mean, you have to understand that the trauma that these men and women of our first responder units that are specialized units that do this specially, they're specially trained. They have a tremendous amount of experience, but they're seeing some of the most horrific things. I mean, they see dead bodies. They've seen situations where, families have been ripped apart, and they have to be there in that moment. In some cases, when there's a crisis. In other cases, helping rescue people, and in other cases, unfortunately, identifying bodies. So, it's a very difficult thing that they do. They're the very best at it. And, frankly, if my family's life was on the line, I want them there to help.
No, that is so very true. And we hope everyone stays safe, but we're glad that some people are there to kind of get out and help those that need it the most. Let's talk about South Florida, the impacts, because we know we talk a lot about the eye of the hurricane, expected to make landfall around Sarasota or so, but their impacts far and wide. What types of storm surge, what types of flash flooding might be impacted in South Florida?
First, we're expecting tropical force storm force winds in Miami, somewhere between 25 and 40, 50 miles an hour, which is significant. Secondly, we've been having a lot of rain for the preceding couple of weeks before this event. So, our entire system is sort of saturated and oversaturated at some level. So we're expecting a certain amount of rainfall. And we have the ability through permanent and portable pumps to address those areas. We're hoping that there isn't storm surge because we're on the southern side of the storm and the storm pushes out. It's rotating counterclockwise. So it's going to be pushing out from the south and going around the north. So we're hopeful that that pushes the water out as opposed to pushing water into South Florida, which is what's going to be happening, unfortunately, as it pushes in to the Tampa area and the surrounding area.
Can we talk about storm surge as well? Because we talk about it in Tampa, upwards of 12 feet, but in South Florida, in places like Miami, 3 to 8 feet of storm surge in southwestern Florida, and maybe just 1 to 3 feet in places like Miami. How much of an impact can that have on people? I know it's not maybe the largest number that Tampa or other places might see, but 1 to 3 feet of storm surge still could have a significant impact, right?
Of course. I mean, we had Irma in 2017 that was around 6 feet of storm surge. And our Brickell, which is our downtown, was underwater for about 24 hours, under 2 to 3 feet of water. What people don't understand about storm surge is the sheer volume of water. It overwhelms any capacity system's ability to drain the water. So what happens is that's why you have to evacuate, essentially, because there just is an inability to deal with something that is so magnificent in size and scale and scope in terms of the volume of water. So, we're lucky in South Florida. We have a very porous subsoil called limestone. So it sucks the water up quickly. In about 24 hours, you're dry. But during the storm, you cannot drive cars during the storm. The cars are regularly flooded. If they're parked in the wrong place, they're damaged, if not total losses. So it does create a lot of property damage as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that. And you mentioned the evacuations and millions of people under those mandatory evacuations to places like Fort Myers and Tampa as well. And a lot of people going north, a lot of people going south. Have you seen an influx in South Florida from people trying to escape the path of Milton? And maybe what are you guys doing to welcome those people to make sure they have a safe place to stay while they take over the storm goes over their home, their communities?
We have, and unfortunately what we're seeing is traffic and a lack of gasoline is the big limiter in terms of people being able to get out of the projected path of the hurricane. And so in Miami, obviously we want to be helpful. We certainly have capacity for people. So if there are people that can safely get here, we certainly welcome them here. What we don't want is anyone doing something that's not safe or being out on the roadways when they shouldn't be.
No, that is so very true. And you mentioned the gasoline factor and people trying to get out. And we saw some of those images, I-75 with all the traffic as well. What's the message to people about some of these warnings? Because we heard some strong language from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor about those evacuations and how you should heed the warnings from officials. What is your message to the community about some of these messages that the public should be aware of?
My message is to listen. Listen to the evacuation orders. Listen to the governor. Listen to the mayor of Tampa. They are doing the very best that they can to prevent people from letting their guard down. Sometimes there's what they call the calm before the storm. The weather actually looks sometimes beautiful right before a hurricane hits, and you start thinking, well, maybe this is not going to be so bad. And then all of a sudden, the devastation happens very, very quickly. And if you're not prepared and you haven't made plans, at some point it becomes too late. And so I think what they're trying to do and what we've done by declaring a state of emergency early is we want people to be vigilant. We want them to start making their preparations, and we want them to be ready for whatever can happen.
Yeah, that is so very true. And I think for our national audience watching them, we're hoping and wishing the best for people in Florida. But this is the second major hurricane we've seen that made landfall in Florida the last couple of weeks with Helene and now Milton as well. Can you describe what maybe hurricane fatigue feels like and how much of a present factor it is on the minds of people in Florida?
I mean, it's incredibly fatiguing. Obviously, not only is it disruptive to work, not only is it something that puts people's lives in jeopardy, it's something that creates catastrophic damage. I mean, and then there's a tail to that, which is, of course, insurance prices, which we've seen skyrocket. But then you also have situations where power goes down. And I can tell you, I've been in hurricanes where the power's gone down for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 days. It gets very, very cataclysmic at that point. I remember once having a mother call me who was telling me that the breast milk that she was trying to refrigerate was going bad. And so, that it's incredibly heart-wrenching as a public official to know that these kinds of things are happening and they're impacting families in your community, in your city. I think FPNL does a phenomenal job. I've been to their sites when they prepare. It's unbelievable, their preparation level, the resources that they devote. But nevertheless, once an infrastructure gets damaged, when certain lines get damaged, it has a cascading effect on the entire energy grid. And it affects, tens of thousands, if not millions, of homes.
Yeah, it is so very sad and so real for so many people to have to deal with these hurricanes. This one, the second major one in the last 2 weeks. Mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, any parting words, any more thoughts before I let you go here on Live Now?
My parting words are to please heed the advice of your local and state elected officials who have the best information. They have the best emergency managers. They care about you. They want to make sure that they can restore power and protect you and save you as quickly as possible. We have specialized teams that will be in the area as soon as the hurricane dissipates. So we will be there to back them up. And this is a community effort that we're all going to do together.
All right, very good. And of course, community there in Florida coming together. Like you mentioned, some of those teams from South Florida will be there immediately following Milton. Francis, thank you again. I appreciate your time as always. Stay safe there in Florida.
You got it, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation. So many millions of people impacted by the hurricane moving through Florida. It's expected to make landfall in the next 12 or so hours, but parts of Florida that might not be the direct line of the eye of the storm still going to be impacted. I do want to put up just this shot, our computer X-ray monitor of some of this is where it is headed as it approaches. Tropical storm force winds already being felt on the coastlines in Tampa, in Fort Myers, there right along the coast. We'll have much more of this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we're continuing to track Hurricane Milton, expected to make landfall in the next several hours overnight between Wednesday into Thursday, as likely a Category 3 or Category 4 storm, as it was recorded one of the strongest hurricanes on record in that warm Gulf of Mexico. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 13 team, Tampa, as they continue to dive into the latest. Let's listen into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Do not flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry for a period of time. That will put strain on the water system. You will be notified if that does happen, though. City officials, they say they're hoping to have that back up and running within 24 hours, but with a lot of unknowns with this storm, of course, it could take longer. And we do know they have state and federal resources in place to help get that back online after it is safe to get back to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we're at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay to those facilities to do so. But
effects of some dry air from the south, some shear. Look how heavy the rain is here. This is all up and down 75 and all in the areas along the coast. This is the same spot, unfortunately, that really struggled from Helene with the flooding. They're getting heavy rain now. They get some high water, too. Get landfall, if you take it here, and it kind of looks like it's going to go maybe up towards Holmes Beach or Bradenton Beach or Anna Maria, then maybe get a little south or in the bay. That kind of looks like the track to me as of right now. And I just kind of do little points and I move across. There'll be little wobbles along the way, but it's getting pretty close to the coast. So it's going to be someplace kind of in the zone because the center's here. It's not going to be here. And it probably won't be here, and it's not going to be up in Pasco, so it's probably just going to be right in this zone. And a lot of that will determine how much coastal flooding we get in Siesta Key and up the road towards Holmes Beach and up the road into Anna Maria and then into Tampa Bay. We'll continue to watch that. As of 4 o'clock, just 100 miles southwest of us, and it's moving 17 miles an hour. So let's see, 17. So if you maybe 5 hours. I think it's a little earlier than that. I think landfall could be as soon. Sense to me, Cat 3, and we'll wait to see how the Hurricane Center kind of changes or deals with that little shift. This is still a very powerful storm, no doubt about that. And then it slices across the state. And then it's east of our state by tomorrow evening. Cat 3 top winds will be about 125. The storm surge, this is all live data. And notice how some of the numbers here, some of the water levels are actually higher on the intracoastal side because the winds are still blowing from the east. But the winds begin to shift to the south and southwest, depending on the track. Then the water begins to build up on the Gulf side. You can flood from the east side, too. On many of the intracoastal waterways. You can kind of see that as you move down towards Siesta Key. Really concerned about this area, I really am. This is a population. It's a spot that struggled during Helene. Don't want to see this happen again. But with a storm going north, I think this is a spot that may get some significant storm surge. May not be 15 feet, but if it's not that high, it's going to be pretty close. And you just know the kind of problems they'll have with water that high. And then as you head south, still very high water, all the way down into sections of Englewood and all the way down to Port Charlotte. The tides are high. Well, they were this morning. They're heading for low tonight, right around 10:58 in Clearwater. Anna Maria will have a low tide at 10:27 in the morning and then at 3:37 in the morning. And then high tide at 6:51 a.m., 4:21 a.m. in Sarasota. Look at the winds now. Wind gusts in St. Pete at 63. And that's still with the eye or the core, still pretty far offshore. So it'll be higher. And this is the zone here where the winds will probably gust over 100 in the next few hours. That's that core we talked about a lot. Areas away from the core will have 45, 60, gusts to 70. And then as you're watching us tonight, we'll follow that core, what's left of it, as it moves across the state. This is how it looks kind of visually. This should change on the 5 o'clock update, and I think it should. It seems like it's a little bit far south, but that's the 75 mile an hour plus winds. And then it kind of moves across the peninsula. It gets a little bit smaller and starts heading for the East Coast. A little update. I'll tell you one nice thing. I mean, the big scheme of things, I just checked the models ahead. Lower dew points. Wish we had lower dew points now, but this is how it's going to play into next week. A lot more coming up on Milton. Back to you guys.
All right, we're continuing to track the hurricane, and we will be back right after this.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 13 coverage as they're diving into that, as they gave a little bit of a breakdown of when they expected to make landfall just south of Tampa there off the Florida Gulf Coast. A live picture right now at this computer X-ray monitor. We're tracking the latest with Hurricane Milton. Expected to be a Category 3, Category 4 storm by the time it makes landfall, but the storm surge, the winds the flooding impacted millions of Americans in that area under mandatory evacuations. 15 different counties home to more than 7.2 million people under mandatory evacuations as of Wednesday morning. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A live look there as Hurricane Milton approaches the West Coast, the Gulf Coast in Florida, expected to make landfall in the next 12 or so hours. A major hurricane, the second in as many weeks in the Gulf Coast region there, Florida, Tampa in particular, preparing for what's to come over the next 24, 48 hours as it will go right across the panhandle there in Florida. Again, just about 4:30 on the East Coast as we're continuing to track that. Of course, Hurricane Milton strengthened to a Category 5 over the last several days. It is weakening, but that does not mean it is any less of a threat to Florida, but also it is bringing other weather effects to that state, including 53 tornado warnings in South Florida. This is a post from Dylan Federico there talking about the other weather impacts, the rain, the wind around there. Let's be joined right now in the Tampa area by Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers. Lloyd, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox as we brace for impact. This major hurricane churns toward that Gulf Coast of Florida. What are the views right now? What are we looking at, and what do we expect to come over the next 24, 48 hours?
Well, I'll just give you, Andy, just a little weather report on the spot. It's drizzle. It's turned into a steady light rain. And as you can see, it's, cranking up a little bit. We've had some really gusty bands go through today. It arrived a lot earlier, frankly, than I thought it would. 10 o'clock this morning, it started blowing and has been blowing ever since. And the headline was those tornadoes. I'll show you some videotape. That was the headline earlier on as tornadoes developed. This is Palm Beach County. This is in western Palm Beach County. And there was tornadoes in Glades, DeSoto County. There was a breakout of tornadoes. I don't know what the exact number was, but there were a number of tornadoes. And then Plymouth Harbor in Sarasota. Video from there. Now, they're looking at the way this thing is going to set up and where this is going to land. Sarasota may get the brunt of this, and it's not going to be good. We heard from the Sarasota Emergency Management Chief. Take a listen.
incredibly powerful. It is going to move across barrier islands. It's going to reach the mainland area, and it will go inland for multiple miles. So that is why we've called for these larger evacuations for this event.
Yeah, preparations had been made for Helene. Remember, it's 2 weeks ago that people had Helene. Some of them never took down the sandbags for Helene, yet they have their possessions out on the curb because Helene ruined them with that big storm surge. But Helene, you remember, kind of skirted up the coast, came around, and then did that glancing blow, and then went up in the Carolinas. This one, however, is going to come straight at the west coast of Florida, and it's going to cut across the state. And it's going to deliver hurricane force winds in all kinds of places. And, you know, Daytona Beach is going to feel it. St. Augustine, certainly, Jacksonville. Somebody in the state of Florida that doesn't get a piece of this, I don't know, maybe Key West, but it's just a massive storm. Everybody is kind of where they're going to be. The official said, look, when you're hearing my voice right now, where you are, that's where you're going to be, because the roads are almost silent, but at times they're almost white out as these bands come through. So not fit to be on the roads. That's why they're telling everybody to shelter in place or go to a public shelter. Schools, neighborhood schools are opening, more and more of them as they fill. But I think, Andy, that's where you should be right now, is where you're going to be, because you don't want to go out in this. It just keeps going downhill very quickly.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because you heard some of the messages from the local officials. Jane Cather, the Tampa mayor, talking in very serious terms, the seriousness of her voice about mandatory evacuations. You should heed these warnings. Is that familiar to you, or are these more stern than we've heard for past hurricanes?
Well, there's always going to be somebody that doesn't evacuate. I've been covering it for a long time. I've never seen a hurricane where somebody just didn't hunker down and try to stay. They're usually, hopefully rescued in one of those boats or one of those high vehicles at the end of things, and they'll say, I never want to do that again. But yeah, they've talked tough about it. That you mentioned what the mayor said. If you stay in Tampa, you may die. And if you're in the wrong place, you might just do that. But if you're in the right place and you can shelter in place and your house is 20 feet above grade, then you got a pretty good shot of escaping that storm surge, which is the chief killer of people in hurricanes. Not the wind. It is the storm surge, the saltwater storm surge, Andy. And so, but I think a lot of people really took this one seriously. I think the talk was tougher. I think that because we're on the heels of Helene and they saw what a big storm can do, and this one's perhaps bigger than Helene, I think a lot more people really got in the car and left than is per usual around here. It's the biggest evacuation I've ever seen from the Tampa Bay area.
All right, that is very good to know. And of course, a very good perspective from you, as you covered quite a few of these things. And I did see some of that images on the B-roll that you showed, some of the video that you showed of a kind of a cutout thing, go home Ian, and they wrote Milton over Ian. Can you talk about hurricane fatigue? Because this is the second major hurricane we've seen hit Florida in as many weeks. How serious is hurricane fatigue? How real is that term?
I tell you, we had Debbie before, then we had Helene, and now we're having Milton. Okay, so Debbie happened in August. That was a very wet storm, a lot of flooding. There were homes lost in Debbie. And so the ground has been saturated. It was a heavy rainmaker, ground saturated. When the ground is saturated, we're going to get, 10, 12 inches of rain. It has nowhere to soak in, so it is going to run into homes. Going to run into storm drains, going to take some debris with it, maybe clog up the storm drains because of all the trash that's sitting around. And a really bad spot, bad timing, a 1-2 punch with this one really being capable of producing a lot of damage. So a lot of people really taking this one seriously, Andrew.
All right, Lloyd, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your perspective, and stay safe as Milton approaches landfall there along the Gulf Coast. We appreciate your time as always.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation, though, as our Fox 13 team in Tampa, our Fox 35 team in Orlando doing a great job putting some context to this storm, making sure everyone is aware of what's to come and making sure everyone is aware of some of those evacuation orders, millions under those orders in the Tampa area, some of those counties right along the coast. I do want to put up this as well here on Live Now from Fox, talking to people and seeing their perspective as well. And you can vote here right now on this poll. Open the camera on your smartphone, scan that QR code at the top right portion of your screen saying, have you established a plan for Hurricane Milton? And of course, according to Jane Castor, the Tampa mayor, saying, if you haven't left already, you're going to be in this place right now for Hurricane Milton. The answers potentially could be, I've already evacuated, planning to evacuate, sheltering in place, and not in the path of the storm. We're also talking about just the path through Tampa, the south of there, the Sarasota area going to be impacted, but far beyond just that place in Florida is going to be impacted. South to Key West, up north of the Big Bend area, which got the brunt of Hurricane Helene. Or go to livenowfromfox.com to cast that vote here on Live Now. We'll share the results a little bit later, but of course, we'll make sure everyone is safe, but cast your ballot here on Live Now for what your plans are. If you are watching from Florida, what's going through your head right now. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox as we're diving into the latest. I do want to take you out right now to our Fox 13 team coverage in Tampa as there was an apparent fire truck crash ahead of the storm. They are live on it right now. Let's take you out to this live run and filters. We're following the storm tracking Milton here on Live Now.
The very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, that's another good reason not to be out on the road. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are trying to get to places where there are emergencies, so stay off the roads for now.
Speaking of our first responders in Pinellas County, they're standing by as Milton comes on land.
Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo joins us now from the Emergency Operations Center in Largo. Brianna, they're getting ready there. What are they doing as we see this storm get ever closer to our coastline?
Yeah, they're absolutely ready, Chris. This is the main staging area for this response to Milton. You can see behind me, everyone is just behind their computer screens. Right now, they're answering calls, passing along any information that they need to residents. And their main concerns for tonight are going to be storm surge for those coastal communities and also the winds. Now, we did step outside earlier today, and here's a look at what was the conditions outside of the Emergency Operations Center here. The rain was really coming down at that point, and also the winds were picking up when we were outside. Now, there will be a shelter-in-place alert that will be coming sometime later on this evening when it will no longer be safe for people to be outside. We're told county officials say that they saw a lot of people evacuating over the last couple of days, and that is exactly what they want to see. Their shelters are also filling up. I just got an update saying that there's about 11,000 people who are in those county shelters here, and also about 615 animals as well. They did have to open up 3 more shelters earlier in the day today because they really just wanted to have a spot for people to stay and shelter in place and be safe. But they do believe that people are taking this storm more seriously after, of course, just going through Helene. And we also spoke to a county spokesperson about the reports that they're getting in so far.
We're starting to get reports of street flooding, and one of the hazards and one of the dangers during a storm can just be travel. People going out in dangerous conditions.
Yeah, now, again, where we are, this building is in Largo. It houses the sheriff's office and emergency management. And during storms like this, they activate it. They have people here from a wide variety of agencies. They've got FWC that's here, Army is here, fire, police, sheriff's office, of course, utilities, FEMA, people from nonprofits who are going to need to respond to folks in the recovery and response phase as well. One thing that they did mention to me is later on tonight, before we get into that point where there's going to be those power
power outages and any potential cell service outages, they really want people to sign up for Alert Pinellas. You can do that through the county's website. You know, I Googled it really quick and it was one of the first things that popped up for me. So that way, if anything happens, you're able to get those text alerts about what is going on here in the Pinellas County area. And for anyone really, I mean, you can go to your county's website and sign up for those alerts. So you get those alerts for wherever you are living in this community. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo, live for us there in Largo, the Emergency Operations Center for Pinellas County.
Has this storm sped up? I thought at one point we thought it was going to be like an overnight storm, and now maybe
I think it's a little bit faster. I think the point where the beginning of the eye or eye wall touches the land next couple of hours. We'll get a kind of a new track and some thoughts from the Hurricane Center, but now it's really just a matter of kind of watching the radar and watching the wind speeds and just getting a sense. Now we do that thing we talk about, we nowcast, we don't forecast.
Right.
Wind speed's up to 60 right now in downtown St. Pete. The storm's still offshore, so it makes sense. You get 80, 90, 100 coming up on the way. Let's take the radar, and I'll actually walk in front of it, and can you do that? Does that work? Can we do the radar full?
We can do anything for you.
Takes a while. Magic. The flood warnings are up in Manatee County. This area right here, and I'll kind of circle it as far as flooding goes, it's going to be mainly in sections of northern Hillsborough, because anything north of the center, now that the storm is kind of becoming some winter characteristics to it. In a winter storm, all the weather's usually on the north and northeast side. That's kind of happening here. And mainly north of Hillsborough County and into Pasco County, rainfall totals could be 1.5 feet as the storm kind of slides to the east. A combination of a tropical system, non-tropical system, and that combination will produce a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So even though it's not a pure tropical system, it can produce incredible amounts of rain and a lot of wind. And look how, I mean, right here, through Tampa and then through Pinellas and St. Pete, this whole zone is going to have a long-lasting stretch, maybe hours, of rainfall rates at like 3, 4, 5, 6 inches per hour. And it's not going to take long for the numbers to come up. And, you know, you're talking soon 10 inches and then 15. It's certainly a possibility. Now, inland areas, you'll see the rain begin to increase and the wind. For now, hasn't been a big problem. But as the center begins to drift inland, your winds will pick up as well. There's the center, kind of see it kind of approaching, and you know, when I kind of extrapolate, it's really. Nash, do me a favor. Can you stop the radar on the last frame? And maybe if you could, yeah, that's exactly right. Just kind of back and maybe kind of circle, and maybe just kind of highlight this here. Okay, this is the kind of the northern edge of the eye wall. It's eroded to the south, and that is because dry air and shear has come into play as we expected. The way it played out in the eastern Gulf was pretty much spot on. But the leading edge here is the worst weather. This little circle, not a full circle, kind of a half circle. This is going to start bumping up and moving towards places like Bradenton Beach, Holmes Beach, Anna Maria, the mouth of Tampa Bay, and maybe into like St. Pete Beach, getting into some of that. Then it will probably slide east and start moving inland. But that's going to be the worst weather that the hurricane can provide. It's going to be right here. Can you stop it one more time? And then on the last frame, there you go. So it's this right here is going to end up sliding east-northeast. And the strongest winds that the hurricane has or is providing is here. In this section is the strongest winds. We got 60 here. There's no other place around that's going to have any stronger winds except right on that eye wall. I'm hoping, as far as the winds go, that there'll be continued weakening. We'll see if it's still a Cat 3 when the advisory comes up in about 5 or 10 minutes and see how they handle that. Put it back into motion. And everything looks on track as far as that is concerned. Thankfully, tornado warnings have taken a break, and I don't think there's any more of those coming up, at least in the short term, maybe a few more later on tonight. But the freshwater flooding, which we talked about, that could be an issue, looks like it's going to be an issue. I just saw a rainfall report from Manatee County, already 5 inches of rain. Flood warnings are up, and this system is going to continue to slide east-northeast. So stay in your safe spot. If you're in a well-built home, I think you're okay. And if you're away from the water, that's good. And we'll get to the system together, and hopefully we'll get some better weather in a day or two. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. So we're getting video from across the Bay Area showing how the hurricane is already affecting us.
Yeah, take a look here at this time lapse from Lido Beach in Sarasota. Now, luckily, we don't see anyone out there on the beach. Obviously, they shouldn't be behind those buildings there. But 30-second video here just kind of shows you how the waves get rougher, and as you can see them starting to white cap a little out there. Like you might see, out in the Pacific, they get bigger even as the video plays on. Maybe Atlantic more than Pacific, but you guys see what I mean there. It's just all that wind driving that water toward the shore, and that will get stronger as the hurricane gets closer to our coastline.
So let's take a look now at the St. Pete Pier, and we're going to show you how it looked this afternoon with winds whipping up the waves. Our reporter Kaylee Tracy was out at Dock Fords, which is near the pier. Palm trees blowing in the wind, but when we were going back and forth live to her, the wind was already picking up. You can see the high water there. So this is
and here's the guy out for his afternoon jog. That's wow.
That's dedication, I guess. Yeah.
True Florida man right there. Let's hope he's in a safe place now. Okay, these aerials show the University of Tampa. You can see the rain there, looking out towards the Hillsborough River. That is right over the Hillsborough River. Actually, you see one of the bridges there in the distance, downtown Tampa. That's near where Evan Axelbank was earlier, just kind of remarking how eerie it is to see such a busy part of the city so quiet here on this Wednesday evening.
Yeah. Tampa's Krause Pumping Station, protected from tidal surge. They put up something they call a Tiger Dam all around the station. This photo came from the city, and what it does is it ensures that wastewater will continue to flow throughout our system during the storm, and the pump station should not have to shut down. Nobody wants that.
No, which they had to deal with in St. Petersburg during Helene, and we heard the mayor saying earlier that's a very likely possibility again during this hurricane.
Yeah, so the rain bands of Milton are soaking Tampa Bay as we speak.
Yeah, this is going to be a big issue with the storm, is the freshwater flooding from all the rainfall. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis gives us a look from Dunedin.
We are in downtown Dunedin, and you can see all of these local businesses. We've got a hot dog shop here, a hair salon, all boarded up. Everything along this main street is boarded up in downtown Dunedin. Take a look. I want you to see this store over here. It says, "We woof you." This is a neighborhood pet store and spa. So there's certainly people taking some of those messages put on boards with some positivity for the community. But this area did not have direct impacts from Helene. This is an evacuation zones B and C in this downtown Dunedin area. And so business owners now taking those precautions. They've got sandbags. They have got their boards up right now. Certainly this is in the path of Milton. Evacuation zones A, B, and C were called here in Pinellas County. And so this area is bracing for that storm when it makes landfall tonight. Certainly hoping for the best for all of these businesses that manage to make it through Helene. But of course, tonight, when Milton makes landfall, it is going to be a lot more powerful. And this area is expected to see some of that storm surge that we are certainly hoping stays to the south of us. But again, this is downtown Dunedin. This is in one of the evacuation zones. Most people are off the roads. There are some people still out here. So many of these business owners have taken precautions to secure their business. And this business here at the Living Room Restaurant and Lounge, they even have a little sign. They've got a camera out here. It says, "We are watching." Obviously, there is some concern for looting after this storm. They don't know what kind of condition their businesses are going to be in after. And certainly looting is a concern. We do know that police, the sheriff's office, they're going to be stepping up those patrols afterwards, just like we saw after the aftermath of Helene. But again, out here in Dunedin, people have taken those precautions to secure their businesses, as this is in one of those evacuation zones. For now, I'll send it back to you. In Dunedin, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Genevieve, thank you. Fort Myers already feeling the effects. This is what we showed you about 10 minutes ago with Jim Weber, but this is one of those rain-wrapped tornadoes. We believe, now no tornado confirmed, but it does appear to be a tornado because we had tornado warnings in this area of Fort Myers. You can see just how strong the wind is there. Security camera captured this footage, television. I want you to pay attention to that because this was not a resident going outside to get video. And of course, you should not do the same. Let those security cameras do the work there for you. But still not confirmed yet whether that was a tornado. They'll have to investigate that. Fort Myers experiencing some flooding problems too. Neighborhood streets there full of water after we saw some of those heavier bands come through, the heavier bands of rain blowing some debris around there and knocking down trees.
With Milton just hours from making landfall in Florida, the state is getting a big help from Chicago. Tow trucks. 70 trucks are on their way thanks to multiple tow trucking companies. One company owner who is headed down to Tampa to lead hurricane relief efforts spoke about the importance tow trucks will have after Milton.
A lot of people don't look at towers as heroes, right? But this is what we sign up for. This is a situation where when we call, when we get the call, I should say, we have to go.
Many vehicles are expected to be damaged from flooding, and these tow trucks will help with that. We learned that during Helene.
Yes, appreciate them being in the area, though. Yes. Thank you. We've got power crews here from California. How about that? Everyone's showing up in our moment of need. Don't forget, you can monitor our storm coverage even when you're away from the TV. All you got to do is go to our website. We stream all of our newscasts right there, fox13news.com. You can watch on your device, your tablet, also through the Fox local app. And if you lose power or you're trying to save battery on your device, keep in mind, a lot of local radio stations carrying our newscast, 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. We thank our radio partners, too.
Yes, we do.
All right, stay with us. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right after this short break.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 13 to Tampa as they were detailing the latest. They're going to break, but of course, we're awaiting this 5 o'clock Eastern update from the National Hurricane Center. I am Andy Mack. We're here on Live Now from Fox. We'll get you out to more top headlines after this as they continue to detail the imminent landfall of Hurricane Milton. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. A live look at our computer X-Red monitor as we're just getting in the latest, the 5 o'clock Eastern update from the National Hurricane Center detailing what's to come, the path of Milton, and what they predict, they forecast to come. I want to put up this post here on Live Now from Fox talking about Hurricane Milton, the Advisory 19. Milton is approaching the coast of west central Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging wind, and flooding rains expected across portions of central and southwestern Florida. So Of course, we're following it in full here on Live Now from Fox. The landfall is coming in the next several hours. Not certain where Milton Center will come ashore Wednesday night because of the storm's path. It might wobble, according to forecasters, but the entire Tampa Bay region and points south are in grave risk. Apparent tornadoes also touched down on Wednesday in the Everglades and Fort Myers. Forecasters warn more could appear in central and southwestern portions of Florida. Authorities also issued mandatory evacuations orders across 11 Florida counties with a population 5.9 million people and warned that anyone staying behind must fend for themselves. So some big warnings from different officials on the ground. We heard from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis already a couple times today talking about what's to come for this storm as well. We're also learning people in these evacuations order difficult to get out due to some of the gas supplies as more gas stations in Florida are running out of fuel despite the state's efforts to replenish them ahead of Milton's expected landfall. According to Gas Buddy, more than 20% of gas stations in Florida were without fuel Wednesday afternoon, including more than 60 in the Tampa and St. Pete area. Governor Ron DeSantis said state troopers had escorted tanker trucks carrying almost 1 million gallons of gas to stations by late Wednesday. The state had 1.6 million gallons of diesel and 1.1 million gallons of gas already on hand. So we're following the latest here with this on Live Now from Fox. Let's just continue to wait for this latest update from the National Hurricane Center talking about what's to come with Hurricane Milton, what's happening here with this major storm heading toward the Gulf Coast of Florida. So just continue to reiterate the grave nature of this as FEMA administrators is expected to travel to Florida to oversee the agency's response. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, Deanne Criswell, said she would travel to Florida on Wednesday ahead to help oversee the response to Hurricane Milton. During a news conference in Raleigh, North Carolina, said while she is in Florida, her regional administrator, Robert, will remain in North Carolina. So we've been tracking a pair of these two major hurricanes and the impact throughout the southeastern portion of the United States. Milton was recently downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane Wednesday, but remained a major storm and a grave threat as it closed in on Florida's west Gulf Coast, where officials sounded urgent warnings for residents to flee inland to face grim odds of surviving the storm surge. Let's take you right now out to the National Hurricane Center as they are providing an update here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can be here, maybe. That's the question. It's like, what do you think?
Yeah, we've seen 40, 50, maybe even more tornado warnings issued across portions of the central and southern portions of the Florida Peninsula. You can see these small little rotating thunderstorms here, these areas of high radar reflectivity. We've got a tornado watch that covers much of the central and southern portions of the state of Florida that goes until 9 o'clock tonight. But you can see several tornado warnings in effect just west of West Palm Beach up into Martin County, Indian River County, now one very close to the Orlando metro area. So these have been some pretty intense tornadoes by tropical cyclone standards. They've been pretty long-lived, and we're likely to see more of them as we go through the overnight hours as the center of Milton reaches the coast. But this sort of right front quadrant of the storm is going to be really favorable for those tornadoes to form in. And it's worth mentioning that you could have multiple tornado warnings during the rest of the event. So just because you have one and it gets past you doesn't mean you can't have more.
All right, you're just listening into some of this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly take you out to our Fox 13 team as they detail some of these forecasts with Milton here as we prepare for the storm to make landfall.
We'll end up moving through Manatee County, some of Sarasota County, and the storm surge south is going to be problematic from the point of landfall. And then all of this is going to end up moving up towards Tampa Bay. So think about this for a second. Along with the wind, we still have a good 4 to 5 hours of extremely heavy rain around Tampa Bay. And last time I looked just an hour ago, we're gonna easily end up with a foot and a half of rain on top of ground that has dealt with a wet summer. So there's going to be some flooding. There's no doubt about that. And these wind speeds here are probably running about 100 to 120, and some of that is going to start bumping onshore. Now, as the hurricane moves across the state, it's going to weaken quite a bit, but there could be some tree damage along the way, maybe an additional tornado or two, and we're going to watch that track all the way across. Is this incorporating the 5 o'clock data?
Are you just listening in this? Our Fox 13 team continues to detail the latest with this live coverage of Hurricane Milton, expected to make landfall in the coming hours, and devastation there, destruction, and people under mandatory evacuations. As you can see, our computer XRAD monitor here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring into the conversation as we talk about the major hurricanes in Florida. We want to bring in right now founder of Gray Bull Rescue, Brian Stern. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. I know cell service is a little bit shaky in that region right now, and we see it kind of go in and out, but we're going to chat with it if you can still hear us. What are we looking at right now? Set the scene. What are we preparing for with Hurricane Milton?
Yeah, we have a lot of rain. We have a lot of rain. We are there's definitely down trees. The wind is not yet, but the water is definitely here for sure.
No, that is so very true. And of course, let's put up some video because you guys were on hand for Hurricane Helene as well, and you did several rescues kind of in that same vicinity as well. I want to put up some of this video from Gray Bull Rescue as well, talking about how you rescued some of these people. Talk about the experience of that, some of the fires that were started along there, saving quite a few people. What do we remember of that, and take us through what happened the last several weeks?
Yeah, so the last several weeks have been very busy for us. We were out the night of the first night of Hurricane Helene. There was a fire that started actually in a friend of ours' house, one of our donors. As you know, we're donor funded. GrayBullRescue.org is our website. His house caught fire because he had a Tesla. Tesla plus salt water equals fire. His family with a couple of kids and their neighbors got stuck in a pretty nasty fire right in downtown Tampa. Tampa Fire was trying to get there, but the water was so deep, their fire trucks couldn't get there quick enough. So we brought our boats in and were able to get them. We were able to get 10 people and 2 dogs and 2 babies out of there. That was the first night of the hurricane. Since then, we've been deployed to Asheville in North Carolina. At the same time, we've been deployed in Beirut, rescuing Americans from the Israeli-Hezbollah war at Lebanon. And now here we have Hurricane Milton. That's the last 12 days. So we're really busy. We're really busy, to say the least.
Yeah, you guys are very busy, but doing really good work there as well as we see some of this video. Can you describe some of the challenges as we expect for Hurricane Milton? A lot of storm surge, a lot of rain, a lot of wind. What type of challenges do hurricanes present both as they are happening, but also in the aftermath?
With Milton specifically, because it's happening right on top of Helene, the benefit is that all the hurricane folks and first responders, all our hurricane stuff is still unpacked. We're still actively engaged in that response already, still. So that's the good news. The bad news is everyone's resources are attacked. Including ours, including the fire department, including FEMA and everybody else. There's that problem. The other issue is all the debris from Hurricane Helene. A lot of that still hasn't been cleaned up yet. Governor DeSantis of Florida has done an awesome job. The Florida Department of Emergency Management guys have been working really hard to get all that debris out of the way, because when 120, 130, 140 mile an hour winds come through, that debris all becomes a projectile threat. It's a real problem. On top of the water, wind it causes damage, but water is destructive. So between the wind and the water and the projectiles, we definitely have our hands full for sure this couple of days.
Yeah, we see some of these images, some of the fires right there breaking out. And you mentioned some of the EVs and those causing the problem as they don't mix well with salt water. You said that pretty well as well. What type of people have you rescued? Can you kind of describe who these individuals are? Most notably in Hurricane Helene, who are these people that maybe didn't listen to the evacuations orders or couldn't get out in time? Who are these people that you've rescued?
All kinds. Gray Bull Rescue, we operate where the government isn't. That's the best way to think about us. We're there we fill the holes. So the first responder community, they have finite resources. They tell people to evacuate. People don't. They don't think it's going to be so bad. And sometimes Mother Nature changes her mind, which also messes things up. We work where the government is not, either because of a policy thing, or they can't get there, or because of resources, or whatever. We don't really care, to be honest. All we care about is if your passport looks like my passport and you're in trouble, we like to operate at the speed of need. When you call someone for whatever the reasons are, we don't really care. Whatever those reasons are, we're happy to, my team and I are happy to do what we can do. Done 600 missions, 600 missions together as a team all over the world. We're coming up on 700 missions. We rescued over 7,000 people. We've broken people out of jail. We've done hurricanes in Maui and all kinds of stuff. And bottom line is, all we are is just Americans doing what Americans should always do. RainbowRescue.org is our website.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a little bit. I'll let you pump this out in a little bit, but give me a breakdown of some of these rescues that you had, because you talked about just the variety of locations that you've been in. We're expecting landfall to come in the next 6-12 hours. What does it look like in the next short time frame, but also in the longer time frame? And how do both of those maybe happening while the storm is very present, but also in the aftermath? Can you describe the differences and the different challenges there for us, Brian?
Yeah, while it's ongoing, we try and stay pretty close to our flagpole. Yep. So if we have what we can do to easily safe to do so, we're happy to do those. We're trying to do some of those, but it is a challenge because the environment is so bad. Once the storm passes and it calms down a little bit, is when our claws are going to come out, and we're going to do some really big operations, probably in Tampa, definitely in Sarasota.
No, that makes sense as well. And you talked about how you were helping people in the North Carolina region and Asheville and those areas around it. Can you describe the challenges of it being along the coast, along Tampa, because obviously the hurricane gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico? How much of a challenge is it being right there on the Gulf of Mexico, along the ocean, which is obviously unrelenting, unforgiving? How difficult is that?
The storm surge is the real problem, right? Depending on who you talk to, 15 feet, 16 feet, 17 feet of storm surge. We have a lot of specialized vehicles to deal with that problem. We have boats and airboats and all kinds of stuff. But the reality is, the water part of being on the coast is really the biggest challenge that is extremely difficult to deal with. In the military, the Navy area. The Navy SEALs are the only people that call the law and a positive environment. Everywhere else, it's pretty much a nightmare, which is why I have a whole bunch of Navy SEALs on my team, because they like to get wet.
That is very true. They do a very good job. They put themselves in danger to help people. And before I let you go, I will let you detail it. If people want to get a hold of you, if people need help, if people want to help, maybe outside of Florida, to help kind of fund this operation at Grable Rescue, how do people get involved?
Two big ways. Go to our website, GrableRescue.org. That's where you can ask for help. That's also where you can go to give help. We do helicopters and boats and all this stuff. It all costs money. We're all volunteers, but we need, gas is expensive, tools are expensive, our equipment is expensive, all that stuff. We need public support. There's been a very expensive month between Helene, Beirut, and we need help. Number 2, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all that stuff. This is how people know to find us. This is our 911 dispatch. It doesn't cost you a penny. Follow us on all these different things if you have it. And like and share, and share with everybody you have. I will tell you that about 70% of our 70% of our 7,000 people that we've rescued, one way or the other, they found us through social media. It is how people find us. You share everybody else, it saves a life. It's just that simple. So please share. It is how people know to find us in the first place.
That is a very good point. All right, Brian, thank you so much. And I know you're cutting in or out, but we did have that website on the screen as well if people do want to get involved or if they want to help. So thank you again. I appreciate your time. Stay safe there in Florida as Hurricane Milton approaches Florida. Thanks again.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. A little bit difficult to hear Brian Stern there, Gray Bull Rescue founder. We've talked to him several times. It's been a busy month as he's talked about rescues following Hurricane Helene, being overseas, being abroad. A live look right now in the Tampa region, and you can barely see through the rain and the wind as this camera is shaking there. Of course, we're following it as it remains a Category 3 storm in Florida, heading toward Florida. Let's get you right back out to our Fox 13 team as they're detailing the latest with what's to come, detailing the forecast and much, much more. Let's listen in to their live broadcast here on Live Now.
We call this place home, that he will build back and help others to do the same.
I think you just get up every day and know that this is just part of living on the water. It's part of living in Florida, and it's got to help each other out. We got to get through this, and we got to rebuild the state of Florida. And thank God we've got Governor Ron DeSantis leading the way.
I want to talk to you, too. You said the night that Helene came in, you were here. We saw the downstairs, which is severely damaged. Go ahead and just talk about just what that was like.
I think it was the first time that I really got ready for a hurricane. I put 2 foot of plywood up on the walls, and when it breached the plywood, I kind of came upstairs and just resigned myself to what had happened. And the most haunting sound you'll ever hear in your life is your furniture beating off your walls. It's a terrible, terrible sound, and you can't do anything about it. So we're all going to get through this. We're going to rebuild, and we'll get back.
Yeah, and what you're seeing right here is some video from Sarasota Bay. It's kind of the calm before everything happened this morning. This was around 11 a.m. You can see furniture still out in the bay there from Helene, and residents concerned about just how much surge they will see today and the impacts that could likely alter the area forever. And again, it's really surreal to hear. For decades living in this area, having family as well, we've always felt so lucky knowing that the storms never came this close. Now they're coming so close to so many people. And it's just a hard thing to know what to do. Obviously, we need to stay safe. We need to stay with our family members, make sure everyone's okay. Omar and I just saw a couple people here in the Gulfgate neighborhood going to their cars, starting to leave once again. Still a little bit of time to do it, but really you got to get into a safe place within the next hour or two. Chris, back to you.
Yeah, good advice there. And just on a personal note, just hang in there, Kim. I mean, it's because of your reporting and your big heart that all of our viewers know exactly what kind of people live there on those barrier islands that took such a terrible blow from Helene. And because of your reporting, too, a lot of people made the safe decision to get out of harm's way this time. So keep up the great work and stay safe.
She is a professional. She is a reporter, but she's a human. And everyone out there is. This is a weather story right now, and that's what we're worried about is what's to come. But really, the big picture is this affects so many people, and maybe you need to cry. You know, we're all feeling those nerves, and we'll do our best to let everybody know what's coming and what's
This is our home, and that's why we want to make sure everyone gets through it safe. Let's move it now to parts of Tampa now, where we're already seeing some flooded roads underwater. Of course, that includes Bayshore Boulevard.
Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us live there. Ariel, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood. What are you seeing out there?
You're exactly right. It doesn't at all. And the wind and the rain really coming down here in Tampa. So naturally, Bayshore Boulevard is already wet. The sidewalk certainly has a lot more water on it than it did when I saw you guys last about an hour ago. Again, we're here on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Now, I will say that the roads have remained open. When I was here for Hurricane Helene, we watched all that water just violently splash over the balustrades here. That's not what we have at play right now. Right now, we've got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and you can see see the roads already wet. Now, thankfully, in about the last hour, we have seen traffic overall gone down. There are fewer cars out here, fewer people out and about kind of taking a look around. But we have seen Bayshore already being taken over by water. And you can see this video. Now, I shot this a little while ago. You can already tell that those northbound lanes is sort of beginning near that intersection with Oregon Avenue, already completely underwater. You can barely kind of see those lane lines there. There were a few cars at that time driving around, and you can see when you look at them all that water that's kicking up. And again, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood, and so we were already seeing this about an hour ago, and we of course know that more water is on the way. Now, back here on Bayshore Boulevard, this is an area that we will certainly keep an eye on. Again, the streets taking on a significant amount of water. We have seen emergency vehicles pass by, but again, traffic lower on the low side, which is good because people really should be staying home at this point. I will also mention, again, Bayshore Boulevard, this is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation here in Hillsborough County. So is Zone B. And also, because of the flooding that we saw with Hurricane Helene, and also some of those fires with electric vehicles, the city has allowed people to park their cars in some of the city garages. And when we were driving by earlier today, we saw people taking advantage of that. So certainly hoping that people will stay off the roads and that they move their cars to higher and safer ground earlier if they needed to do so. I'll send it back to you guys.
Ariel Placencia reporting tonight on Bayshore Boulevard. Ariel, thank you.
So when we stand, but Nash and I work over there, we have the open chat. So we have a kind of a discussion with our friends at the Weather Service. So we kind of know what they're thinking, and we can type, and they kind of answer us, go back and forth. Yeah. It's kind of a team thing. So on the chat now is that they're probably going to issue what's called an extreme wind warning, which is rarely done. I mean, it's not like it was done up in the Big Bend when Helene made landfall. And since I've been here, I don't remember the last time one's been issued. It's really issued because the Weather Service says we need a way to let people know the wind you're about to experience is going to be really bad. Okay. And the criteria is, just so you know, the wind needs to be sustained surface winds need to be greater than 100 knots, which is about 115 miles an hour.
Really?
So what they're doing is they're watching that core off the coast, and as it starts moving towards northern Manatee, where Kim is, and up towards Anna Maria, and probably maybe a little bit of southern Pinellas, that's where, and it's not going to be long lasting, it's going to be very small. It's not going to be like a whole county. It's something like Hillsborough. It's going to be really where it's going to happen. Okay. So get set for that. And also, if Nash is over here, so would that be one with the phones will go off for that, right?
Yes, this is.
That's I believe this will be in the list of alerts that you get on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar to storm surge warnings, similar to the other alerts that set off your phones, that would likely go off if this was issued. And Paul, to your point earlier, last few times this has been issued, the storms have been Helene, most recently, Idalia. It was issued during Ian, and I was covering that storm when our area saw our phones go off just about an hour ahead of when those winds pushed through. Ida, Laura, other major hurricanes that this is reserved for. So a very rare issuance here. We'd expect this warning ahead of where that eye will likely make landfall. And I think that National Weather Service is still trying to hammer out those details, Paul, before they put out this warning.
Yeah, they don't put it out unless they're sure. This is one of those, sometimes you get a severe thunderstorm warning and you go, it's kind of borderline, maybe enough wind, maybe 50 knots. But when they issue this, it's something that they talk about and say, do you think, because it's extreme, and you get the phone goes off and you see 115 miles an hour. So really, they have to know it's going to happen before they issue it. So we'll see. I mean, not a sure thing.
And is just people in that area that are getting the warning? We're not all getting it.
No, it says small geographic area. It's not going to be like, hey, there's a extreme wind warning now for all of Hillsborough County. It's going to be the spot where they think it's going to happen. So stay tuned for that.
When you say 150 miles per hour, now we know that is extremely strong wind. What type of impacts are we talking about? What could you expect?
It could knock down a tree, can cause some structural damage, type of thing where, your shingles blow off and the pool cage comes down. The type of weather that we can get in a really extreme severe thunderstorm here, it's almost like the damage you would get in one of our smaller tornadoes.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of, you get a lot of tornadoes here with winds 100, 110 miles an hour. So yeah, that's it. This is ongoing, and this will continue inland as the storm moves onshore.
The storm has had many personalities, though, so far today, with the tornadoes that look like Oklahoma tornadoes.
Right.
And then with the rainfall you were just discussing, I think that's going to be a huge story tomorrow. The flooding.
I agree 100%. And it's because a lot of our hurricane events here, like Irma was landfall down on Marco Island, not in our viewing area. Helene and Helene and Debbie never made landfall. It's been a long time since we've had a hurricane on the Gulf move on our land here in our viewing area. And when it does that, it brings the whole assortment of potential impacts. So that's the area in red, and where the winds should be sustained hurricane force, 75 or higher. And that, as Chris made a great point, that's a lot of people. And
biggest population base in that red right there.
Yeah, and that's going to happen. And if you look at it kind of matches up on the clock. So you see on this our Sky Tower logo, you see Wednesday at 10:30, and it'll be leading up to that because it'll be moving onshore. So next couple of hours is going to get pretty dicey right around Tampa Bay. I'm still, and I'll be honest about this, I'm still don't know exactly how the surge is going to play out in the Bay. The numbers, by the way, did you see, Nash? I think they went down 9 to 12. Not that it makes a huge difference, but from the point of landfall south, instead of being 10 to 15,
right,
it's 9 to 12. That's still a problem.
9 to 13, Paul.
Was it?
9 to 13.
What do they have in the Bay still?
In the Bay, 6 to 9.
They have 6 to 9 still in the Bay, but they do mention, finally, in their little discussion, that those numbers are all dependent on the landfall point.
Yeah.
They're still kind of stuck with the broad brush thing to cover everything, but it may not be that high in the Bay if the center makes landfall south.
But if it is 6 to 9 in the Bay, that's what we had during Helene, and that was bad. That was a problem for a lot of people.
All of the hazards that hurricanes can bring, we've had today.
Yeah,
and more to come, unfortunately.
Can we expect, I know at the beginning of this coverage that we had, especially in Highlands County, was tornado. Can we expect something like that again?
I don't think so. I think that part of the energy with the storm approaching has kind of swung up to the north, up towards Ocala and Gainesville. And now, actually, because the storm's being sheared, the storm has kind of a weird. Can you put the big radar view up? The hurricane has taken a weird appearance because it's transitioning from we call pure tropical. It's almost like kind of a winter thing. So expand on that, Nash. Kind of a big view, and you'll see that the southern side doesn't have much, and that's because of the shear. So instead of being a perfect circle with rain on all four quadrants, it's the north and the northeast side getting all the weather, but the south side isn't getting much, and that's part of the shear. The Nash is showing that leading edge of where, if they do put the extreme wind warning, that little donut, the front edge, is going to run on shore and potentially produce those winds. This is not a guarantee, but I just wanted to let you know what the conversation is right now with us and the Weather Service.
And with your setup there, with that going on shore, the strongest winds right around, I don't want to put a town on it, but you mentioned a couple of spots earlier. Let's say it's Sarasota, or maybe a little north. So the storm surge, the biggest storm surge problem is going to be
south of
there.
Siesta Key, all the way down towards Northport, really all the way down towards Boca Grande. But you head south, and then obviously the surge numbers will drop. It's really just south of the landfall point. Okay.
Boy. All right. So next few hours are going to be.
Yeah, we'll watch it.
This.
Now, really, all it is, it's graphics, it's radar, and it is wind. And it is surge, and maybe an occasional tornado. That's really the story now. It's going to be a lot of radar views and wind speed graphics the next couple of hours.
All right. Thanks, Paul. Yeah. Well, in Pinellas County, conditions are worsening there as the hurricane approaches. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is in downtown St. Pete with the latest there.
The
winds have picked up here in St. Pete. We're at Dock Fords. You can hear the winds whistling, and you can see those white caps breaking behind me in the bay, looking like the ocean out there. The conditions deteriorating over the past couple of hours. St. Pete PD seeing flooding across the city throughout the afternoon, and they urge you to please stay off the roads as these conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate. Officials say we'll see the hurricane force winds around midnight, and Mayor Ken Welch, he says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days and possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
City officials expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That's if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites or if the winds get unsafe for them to be there. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials hope they can get those sites back online within 24 hours if they do have to shut them down. But like with a lot of unknowns with this storm, they say it could take longer, and they're asking for your patience. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
All right, you're just listening in to our Fox 13 team as they continue to detail the latest with this hurricane and Milton expected to make landfall in the coming hours as well. And I do want to put up this post from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association talking about this, the satellites, the imagery from NOAA is providing visible cloud imagery every 30 seconds of Hurricane Milton as it pushes closer to Florida. Notice the frequent lightning being picked up by the satellite instruments as well. So we're expecting to hear more from the National Hurricane Center coming up in just a few minutes. We're also expecting to hear from President Biden here in just a matter of moments talking about this Hurricane Milton as well. So we'll follow it in full as you see the seal in front of the podium already. That means this is going to be happening here in a matter of moments as we'll bring it to you in full. Of course, millions of people under an evacuation order as of right now in the Tampa area. I do want to put up just this other post from the National Hurricane Center talking about what's to come for this story, the latest advisory as well. So let's read it in full. This 5 o'clock Eastern key messages on this. Many hazards ongoing in the association with the hurricane currently with life-threatening storm surge, hurricane force winds expected in west the peninsula tonight. Of course, a large area of destructive storm surge with high of 10 feet or greater is expected along a portion of the west central coast of Florida Peninsula. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by damaging waves. Water levels will rise rapidly as the eye approaches, and the strong onshore winds on the backside of the hurricane will also cause a rapid rise in the water as the center makes landfall. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida within the hurricane area. Life-threatening hurricane winds, especially in gusts, are expected to spread inland across the peninsula and into portions of Florida east coast within the hurricane warning area tonight and early Thursday. Residents should be prepared to take shelter in an interior room away from windows as the core of the hurricane moves across the central Florida peninsula. The risk of strong tornadoes will continue into the evening hours across the southern and central portions of Florida. Be prepared to take immediate shelter in an interior room if tornado warning is issued for your area. Heavy rainfall across the Florida peninsula through Thursday brings the risk of catastrophic, life-threatening flash and urban flooding with moderate to major river flooding, especially in areas where coastal and inland flooding continue to the overall flood threat. And you can see some of those graphics as well, just the storm surge in those regions, but also the trajectory, the cone basically over Florida central portion of that, just south of Tampa, is expected to make landfall. So we'll take you out to that as soon as it happens. We're also still waiting for Biden to step up to the podium here at 5:30 Eastern. So we're about a minute behind or so. We'll take you to this as soon as he steps up right now. Let's take you now out to more updates from our Fox 13 team. They continue to detail the latest with Hurricane Milton. Let's continue to listen in to this here on Live Now from Fox.
1,500 people, they tell us. That's just a huge number.
Surprised in some ways, because in the past it's been lower numbers, but with it being more of a direct hit, I think Manatee County also learned from the last two storms the importance of sheltering, regardless where you live, that it's important to get to a safe spot. With 1,500 guests, our school is full. We are utilizing every square footage of our school right now. Hallways, we have people in classrooms, approximately 20 to 30 people per classroom. We also are feeding 1,500 in our cafeteria, as well as housing approximately 200 pets.
By now, shelters are shutting down and getting ready to lock up as we have just a few more hours until potential landfall in this area. And we drove around. We saw homes boarded up. We even stopped by a Waffle House. And if you know what they're known for staying open throughout the most dangerous of storms. But as of 1 p.m. here in Bradenton, they were closed. So no one is taking risks here as they shouldn't. And of course, we're here at the hotel. As I was saying, there's a lot of evacuees here. And we were talking to people who live just 2 miles away, a lot of them in mobile home parks. And they say they totally expect that they will not go back to their homes in one piece, but they're hoping that they'll have their lives, they'll have their safety here. And there's such a sense of community, even in the lobby. There's sort of a potluck among people that know each other from this area. So they're just trying to be positive that at least they'll have their safety here in this hotel, even if they don't have power or potentially a house to go back to. Obviously, again, it's been a super scary time in this area as we prep for the eye of the storm here in just a few hours, potentially. Guys.
We really are seeing glimmers of that community just about everywhere, and you hate to see it come when a hurricane is coming your way, but at least it brings maybe a little piece of comfort for people as they go through this. All right, Evan Moon reporting from Manatee County. Evan, thank you.
All right, let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado now, and as we get just in the final hours here, Paul, before this hurricane makes landfall.
Check this out. Just got a camera from Longboat Key live on the beach. Blowing pretty good, big surf. Look at that, the wind gust there in the foreground. Longboat Key, unfortunately, just a fantastic spot, is going to feel probably the full wrath of the hurricane as it moves onshore. It's definitely wobbling. When you guys were talking, Nash came over. And
you're continuing to listen into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Let's quickly take you out to President Biden in Washington, D.C. at the White House, making remarks on Hurricane Milton.
Storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day. And they're continued and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, in the state's emergency operations department. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge, if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might. Just like we did North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people of Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force that it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are survivors, any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. There are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation? Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
To President Putin during the height of the pandemic. Do you have a comment, sir?
Why do you think Trump is?
Un-American.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
I don't know. I simply don't know. You can speculate, but I just find it. I've used the phrase more than I've used it ever in my whole career. Un-American. It's un-American. It's not who the hell we are. What are they talking about?
Sir, have you considered calling him and asking him to stop doing that? To stop spreading it?
Come on.
Mr. President, does Governor DeSantis need to take Vice President Harris's calls?
All I can tell you is I'm talking to Governor DeSantis. He's been very gracious. He's thanked me for all we've done. He knows what we're doing, and I think that's important.
Can you say that Florida has everything it needs for the storm? How was your call with Netanyahu today?
We didn't talk about the storm.
Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to President Biden giving those remarks, talking about the misinformation that he continues to battle with this storm, with the previous storm, Hurricane Helene, in that region as well. We're just hearing the latest from him. We also heard from FEMA officials in North Carolina that will be moving down to Florida to continue with the help in the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of this major storm there in Florida. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break, catch our breath, and we'll get you back out to our Fox 13, Fox 35 teams covering this major tropical storm, this major hurricane moving toward Florida, expected to make landfall in the coming hours. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as Hurricane Milton expected to make landfall in the coming hours as a Category 3, Category 4 storm. I want to put up this post from Kaylee Tracy on the ground saying conditions significantly deteriorating here in St. Pete. Just took this video at 5:30, so just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, just 3 hours after the last one. I posted from the same spot. You can see the water gushing over some of these storm walls as well. Storm surge 10 to 12 feet in areas there around Tampa. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 13 team as they continue to detail some of these storms, as there's also a swan of tornadoes in Central Florida. Let's listen in to their coverage here on Live Now.
Feet of rain. And because the storm is still down here, it's kind of the squiggly thing at the bottom of your TV set down by the banner, that's the storm. So this is going to end up sliding like this. And what's going to happen for the next several hours is all of this rain will keep on redeveloping. This is a significant problem. And what's interesting about most hurricanes, it's usually something's left out. Usually it moves too fast to produce a lot of rain. Usually, sometimes the tornado threat isn't big. This hurricane is producing everything that you can get from a hurricane. The whole gamut of weather hazards you can get from a hurricane is being produced by Milton. There's nothing being left out. We're record-breaking tornadoes.
Over 70 warnings this morning.
70 tornado warnings, including some wedge tornadoes that you see in Oklahoma in the mix. And then you've got storm surge flooding, and then you've got freshwater flooding. And we've learned freshwater flooding is a big deal. And there's a lot more rain to come between now and, say, midnight tonight. Don't travel. It's the type of traveling where if you get yourself in a low spot, you're flooded. And with the hurricane ongoing, calling 911 is probably not going to help much when your car is inundated in the middle of a hurricane because you drove into a low spot that's flooded. So think about that. I mean, if you have to travel, something urgent, something life, do it. But generally speaking, traveling's not a good idea.
And all that rain inland has to go somewhere. So even several hours delayed from this event, let's go back to radar really quickly. Even several hours delayed from this event, you're still going to have all of that water swelling up the rivers, making their way back to the Gulf of Mexico. So keep that in mind. You don't want to be traveling in that early in the morning, especially as the sun hasn't even risen yet.
Because the rain is so heavy in Sarasota, let's look at the wind speeds at SRQ. Let's update the wind speeds and get a sense of where we stand with that. So what do we have?
Wind speeds right around 52 mile per hour gusts
63,
at the moment.
but the core is still offshore. Let's look at the chat and see if they followed up any more on that extreme wind warning discussion.
And if you're just joining us, the surge forecast has changed just a little bit and actually come down a pinch for our counties to the north as its confidence continues to grow that circulation, the center of this storm, is going to make landfall somewhere from Pinellas County south, not in our northernmost counties. That's the current thinking from the National Hurricane Center, and that's why those values have come down. We'll update that map here shortly. And
automated rain gauges in Manatee County now going over 5 inches and inundation in places, and there's still a lot more rain to come. The Soto Mall parking lot is now inundated, and all the automated stations in Manatee County are now approaching 5 inches of rain, with more rain to come.
I've got the rain totals already up here from just the past 12 hours alone. Remember, the heaviest of the rainfall hasn't even pushed on shore yet. We've got totals already at half a foot along our coastline, 7, 6, almost 8 inches of radar estimated rainfall. And sometimes these numbers can be skewed a tiny bit high, but either way, we're still in the ballpark of some serious rainfall.
So all of this out here, which is up 10, 15 inches of rain, all of this, what we'll do is we'll just kind of draw this is going this way, and this is going this way. So this whole area is going to have a major flood problem in the next 5 to 10 hours. Maybe not 10 hours. We'll say in the next 5 to 6 hours. And you're talking rainfall totals 12, 15, 16 inches of rain. This has been an incredible year. You think what happened with Debbie. You think we've had so many of these big rain events, and on they go, and there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, and while that's happening, those same spots that you highlighted there that are going to see the heavy rain also will experience the potential for hurricane force winds all the way across the state off to the East Coast. Because remember, this forecast does call for this storm to be a hurricane through and through, from one coast to the other. It's very rare that happens, but it takes a major hurricane like this, and even with the weakening trend that we talk about, the drier air getting into it, still a powerful hurricane, major hurricane expected on landfall.
Can we pull up the Earth Cam again?
Yeah.
On that, let's see what's going on down at some of these piers, and we'll go. I always think looking at what's going on live. It's now looks like it's maybe frozen. There you go.
I'll work on getting it up.
Yeah.
A lot of these cameras freeze, of course. You can imagine the connection as a hurricane's making landfall.
Yeah, it's
we may have lost it. No, there it's back.
Yeah. Hold on, we get back on it.
Here we are.
It's pretty rough.
That's what onshore wind looks like, driving all that surge onto the beach.
That looks like a hurricane, and that type of weather will just ride up the West Coast. So I think we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll go back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, good.
And we'll kind of gather our radar tools together, and we'll update you guys again pretty soon.
Right,
we appreciate it.
Sure
Thank
do.
you, Nash and Paul.
Pasco County, they've been getting plenty of wind and rain so far, and they're getting ready for even more of it tonight.
This is just what Nash and Paul were showing us. Heavy rain coming down. Fox 13's Kylie Jones. Let's see if she's in it now. I know it's been kind of on and off. Kylie, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Chris, well, we are definitely in it. I can tell you that right now. Just in the last hour, that rain and the wind especially has picked up quite a bit. You can hear the gusts of wind, and at times we can even hear the wind howling in the background. I'll step out of the way, give you a better visual of kind of what you're looking at. You can see the wind blowing the rain, whether it's down on the ground or just in the air. It's blowing sheets of rain kind of across the way. We're in a neighborhood in Port Richey. This is right on the water. This is one of those many neighborhoods in the county that went through quite a bit with Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Some of these homes had several feet of water inside. The home we're actually standing at had 4 feet of water inside. And, you know, neighbors are really just worried about the potential for round 2 with all of this. I mean, you can see the wind and the rain picking up quite a bit right now, and this is just the very beginning. It's only expected to get worse into the evening hours with the combination of the rainfall and all of the wind. Emergency officials here are really still concerned about the potential for storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Those are the main concerns, similar to with Hurricane Helene. So again, a lot of people here are really just worried about the potential for more flooding yet again. You can actually hear, honestly, I'm not even sure if it's sirens in the distance or the wind whistling and howling, but this neighborhood in Port Richey, again, by the water, has been pretty much a ghost town all day long, which is a sign of good news that hopefully people did heed the warnings and evacuate either out of the area or to a shelter. At our last check, there were almost 6,000 people in the Pasco County shelters, so that is some good news. But by the looks of the weather, you can probably imagine that window to evacuate has closed at this point. So the homeowner right here we talked to, he evacuated. He had 4 feet of water in his house with Helene, though. We got a little bit of video of that earlier today. His house, unfortunately, is gutted. He lost just about everything. All he could really do ahead of Milton was lock up, evacuate from his house, and really hope for the best. But it's just devastating for a lot of people here. Again, they're worried, will this happen again? What will they come home to this time? Will they see more water in their house? But he had just finished rebuilding from Adalia. His home was essentially brand new inside. Then he had 4 feet of water inside during Helene, and he's worried about, you know, what's going to happen now. So take a listen to what he said.
You can't salvage anything. Everything's gone. And everything was new. I did this 13 months ago. So everything in the house was new. And now it's gone.
Yeah, heartbreaking for him and so many other people along the coastline here in Pasco County. And again, emergency officials are most concerned about the potential for storm surge and flash flooding throughout the evening. Again, the window to evacuate has closed at this point. Emergency officials are asking people to shelter in place, be in the safest possible place you can be at this point. You can see the wind is really starting to pick up. And again, it's bringing the rain down even stronger. So with this wind and rain, again, emergency responders really can't get out to help people. So they're asking you to shelter in place. And we're going to send it back to you guys right now. We're going to get in a safe place ourselves.
Yes,
so I'll toss back
definitely get in there. Thank you, Kylie Jones in Pasco County. I want to tell you real quick, too, just got this news from our Kaylee Tracy, who's covering St. Petersburg, telling us that they've taken 2 of the water treatment facilities, the sewer treatment facilities, offline. They told us that they would do that when the threat of flooding became an issue. They need to protect the equipment, so they're asking people not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry. City of St. Petersburg at this time.
All right. The winds and rain bands from Hurricane Milton are growing stronger. We see that.
Yep. Being felt, too, in places like Safety Harbor. That's where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis is.
Hey guys, we are in Safety Harbor, and this is the pier that was absolutely decimated by Helene. And right now you can see the chop out there on the bay really starting to pick up. The winds, the palm trees really starting to blow out here. This is a favorite area in Pinellas County, and there are still some boats over here in the bay, in the harbor, that are remain standing here from Helene. But again, what we are expecting from Milton is going to be more intense. They expect the storm surge to be more intense in this area. This whole area has been blocked off. They actually have blockades up here at the top to keep the public from coming down to this area that was just decimated by Helene. And we don't know what this area will look like after Milton, but certainly they have taken all the precautions here in Safety Harbor to keep people from coming down to this area. And just take a look at, again, the power of Mother Nature. What we saw happen here during Helene, Milton expects it to have even more of an impact. For now, I'll send it back to you. We are in Safety Harbor. Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
Thanks, Genevieve. Well, this is an encouraging sight to see here. A parking garage filled with cars, but take a close look here. Most of these, almost all of these, are electric. They're parked up in the Poe parking garage in downtown Tampa, away from any potential flooding. That's because of what we saw during Hurricane Helene. Remember, many electric cars got salt water into the batteries and caught fire, and even caught houses on fire in some cases. So people are taking this seriously. The city of Tampa opened up its parking garages and encouraged EV owners to do exactly this.
Lessons learned. All right, Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies, they helped rescue a dog that got loose during the storm. See this video? The dog was under the care of a sitter and it somehow escaped. Luckily, the deputies were ready to chase down the little pup, and you can see, well, after a little bit of chasing, those small legs can go fast. They got it. It's safe. So at least some good news with this rescue story. Glad they're watching out for our little animals.
Our first responders out there, they're going to have some long hours ahead of them. We appreciate them so much.
Sure do.
All right, stay with us. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this short break.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 13 team in Tampa detailed the latest. And we do get some of these very striking images as landfall is coming in the next several hours for Hurricane Milton as well. This one, I believe they're in Clearwater. You can barely see the pier in the distance due to the rain and the wind there on the Gulf Coast of Florida in Clearwater Beach. And it's very difficult to see as the storm surge growing rapidly by the minute, but it's not the only impacts that we're seeing right now. We're also following the latest with some tornado watches and warnings across central and southern Florida. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 35 team. They're talking about another watch, a tornado warning in Brevard County until 6:15, so about 15 more minutes. Let's listen in to the latest from what they have to say, more centrally located there in Florida.
Crosses the Banana River, and then it goes towards Cocoa and the Merritt Square Mall. So if you're anywhere near Cocoa or the Merritt Square Mall, that's where you call home. This is a tornado over the Banana River right now. Now remember, Doppler radar is like taking a picture of a train. The train is the tornado, and we're the camera, the photographer. Tornadoes don't just move like this, like we see them on the radar. So even though it shows it right here, it's probably right here right now, coming across the other side of the Banana River right now. And yeah, this is not as strong as the tornadoes to the south. I wouldn't say this is like anything like EF3 or anything like that, but this is certainly of concern right there. And that is where it's tracking the Merritt Square Mall, Cocoa, and Rockledge right now. Let's go back to the radar view here of this. And you can see that there's rain out ahead of it. It's raining right now in Cocoa, Rockledge, but that's not the tornado right now. We can see that on our shear rate product. You can see it lines up with the velocity right there. Very well, actually. Let me see if I can get our debris, and you see there's a little pop there. Let me see if I can get this on our different modes. So this is going to be behind by a minute. So it's the next scan of our debris tracker that you'll see that. And Laurel, TJ, I don't know if you're over there, Laurel. If you see anything else, please jump in over me about this. Trying to see if we have any reports or anything from the Weather Service that have come in. I have not seen anything, at least right now, but at least a detection possible here of tornado debris. So when you're looking at this debris mode, the radar is telling us where things are similar or dissimilar. Obviously, everything similar would be raindrops. They're meteorological. Non-meteorological objects would show up as a yellow or a blue color, which is pieces of trees, roofs, twigs, mailboxes, building construction debris that's been lofted from a tornado, and it shows up on the radar as things that are not of the same shape and size, which is how, using radar, we can tell where there's tornado debris. So let's give you back to this mode here, because this is old. Zoom this back out. So right now the tornado warning continues for 6:15 for Brevard County. So Cape Canaveral to Cocoa Beach, at least right on the water, that threat has now passed inland. And it's now 6 o'clock. Laurel Blanchard, Noah Bergen here. We're tracking on air tornado warnings. We've had a lot. I've lost track of how many we've had, probably over 15 now. But this one came in about 2 minutes ago, had a pretty solid area of rotation in a small area. At least off of the radar, it looked like a tornado briefly did touch down. And we've already getting a lot of reports of rain there. Let me go back to our shear rate, and you can see that. Laurel, feel free to jump in if you have anything here. You see there right over the Banana River, that extreme rotation in yellow showing up. So our radar system does all of the thinking uses a whole bunch of equations to eliminate everything else on the radar and just specifically hone in on where the air is rotating. And it's right there, right over the bridge. So if you're anywhere, anywhere near the mall, actually, just broadly say that, there's the potential for a tornado here at any moment. And I'm just trying to cross my T's here and dot my I's. Yeah, our radar doesn't really show it as well. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is pretty clear to see. This is definitely of concern right here. You see the wind blowing like that and like that. Now, it's not a huge tornado, but it's right over the Banana River right now. So anywhere near the Merritt Square Mall, inside, away from windows, ideally a bathroom, a closet. This is not Kansas. This is not Tennessee. This is not Illinois. You're not going to look out your window and see it coming, which is why I stress, I know it's tempting. You get the warning, you want to look outside. In a hurricane setup like this, these things touch down fast and they move very fast. You're not going to be able to look out your window down the road and see it coming slowly at you. It's very fast, which is why I'm telling you, if you're anywhere near the mall, innermost part of your house right now, away from windows, a closet, a pantry, something that is the centermost point of where you are in whatever building you're in. So let's zoom this out, put a track on it. We haven't tracked out the where it's going yet in a few minutes. So moving northeast at 40. So let me narrow this cone down because I don't want it to be quite as wide. So that's where the tornado is going towards. Cocoa. Now, I had a scan here of our radar for about 2 minutes. We had a tornado debris signature would indicate tornado debris. Right now, I can't wait. We're waiting for the new. Yeah, that's probably tornado debris. But yeah, Laurel, real quick, I'll give you the towns here. 612 Cocoa, Port St. John 621. It would look like, Laurel, at least to me, that we probably had our first tornado touchdown in our area here within the last couple of moments.
Yes, I definitely agree with you there for sure. What we're seeing right now, again, a tornado warning in effect for areas just along the Cocoa Beach line, area that we're watching right in the smack dab center of the Banana River. This is going to continue to make its way further on land. So Merritt Square Mall areas up more towards Indianola as well. We're going to continue to watch those areas specifically. And I'm going to actually zoom in a little bit more so I can give you street by street names of areas that we're going to be watching. Again, this is right on East Merritt Island Crossway right here. And that's what we're going to be focusing on for the next couple of minutes. What you can see right here is a lot of red and a lot of yellow. Specifically, what we're looking at is the yellow. So with that, that's actually what we're focusing in on with that possibility of debris. But if you're on Morningside Drive, areas across Milford Point Drive, Island Drive, Anchor Lane, Glen Haven Drive, Phyllis Drive, any of these little sub areas right here, all along that area of the Banana River, just to the east of Cocoa Beach and west of Cocoa Beach, make sure you are hunkered down. Get into the most interior point of your home because there is where you're going to be the most safe. One of the sayings that I like to go by, you want to make sure you're putting as many walls, as many windows in front between you and the outside as possible, because that is what's going to keep you safe in one of these scenarios. Like Noah was saying, we are really not used to seeing any of this here in Florida, but with that, areas especially across the Midwest, Tennessee, areas that Noah and I have covered, as well as TJ in the Midwest. This is our severe weather coverage right here of what we know and what we're really raised off of, especially in meteorology with this. So you're in good hands here for sure. So make sure you're sticking with us. Right now, if your areas are in across central Brevard County, you are under a tornado warning. And specifically, we're watching the smack dab center of the Banana River. So once again, if you're just joining us right now,
now. Let's do a little bit of a reset. Let's take a look at the reflectivity to really show where we could be seeing this. And this is one of the scenarios that this is, again, almost textbook severe weather coverage right here. Again, tornado warning in effect until 6:15 for areas right along Cocoa Beach area and just over the Banana River. What I'm seeing right here is this little dropout right in the center of the river that's continuing to make its way just off to the northwest right here. That is definitely signs to me, and one of the three signs that we can definitely keep an eye on is if there is actually a tornado happening. So that is sign number one, seeing a little bit of a dropout in green in between the red and the yellow. Second one is going to be whether that rotation is still happening. And I'm going to click off of this tornado warning, make it a little bit easier to read, and zooming out just a little bit. We are still seeing the possibility of that rotation a little bit further up now, moving up towards Sea Ray Drive is what we're seeing at the moment. But ultimately, to break it down, green means it's coming towards the radar. Red means it's going away from the radar. So with that, we're going to be keeping an eye on this rotation right here, moving away from the radar, because again, this is using the Melbourne radar. This is down to the south. Southern Brevard County is what we're seeing at the moment, but we're here across the Banana River, going up towards the Cruise Terminal 5, Port Canaveral, Cape Canaveral area. This is what we're watching just off to the west of there. So what we're seeing, Sea Ray Drive moving just off to the east of Indianola right there. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this rotation right here. And again, this is going to continue to move up to the northwest, impacting areas across, just across the inlet. So that's what we're watching right there. All of these little tornado spin-ups are just following the main momentum of Milton. So that's ultimately what we're keeping an eye on, and we're going to hold this pretty high tornado threat for quite a while. One more thing, Noah, before I toss it off to you. Another thing that we're really keeping an eye on is this debris, and it does look like there is a little bit of debris just to the north of where we are seeing this rotation happening, and that's why we're going to be focusing in more on that Cruise Terminal 5 in Port Canaveral as we head through the next couple of moments, because again, we have until about 6:15 before we are going to be keeping an eye on this tornado warning that's currently in effect for areas across Brevard County. Noah, you got anything?
Yeah, Laurel, the thing I would say first is that offshore here, there is a large area of rotation right off by, you see there by my keyboard. I'll show you that in a second. But I think you hit every nail on the head there with this. There's a rotation, and here's a track for you. So Sharps 618, Port St. John 622, Canaveral Acres 624, Bellwood 624. If any of those places sound like home to you, or that's where you are. But look at this. Wow. That is probably like a EF3 level tornado out over the ocean right now. Just monster large rotation that is wild.
All right, you're just listening into our Fox 35 team as they're continuing to detail the coverage there around this hurricane in Milton as it makes its way toward Florida on the Gulf Coast. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to put up just some of these live images. We're seeing very difficult to watch as the Hurricane Milton heading toward the Tampa, Sarasota area, making its way across the peninsula of Florida. We'll have much more on this top story coming up after this 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as Hurricane Milton heading toward Florida. It's expected to make landfall in a matter of hours. I want to put up this, just our computer X-ray monitor, as you can see the track of it as it will move over Tampa through the heart of Central Florida as well. And so many communities going to be impacted by this. I do want to put up this tweet from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judge talking about due to flooding, 2 streets in Polk County impassable in Lakeland, also in Winter Haven. We're going to be joined right now by Polk County Sheriff Grady Judge. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What's the message to people as we are awaiting Hurricane Milton from making landfall?
Andy Mack, thank you very much. This is a very dangerous storm, as you already know. And we have flooding in North Lakeland, South Lakeland, Winter Haven, Fort Meade. The ditches are full from the earlier rain today. And we anticipate the eye of the hurricane is going to cover the overwhelming portion of our county where over 800,000 people live. So you need to be hunkered down now. Everything needs to be secure now, and you need to stay inside until the hurricane's over. Then go out and be a first responder in your neighborhood and help clear the roads. We'll start with a macro level and work to the micro level. You need to help clean up the neighborhood so that we can get emergency services and commerce to you.
All right, very good advice there for people to make sure they are safe when the worst of the storm is moving through. And I know you talk about it quite a bit. We talk about people that have evacuated, that maybe the worst of us comes out. Some people come out and try to make the best of a bad situation. What's the message to those people? And what are you guys doing on hand in Polk County to make sure that doesn't happen, to make sure looters don't go into homes that have been evacuated?
Well, I've got a simple sign for them, and they can read this and figure it out, right? Fool around and find out. We're going to lock you up before quick. Don't even think about looting in Polk County, or you will go to the county jail. Our deputies are out en masse looking to arrest you. In fact, they'll enjoy it when they do.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, because the hurricanes moved through, we saw with Helene as well. Do you see that? Is that a common occurrence, people going out and doing these sort of things? Is there an increased nature of this happening when hurricanes move through the area?
Yes, there is. And also unlicensed contractors that want to help, and then they literally rob you blind when you get the bill. So we tell everybody, be very cautious. Make sure you use the appropriate contractors. Make sure that you help each other in the community. And there's always a few looters, and we lock up looters every time, because there are some worthless human beings out there that want to take advantage of us when we're the weakest, when we're the most vulnerable. And you're the most vulnerable when your property from your home has been scattered throughout the neighborhood. We have no tolerance and zero patience for anyone that would loot or take advantage of somebody during this time.
Yeah, it's such a sad time, such a difficult time for people that lose some of their entire belongings. And I do want to put up this video here, Sheriff Grady Judd, and I don't know if you saw it earlier today. This is from the Florida Highway Patrol as Florida troopers rescued a dog left tied to a pole on I-75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard this morning. Do not do this to your pets. I was curious, have you seen this video? And maybe what's your message to people, as many people do have pets and they're trying to evacuate, trying to get to safety? What's the message to people about this?
Well, I haven't seen that video, but I can tell you that we have pet-friendly shelters, and you're welcome to use them. And if all else fails, we'll keep your pet at animal control until the hurricane's over. We don't want our pets at risk either. Someone asked me, should I leave my pet at home when I evacuate? My answer is, would you leave your children at home when you evacuate? The answer to that is no. Take them with you. Go to a pet-friendly shelter. We have those available all over Florida.
All right, very good. And I do want to ask you, because this is the second hurricane in as many weeks, with Helene moving through Florida as well. I know it made landfall in the Big Bend area, but the impacts were far and wide. How much is hurricane fatigue a real thing?
Yeah, it is a real thing. In fact, we went up to help our brothers and sisters in Taylor County and saw utter devastation. And that devastation came all the way down the West Coast through the Tampa, St. Pete area with the high water. So absolutely, we're frustrated and we're ready for hurricane season to be over. But it's Mother Nature. All we can do is be resilient, and we are resilient people. We'll come back stronger than ever, but it is frustrating.
Yeah, no very doubt about that. I do want to ask you, because you mentioned some of the search and rescue operations. I spoke with Miami Mayor Francis Suarez, who was already in contact with search and rescue teams, ready to send them up to the areas that are most impacted. Can you talk about the search and rescue operations and what it takes to have some of these people, these brave people, go out there and get some of these people that are stranded in their homes that may not have been able to get out when the evacuations were ordered?
Well, there's a couple of levels of that. First and foremost, it's our job to be at our best when things are at their worst. But we caution everybody, if you don't evacuate and nighttime comes with the rain and the breaking trees and the roofs peeling off, don't call us. We don't do high water rescues during the middle of a hurricane. You were warned. We begged you to leave. You are absolutely on your own until the hurricane's over. We do handle vast emergency calls, i.e., if the roof blows off and you get significantly injured where you're bleeding to death. But it's got to be a vast emergency before we respond during a hurricane. And getting you out of your house because you made a poor decision is not a vast emergency.
Grady Judd, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Any parting words, any more thoughts before I let you go here on Live Now?
Be safe, and as soon as the hurricane's over, go out and help your friends in the neighborhood. Clear the roads. Don't call the office and ask for us to remove a simple tree. Get a chainsaw and get a friend. And remember, if you see power lines down, pretend that they're all alive. And that way, we'll all be alive. Be safe. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Stay safe there, sir. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there and a good message for people during the storm and also in the immediate aftermath as well. A live picture one more time at our computer X-Red monitor here detailing the latest with this storm as it's expected to make landfall in the coming hours. Let's take you right now back out to our Fox 13 team, 35 team, as they continue to detail what's coming. This is our Fox 35 team. Let's listen into their coverage here on Live Now.
And if you're watching tonight, they do have that curfew in place, so I know you guys got to get back home. Thank you so much for taking a moment to talk with us.
Absolutely.
Be safe.
You guys.
Thank you. And one of the things I want to emphasize is that curfew that is in place, it starts at 7 o'clock. So we are less than an hour before folks have to go home and hunker down and ride out that storm until tomorrow morning. If you are out, you could potentially get a fine. And I have, in the last maybe 35 minutes or so, I have seen law enforcement moving through this area, probably doing an assessment, trying to get a count of how many people are out before they are moving people and reminding them that they have to get home. If you are in an area where you are concerned about potential damage to your home, do not forget you still have time to get to that emergency shelter at Rimfire Elementary. I'll send it back to you for now. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. You are watching Fox 35's special coverage of Hurricane Milton. We'll be with you every step of the way.
Or you're just listening in to our Fox 35 team as they're continuing to detail the latest with this major hurricane moving through, expected to make landfall in the coming hours. I'm Eddie Mack. We're back after this. welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's give you an update on a story we've been following since earlier today, and a post from the Florida Highway Patrol as they have rescued a dog that was stranded on the side of the highway as troopers rescued a dog left tied to a pole on I-75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard this morning. They say, do not do this to your pets. You can see the water already rising in that area, and the dog tied to a pole. A very sad one, but a happy ending to this one. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also posting there, it is cruel for anyone to leave a dog tied to a post in the middle of an oncoming store. Florida will hold anyone who mistreats pets accountable. But like I said, a happy ending and a big smile from this dog rescued by this Florida Highway Patrol, safe and receiving care. Troopers brought him to a vet where he was examined for injuries and received a clean bill of health. But certainly a very sad kind of start to that story as the dog rescued by Florida Highway Patrol troopers just off the highway after people potentially evacuating Florida left this dog behind. So a sad story turned into a happy one there as we're tracking Hurricane Milton moving through the Gulf of Mexico. Let's take you now out to our Fox 13 team. They're in live coverage as they're monitoring the conditions as they continue to deteriorate. Let's listen in to their live coverage.
We were already seeing some of those northbound lanes completely underwater, starting near the intersection with Oregon Avenue. Again, as those cars sort of driving by as well, you can see how much water those wheels were kicking up. Again, barely seeing those lane lines. Now, since we've been out here, traffic has gone down, both foot and vehicle traffic. Now, for the cars that we have seen, perhaps they are going to some of the city's parking garages that are downtown because the city is offering free parking on its upper levels to anybody who needs it. Unfortunately, during Hurricane Helene, we saw several electric vehicles catch fire on Davis Islands. So officials don't want that to happen again, especially with this storm. So if residents need it, there is free parking in those garages. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Ariel Placencia. I'll send it back to you.
Ariel, thanks much. We have some video. Look at this from a Nest camera in South Tampa. And these bands of rain have been really coming through here in the last couple of weeks. This is courtesy of Lauren Held. And you can see it comes through in sheets like this, and you can kind of fall into a sense of dangerous comfort. If all of a sudden it gets really calm, you've got to remember with these storms, if you're not watching the radar, that one after another, we're really just seeing the impacts of this storm in the Tampa Bay area really starting, and we're in for a long night. So just because it may lighten up for you if you want to go out and check it out, would not be advised. Be careful. There's flying debris. There's obviously a lot of rain, and the winds will pick up.
Absolutely.
All right, so the conditions, of course, deteriorating all across the Tampa Bay area as Milton gets closer.
Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell is near the convention center there in downtown Tampa.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell in downtown Tampa, where conditions have definitely deteriorated over the last hour. We've been in Tampa for quite a last couple hours, and it was pretty calm till about 5 o'clock this afternoon, but definitely the rains have picked up. The wind has significantly picked up, I would say doubled in the last hour or so. You can kind of see the sheets of rain just blowing across Hillsborough Bay here. We're outside of the Tampa General that's behind me right now, and you can see that the water levels have not come up significantly yet. They're anticipating a storm surge here, and the hospital is very protected. They've got barriers on the water, and then just above them they have that $1 million aqua fence that works so well in Hurricane Elena. Also, it's kind of a strange scene out here is that there's hundreds and hundreds of birds just kind of flying through these hurricane winds. Some really not taking refuge. There's a few on the dock, but I would say, just the hundreds just flying through the sky. It's kind of a weird scene in downtown Tampa. Very quiet here as well. Not a lot of people out. We've not really seen anyone since we've been down here all afternoon. So I expect the conditions are going to be worsened, but as of now, they have definitely picked up significantly in the last hour. In downtown Tampa, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 Sports.
Kevin, you got a great perch there to see what's going to happen here in the next 6 or 7 hours. And Fort Myers, look at this. Businesses were damaged. The ground was littered with debris from a tornado that touched down in that city earlier today. It was a nasty one. You can see people even boarded up their windows after the tornado hit because, of course, for many of even them, they're still going to see some damage here and still see some weather in the next few hours.
Yeah, I think there was something like 70 tornado warnings at the front of the storm.
That was frightening. We saw a lot of video.
3:30, 4 o'clock today, they were working overtime. It was really something. Yeah.
Of course, we are worried about our coastal communities as Milton moves in closer, but some of the most dangerous weather so far has been inland.
Yes, some of Hurricane Milton's bands of rain produced those destructive tornadoes we were watching earlier. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has more from Brandon.
We've mostly been seeing some stronger bands of rain in the eastern end of Hillsborough County. Haven't seen some of those stronger gusts of wind that the coastal areas have seen. However, just because you're not getting strong winds doesn't mean it's safe to be outside. We're going to show you why. There have been a series of tornadoes across the region. In fact, we have some video of several of them. So far, we've seen tornadoes in Polk County, Fort Myers, Clewiston, Palm Beach County along the Florida Turnpike, and near the Everglades. This comes after Polk Sheriff Grady Judd told us tornadoes were among his biggest concerns with this storm. These were produced by some of the earlier bands from Hurricane Milton. We're told several homes were damaged by one of them. In all likelihood, there have been other tornadoes as well. Experts say there are some that can be shielded by rain, making them almost impossible to see. And this is why emergency managers don't want people out anymore. It's just so hard to tell where these tornadoes are going to pop up. And as we've seen, most of them have been inland, not along the coast where the stronger gusts of wind have been. In Brandon, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
All right, Aaron, thanks much. We're going to take a short break here, but we're going to come right back with more continuous coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, stay with us.
You're just listening into this here on Live and Now from Fox as they're continuing to detail the latest with Hurricane Milton making its way toward the Gulf of Mexico on the peninsula, the Gulf side as well. We have that, our Fox 13 team. Let's go out right now to our Fox 35 team as they continue to detail it. They're more centrally located in Florida, but they're also detailing the latest. Let's listen into their coverage here on Live Now.
Florida, Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall near here in just a few hours. Keep it right here for our extended coverage of tracking Hurricane Milton.
All right, sometimes that is perfect timing for both of us as we are going to both breaks in their Fox 13, Fox 35, their team. We're continuing to follow the latest. Of course, a live picture right now. And all of these pictures, as you can see, some of the images, the piers there in Hudson, Florida, also along the coast in Clearwater, Palmetto, as some of these boats and whitecaps continuing to be strong. Winds, rain, and all of sorts of bad news for that region as we're following the latest. I want to put up this post as well from the National Hurricane Center talking about Hurricane Milton as hurricane force wind gusts now beginning to occur along the Florida Gulf Coast. Multiple hazards continue across the Florida Peninsula. Let's take you right now back out to our Fox 13 team. They're detailing it. They're back on air. Let's listen into their coverage. All right, you're just listening into this. So let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Just past 6:30 on the East Coast. So we're continuing to track Milton as it heads toward the Tampa area, expected to make landfall very soon. I want to put up this tweet right now from Kevin O'Connell, our Fox 13 team, saying, Lieutenant Dan's boat, a person that has gained some fame or infamy on social media, starting to drift from the pier in downtown Tampa. Authorities said he had declined to move to a shelter. Not sure if he's riding this out. So on social media, gaining some fame, but we'll see if the boat lasts for this storm. A very inadvised move as people there, local officials, telling people to evacuate that area due to the incoming Category 3 storm moving closer and closer to that coast. Also a post here saying every single hurricane hazard is unfortunately on display today, including a tornado outbreak. Here's damage of one of the tornado hits that hit Lake Placid. This is from a viewer, Bob Dennis. Let's take you out right now to our Fox 13 team as they continue to detail the latest with this major storm.
That's a problem. And then we have the other camera. You guys can take what? Yeah. There you go. So that is looking down. Before that, or I should say closer to you at home, would be the Sarasota Yacht Club, and then behind it is Bird Key, and then beyond that is downtown Sarasota.
That's probably Marina Jack's right down below, right? Right off the Yacht Club, yeah.
Yeah.
So the good news is the boats are still there, but this is not done yet.
No, we got a ways to go. And also, let's plop up. Can we show the radar?
What'd you say?
I don't know what I said. I said, can we plop up? It just made me laugh.
Oh, I heard pop up. I think it sounded fine.
We know what you meant.
Yeah, we know what you meant, yeah.
Losing it. The rain is a problem. And really concerned, wherever the storm slides across the state, everything north of that line is going to end up with maybe 1 to 2 feet of rain. And we know, we've learned so much this hurricane season from Debbie and Helene that with 1 to 2 feet of rain, there's going to be river flooding. There's going to be flash flooding. Thankfully, I mean, the only good news is everybody's home.
Right.
So you're not dealing with people driving around. Also, the big rain event comes out of nowhere. At least this has been predicted.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 13 team as they continue to cover the latest with this hurricane Milton. I'm Andy Mack, just past 6:30 on the East Coast. And we do want to give you the latest update, the latest forecast on this major storm moving closer and closer to the peninsula of Florida. I want to put up this post from Dylan Federico saying the major storm surge moving into Fort Myers Beach. This is at a Margaritaville facing north towards Times Square. We're also getting the latest update hour by hour from the National Hurricane Center saying hurricane force winds gusts now beginning to occur along the Florida Gulf Coast. Multiple hazards continue along the Florida Peninsula. We're going to be joined right now by Deputy Director with the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome. Jamie, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Just how close is Hurricane Milton at this moment from making landfall there in Florida?
It's just offshore, so we're probably talking about another couple of hours. Certainly looking like before midnight. You can see it here in the radar, the outer sort of eye wall, if you will, starting to move onto the Sarasota, Venice area and starting to clip portions of the Tampa Bay greater metro area. So conditions there are going downhill really, really rapidly and going to continue to go downhill over the next several hours.
Yeah, that is some interesting perspective on this. I do want to ask you because I think as we continue to get closer and closer to landfall, people are concerned about the wobble one way or another, north or south. Are you concerned about that at all, and how are you monitoring that perspective?
Well, I mean, we maintain continuous situational awareness through multiple instruments that we can monitor how it's progressing. You know, at this point, the wobble is it going to make a ton of difference? The impacts are the impacts. They're already occurring. They're already happening. And it's going to just move across the Florida Peninsula as a hurricane. It's going to remain a hurricane as it makes its trek across the Florida Peninsula. So anybody in the path of the storm shouldn't really be worried about the wobbles. They should be worried about hunkering down, getting in a safe and secure place. and making sure you're in a well-manufactured home, moving away from the windows, and just making sure that you're safe and secure, especially now that it's starting to get dark.
Yeah, that is so very true. A very difficult thing to monitor in that darkness. I do want to ask you about what we saw earlier on today as we're tracking this hurricane, but there were dozens, hundreds almost of tornado watches and warnings. Can you describe what happens there and how those tornadoes form out of this hurricane?
Yeah, we've been trying to communicate this for days now by, pleading with people not to focus on the Saffir-Simpson scale, because that's not painting a complete picture. These storms that sort of broaden or get bigger, we saw this with Helene, they bring so much power with them, and when that power interacts with land, you can generate these tornadoes. And unfortunately, in this case, it was a rather large outbreak, and many of the tornadoes were quite strong, quite powerful. And so you get a sense at how these big storms just bring big problems over a large area. And that's just a tornado threat. The storm surge is materializing as we speak, and then we're going to have a band of heavy rain, really heavy rain and potential for flash flooding set up along the I-4 corridor over the next several hours. So you really get a sense of how these big hurricanes just bring so much power when they interact with land.
Yeah, no, we were talking to our Fox 13 team there in Tampa as they were detailing the last few years. I remember they had a piece of video that says, "Go home, Ian," and Ian was crossed out and it said Milton. Does this hurricane remind you of Ian in any way?
In some sense, so there's some similarities, but lots of differences too. One of the things that happens to people is they like to compare hurricanes. Usually they compare their experiences to a past hurricanes. They're all different though. They're all very unique. Their size is different. Their angle of approach is different, and that's what makes the hazards with each one of these storms so different. And so, we're at the Hurricane Center trying to teach people not to compare hurricanes, but instead look at the actual risk with this particular storm. And you can see it's really starting to play out. This sort of band of heavy rain is going to set up over the next several hours, and I fear we're going to have a widespread flooding event take place tonight.
Yeah, those risks are life-threatening risks as well, and people should heed the warnings from the National Hurricane Center and other officials on the ground. Jamie, thank you again. I appreciate all you do and all your perspective here on this major storm. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on. Great conversation, though, as landfall coming in the next several hours there on the Gulf side of Florida. We're tracking Hurricane Milton very, very closely. I do want to put up just this shot there as well from Florida. You can see the wind rocking this post in Sarasota, Florida, one of the locations that the eye wall could soon make landfall. As maybe good signs, though, that no cars are on the road. They're taking these warnings very, very seriously. All right, let's take you back out to more coverage. Our Fox 35 team, we're a reporter on the ground. Certainly lots of wind and rain there. Let's listen in.
Luann, Manny.
All right, Chris, thank you.
All right, we've seen what it looks like for the hurricane hunters when they fly through the eye wall of the hurricane.
Now we're getting a view of how wild the waves are inside the hurricane on the ocean. Be warned, this could make you dizzy. It's pretty wild. Check it out. NOAA shot this video using one of its special sailing drones. It says those waves are just under 30 feet tall, with gusts clocking around 75 miles per hour. Well, the camera is flying around so much, it's really hard to tell which way is up. NOAA says sending a drone inside the storm helps scientists understand how they work. And you are watching Fox 35 special coverage of tracking Hurricane Milton. We will be here with you every step of the way.
You're just continuing to watch our Fox 35 team. They're detailing the latest, of course. A live picture one more time there in Sarasota. You can see off Miami Avenue, the wind and the rain starting to pick up in that region. We also have all of these live pictures coming into our newsroom, the Whitecaps on some of these piers along the Gulf Coast, Clearwater, the top left portion of your screen there, just to the west of the Tampa area. They are going to be one of the most hardest hit areas, most difficult impacts from this Hurricane Milton, expected to be a Category 3, Category 4 storm by time it makes landfall in the coming hours. Let's take you back out to our Fox 13 team. They're continuing to dive into their live coverage. Let's listen in.
Injuries and fatalities are more likely to happen not during the storm, but after the storm. When it's light outside and people go outside to check the damage, they may step on a downed power line. So officials again are stressing that people stay inside once this storm passes. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
All right, Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is preparing to see a lot of flooding, damage, and of course, power outages. Our Evan Axelbank has been speaking to city emergency leaders about what they are expecting. Evan, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, and we have gone from waiting to see what the storm would bring to now being in the middle of it. Obviously, it's dry in here, but there are dozens of city officials behind me who are keeping a close watch on everything to do with the city, from police to fire, transportation, every kind of, every city department is represented here in the Emergency Operations Center that I am in right now. And I'm joined by Mayor Jane Castor. Mayor Castor is here with us. Now that we have seen some of the projections of storm surge decrease, change, are you able to say that the city of Tampa has avoided the worst yet?
I would say that we have avoided the worst. The worst case scenario would have been for Milton to come in on the north side of Tampa Bay. It's certainly not good, but I don't know about catastrophic. As it looks, it continues to move, so nothing's certain, but so far, it looks good.
What guidelines are you going to use to determine when to either end emergency services or to restart them?
We usually end, as a rule of thumb, at 40 miles an hour. But, our first responders are going to go out and do what they have to do. But we certainly can't put people in harm's way. And so there does become a point when the winds are steady or those gusts are so high that first responders just can't get out.
And do you believe you're there yet?
I don't believe we're there yet. We still have police and fire responding to 911 calls.
And have you, at this point, responded to any what are called critical incidents, any incidents of injuries or serious injuries or deaths?
Nothing associated with Hurricane Milton.
Well, that's certainly good news for people who are watching right now. Obviously, the mayor and other officials around the state and in the county have insisted that people leave evacuation zones A and B. Let's face it, there are going to be people who did not leave those zones. What do you say to those people right now as they watch and determine whether they're in an unsafe situation?
Well, they are in an unsafe situation, and right now they just have to do all that they can to shelter in place right now. It's too late to get out.
And just quickly, what resources are going to be standing by for when this storm passes through, and how will you deploy those resources?
And that's a great question, because we are prepared to respond. But what we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that. But as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
All right, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for being with us. So Allie, and you hear the good news, and that is that it seems that Tampa has avoided the worst, the absolute worst, but of course, no one's guard is down right now. We have to wait and see what this storm brings to the city of Tampa.
I feel like I can take a little sigh of relief there. Please thank the mayor for all the updates and the work that she's done for our community. Evan, thank you.
Yeah, first the mayor, now the sheriff. Law enforcement has all hands on deck right now, waiting for Milton's landfall. Let's bring in Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister joining us live. Hi there, Sheriff. What have you seen out there on the streets? This is something likely most of us have never seen, at least a scenario like this. How is it right now?
In my 33 years of law enforcement, I've never seen the flooding that we saw 2 weeks ago and what we're starting to see already with the heavy rains, the flash flooding we're starting to see. But the conditions are rapidly, and I mean rapidly, deteriorating out there.
Sheriff, what's your sense of the evacuation orders in terms of how well they were responded to? We know over the last month or so, we've had a couple of storms here in the Tampa Bay area. So we've had plenty of dry runs. People know how damaging and dangerous these storms homes can be. Do you think most people who needed to evacuate have?
I have to tell you, I believe they have. You saw the long lines at gas stations, at grocery stores, places where they could buy supplies, the amount of cars that had fled, the fact that I've never seen every hotel in Hillsborough County sold out, even from residents who just got out of the evacuation zone. I'm very pleased with the response. Well, I just got an update before we came on air. We have over 15,000 people in shelter. 6 of them are at capacity. That's great news. That means people are heeding the warning.
That's an incredible number for our shelters. What about those who did not evacuate, who may need help later tonight? What is your message to them?
That's my biggest fear. You know, they took that gamble. They gamble with their life or the life of their loved ones. I'm not going to gamble with the 4,000 members that are here at the sheriff's office, along with Fish and Game, who sent 30 officers here ready for that response. We're all prepared. We have people spending the night around the clock. They're ready to go do what they're trained and prepared to do. But I'm not going to gamble with their lives responding because you decided to stay. And I can't imagine what that feeling would be like if you said, oh boy, I shouldn't be here. I need help, and help's not going to come at some point.
Sheriff, what is there an area in terms of location that may be also a big concern for you? Obviously, there's some coastal areas, especially down by the river. But we know you mentioned, of course, the heavy rain that's already starting to happen. Do you have a particular area that you're really concerned about, or are you more concerned just about the whole county?
Yeah, 2 areas, the south end of the county where I think is going to get the brunt of the storm, Alafai River. Again, you guys know how heavily saturated, but what a busy rainy season that it's been. And now with all this rain coming, there's nowhere for the water to go. And I'm afraid of the flash flooding. The storm surge is still yet to be determined. So the south end of the county and Dana Shores out towards Town and Country that easily floods. These are the 2 areas of the county that I'm most concerned with.
Sure. Well, Sheriff Chronister, we thank you so much for your time. Anything else you want to add to our viewers as we get ready for what could be a historic night here in Tampa Bay?
Hey, as your sheriff, as a father, as a member of this community, wherever you are, I'm pleading with you, stay indoors.
Let's hope they do. Sheriff Chad Chronister, thank you so much. We appreciate all our first responders and all you guys do for us, guys and gals. We know it's going to be a busy couple of days, if not longer. We'll let you get back to work. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden did address the Hurricane Milton issue, of course, this evening and the destructive power of the storm, while assuring that the government will be there, he said, for the people of Florida. Here it is.
We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We're staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions.
So you have been listening.
All right, let's talk, as of course, President Biden here giving some brief moments, some mentions here a short time ago. We want to talk about Pasco County. Go ahead.
Pasco County.
Yeah.
We're here right now in Port Richey in Pasco County. We're right along the water. This is a neighborhood that we've been in for a little while today, and it is pretty much a ghost town, which is good news. Ultimately, that means a lot of people appeared who have evacuated, either getting out of this area completely or going to a shelter. And right now, the wind is really starting to pick up in this area. We've seen some pretty steady rain for the last couple hours in Pasco. We've been in the Hudson area, the Port Richey area. If you take a look at this house right here, it has the hurricane shutters on. And again, it doesn't appear that anybody is in this neighborhood or in this general area right now. Now, this house, the neighbor actually tells me the homeowner stayed during Hurricane Helene and actually had to swim out to the house next door that was on higher ground. So that just gives you an idea of how high that water was that came in during Helene. Now neighbors in this area are bracing for potentially round 2 of some potential storm surge flooding and flash flooding that could come with Milton and impact parts of Pasco County. And if you look at this house right now, this house was destroyed by flooding from Hurricane Helene. The homeowner says he had at least 4 feet of water inside his house. His house is gutted right now. And by the looks of the debris that was scattered along the street in this neighborhood, so many other people were dealing with the same thing from the flooding from Hurricane Helene. As you can see behind me, these homes back right up to the water, and that has been a concern again with Helene and with Milton here about that water rising. One of the biggest concerns in the county along the coast is the potential for more storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Again, it's already been raining for the better part of the afternoon, at least, better part of the day really here in the area. So that is one of the concerns. Again, storm surge flooding and flash flooding. At this point, if you haven't evacuated, that window has closed, and emergency officials are asking people really to shelter in place at this point. We will continue to have updates throughout the evening, but reporting in Pasco, Kylie Jones.
I want to talk about this graphic. We were discussing it earlier. Extreme wind warning is up until 9:30. This is done in extreme wind in extreme cases. Doesn't happen very often. And since I've been here 35 years, I don't recall one. Maybe when some of the hurricanes moved across the state, but I think back then this wasn't used much. All it means is in purple, which really covers essentially almost all of Manatee County, almost all of Hillsborough, almost all of Pinellas County. Winds may be sustained at 115 miles an hour. That's sustained, not gusts. Doesn't mean for 3 hours you can have a sustained winds of 115, that there may be a spell of that amount of wind as the eye wall begins to traverse the state from west to east or west-southwest to east-northeast. The highest likelihood, I think, of that occurring maybe a little bit to the south of some of these, the top end, maybe a little bit down here and down here. That is where the eye wall contains, we talked about this last night, the day before that, the core of the hurricane, the donut. The eye is the hole of the donut, and then surrounding that hole is the wind, the worst that the hurricane can produce or offer. That is going to slide east-northeast and head to the East Coast. So this is up until 9:30. You should have had alert on your phone. I think it's actually required. This is one of those alerts, like a storm surge warning, that is required to be sent to your phone. This is until 9:30. Can we show current winds to see if we're probably not near that threshold? But let's see, you got 66 now in St. Pete. The eye wall is still kind of hanging off the coastline, but the winds will pick up as it begins to move onshore. So what is the advice? So you say, but what do I do? There's not really a lot you can do in a basement. I mean, if I was home and one was issued from my location, the best course of action is to put yourself in a room that you think is the safest room in your house, whether it's a bathroom or maybe a, I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a closet. It could be a den. It could be someplace in your house that you feel you've got a lot of walls in between you and the outside, and away from windows. Your biggest concern is really that wind blowing something around that would hit your window and compromising your house. That's really the biggest concern in these extreme wind warnings. I don't think there'll be enough wind necessarily to blow your roof off or something like that, but certainly can cause damage to your house. But anywhere interior of your home, away from windows, is the best course of action. So we'll have an update again and a lot more coming up. Here's the radar showing the heavy torrential rains, which continue Tampa Bay north. Back to you guys.
All righty, Paul, thanks. You know, Disney World closed their theme parks early today ahead of this hurricane, ahead of Milton making landfall. And the cost of the closings, they say, could be anywhere from $150 to $200 million. That's according to analysts at Goldman Sachs. They say that will be the cost of closing Disney's Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Disney Springs. Disney says these parks will likely stay closed through Thursday. And it's always, I want to show you this, always amazing to see this. Look at that. That's the International Space Station capturing some video of Hurricane Milton as it churned toward the Gulf Coast of Florida earlier today. And you can see it's clearly a monstrous storm, and it really has taken shape. And there are always incredible images from afar. I think a lot of us would love to be on that International Space Station right now.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, this morning, FHP troopers rescued a dog that was left tied to a pole by someone. Look at this video. This dog was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And as FHP troopers approached the dog, you can see here it barked because it was scared. But troopers reassured it that they were there to help. And then you can see in the video, the dog was already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. Now, we shouldn't have to say this, but of course, FHP urges people, do not do this. You can take your dog to a shelter, or many of the shelters are accepting dogs. They're pet friendly.
Sure.
But the dog has been rescued, as you can see in the back of the trooper's car, and we actually heard that it was checked out by a vet, doing okay. Well, here's the dog in the back of the cruiser, and yep, as we just said, all checked out and doing well.
You can find more storm coverage as well right in the palm of your hand. If you have not downloaded the Fox Local app, please do it now, because it really is a great app. It's so easy to use. You can actually scrub back on the live newscast and watch it. You'll really need this for sure if you have any power outages, because many people are expecting it. Many people are already experiencing that. I know I'm getting some alerts in Pinellas County already. But the app has county-by-county updates, forecast videos from our weather team, all of our live newscasts. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, so please take advantage of that, and don't wait till your power's out. Go ahead and do that now. And obviously, keep your phone charged as long as you can.
And those alerts on. Those are so important. And a reminder, if you do lose power during the storm or you need to save...
All right, thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are quickly approaching now the 4 o'clock hour on the West Coast. 7 o'clock Eastern time is approaching quickly there as we're continuing our coverage here of Hurricane Milton. Again, we do know the latest updates with this storm is that it is a Category 3 storm that is threatening to bring great devastation there to the state of Florida. We're keeping a close eye on all of the new updates that have been coming out from the National Hurricane Center, as well as leaning on our partners there. We were just listening in to Fox 13 as they were giving us the latest update that they have in studio as well. So again, as we're monitoring this coverage there of Milton that is quickly approaching Florida, I want to show you just a few live looks there at the state as well. Now, as we take a look here, this is a look right there in Clearwater, Florida. Nearly blackout, whiteout conditions, I should say. As you can see, the waves are again approaching the shore, but the storm is quickly approaching that area of the state. We don't know exactly where the landfall will be, but it is projected to be somewhere just south of Tampa. So again, as we're continuing to learn the latest here, we do know that it is southwest of Sarasota as well, which is anticipated to be in that pathway. And one of the latest updates we also have, according to Power Outage US, more than 300 Floridians are already out of power there in the state. That's going to be something that we're keeping a very close eye on, is because as these storm conditions worsen, we can't anticipate that conditions will continue to deteriorate as well. So taking a look here, another shot here that we have in Florida as the rainy conditions are just continuing to pour out over the state, hoping for the very best for our neighbors and friends there in Florida, sheltering in place at this point, as it has been deemed unsafe to be out on the roads. Wherever you are at this point, you need to stay there for the next few hours as the storm is continuing to blow through the area. We're going to be getting some more updates directly out of Florida as well. We'll be talking to a few of the sheriffs in just a few minutes, including Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino. He's going to be out there on the roadway system giving us a live update at how those conditions are looking in Southwest Florida as well. In the meantime, though, I do want to pull up this poll that we have live right now on Live Now from Fox. If you're taking a look at your screen, you can pull out your phone and scan this QR code in order to answer the question. So this is a question that we've had up on our website all day long. Have you established a plan for Hurricane Milton? So we're getting some responses there from around the nation, especially our friends and family there in Florida. Some people, or 16%, I should say, have said they've already evacuated the area. 4% said that they were planning to evacuate. And then the leading response right now is sheltering in place with 53% of the vote. Not in the path of the storm. If you did just want to slide in your input, that's 27% of some of those viewers viewers who have been commenting, but it is a nice idea just to get an idea of what's happening out there with our Live Now viewers as they are bracing for the impact of Hurricane Milton. And again, if you want to connect with this poll here, just take out your phone, scan that QR code that's at the top right side of your screen, and it'll take you directly to our website where you can participate. Also there at the bottom, you see it says livenowfox.com/connect. You can do that if you're on a web browser, if you would like to participate again in this poll. So again, we've been keeping a close eye on these updates, relying heavily on some of our partners there inside the state of Florida, including Fox 13 there in Tampa. I want to get back into their coverage right now as they're at the top of their show in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's listen in right here on Live Now.
That are pretty thick. These winds are going to pull some of them down.
Sure, and at this point, you should absolutely be in your safe place. Let's send it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes now with the very latest. Nash?
Yeah, we're checking in right now with a live update from Hurricane Milton. Sustained winds at the moment, 120 miles per hour. Still moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, which is relatively quick. We've seen it bounce back and forth a little bit faster than that at times, a little bit slower, and that's what we come to expect. As disorganized as this storm now is, a lot of those showers and thunderstorms kind of off on the northeast side of it, off to the southeast. Drier air is now funneling in, and that's why the southern edge of the eye wall, we'll show here in just a moment, has started to erode, and it's mainly the northern half that we're seeing all of the heavy rainfall, and additionally seeing all of the strongest winds at the moment. Here's the latest updated track. We kind of tagged the position of the eye hour by hour, and you can see a few small jogs and wobbles here and there, and that's why we say we throw the models out the window right now and we keep an eye on the storm. We babysit it until it comes on shore, and that is so important because depending on the exact spot of landfall, as we're already starting to see, all the onshore winds will be just south of this circulation. All the offshore winds will be moving away from the coastline, and those offshore winds will mitigate that storm surge, while the highest levels of surge will be just to the south of the circulation. Let's get a closer look at a few spots that are already seeing some of the heaviest bands of rain, and kind of deceiving here because the radar, remember, is punching through all these outer bands. By the time it gets here, it's a little bit lighter shaded, but still starting to see that eye get closer and closer to the shoreline, likely now moving toward Manatee and Sarasota counties, where that extreme wind warning was issued just moments ago, as winds could climb up to 110 to 115 miles per hour for some time. We're watching all this rain on the north side of this as well, as we've already seen roughly half a foot of rainfall on the leading edge of this storm, and the eye right now across is about 20 to 25 miles. We'd expect that to grow just a bit. You can see very disorganized and disheveled right now. Not a lot happening closer to the center in terms of organization like we had about an hour ago. Right now, wind gusts along the coast as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour in many spots. Notice the offshore winds just north of that circulation. Areas down farther south in southwest Florida, as we checked in with the Naples Fishing Pier just a moment ago. Onshore winds down there. Otherwise, inland, starting to see those wind gusts tick up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. Remember, these are tropical storm force winds extending very far inland. We didn't necessarily see hurricane force winds get transported inland with Helene when it made its close pass. This is going to be a different story because the eye, again, coming on shore and expected to make it all the way to the east side of the state still as a hurricane before pushing off the shoreline. This is a very rare warning that was issued just a moment ago. An extreme wind warning until 9:30 p.m. encompassing Tampa, St. Pete, all the way down south, just north of Sarasota is where they've drawn that closing line. But you get the picture. Spots in here can expect wind gusts and wind speeds to exceed at times 110 miles per hour, perhaps 115 miles per hour with that warning. And they saved those warnings for the most dire of scenarios when it comes to these very strong winds on the leading edge of powerful hurricanes. Storms that come to mind, Ian. I was covering this storm, Hurricane Ian, down in southwest Florida as it was pushing on shore, and one of those warnings were issued and came to our phone. Not very many of them are issued each year. Sometimes we go an entire year without seeing one of those warnings issued. So it just puts in perspective what we're seeing there. Additionally, the winds on the north side of this moving offshore will drive that surge much lower. Onshore winds, especially the strongest near and south of the storm center, is what we're going to be watching for to bump up those storm surge totals perhaps at or surpassing 10 feet in some spots. That has been the trend with many of these surge forecasts, but notice the numbers farther south have started to increase in spots, while the numbers up to the north have started to come down substantially. We have made some changes with that forecast. We're going to get that to you in just a moment, but Sky Tower radar is showing that this is now nearing the coastline, 25 miles wide or so for that eye wall right now. Get back to you in just a moment with new updates regarding this storm's position. Guys?
Are we thinking landfall within the hour?
Might be a little
Hour and a
soon.
half?
I remember
Okay.
it's the center of the storm, exactly within the middle of those winds that has to move onshore. I think some of the stronger winds of this system will be moving onshore in the next hour or so.
Okay, in the next hour or so. All right, Nash, thank you so much. You know, the rains and the wind continue to move into Sarasota and Manatee counties. People are on edge. They are just waiting for Milton to pass, but unfortunately, we're just getting into it here. Let's get out to Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon. She's live for us in Sarasota. Kim, you have been showing us so much out there. Tell us what it's like for you now.
Well, Allie, we're just off of Clark Road at the Holiday Inn Express here. The lights are starting to flicker. The power luckily came back on. Want to go ahead and show you just some of the gusts that we're feeling right now. Not so bad, but you can start to see over here just some of the trees moving. Car wash. We want to show you this. This is a Circle K over here. You can start to see just some of the things hanging off. We've seen a lot of the trees rocking off. I think we're about to get one of those gusts right now, but this is why you need to be indoors at this point. A lot of this stuff can turn into flying shrapnel. We're lucky we're underneath a covered parking area here at the Holiday Inn. But want to show you some video today. This is from the Cortez Fishing Village. There was still some time for people to prepare here to get their boats ready. And you have to think about the Cortez Fishing Village. They were impacted greatly from Helene. Now they have Milton, and the Milton has its eyes set on the Manatee, Sarasota County area. It's a very hard thing. This is a historic fishing village. This is a place that so many people have poured their lives into for decades. I want you to hear from one of the fishermen here who says, no matter what Milton brings their way, they are going to rebuild, and they will continue to be here for the community.
We've moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and protect them. I decided to stay here with one of mine. That way we have multiple locations so we won't lose them all.
Cortez Fishing Village here is really the backbone of the community when you think about not only tourism, but the fish that we get. How important is it that we get this back up and running and help fishermen no matter what we face?
We've already made up our minds. If we do get wiped out, we'll rebuild. We've already made up our minds. We hope that doesn't happen, and we hope the damage is minimal, but we're expecting it to be pretty bad. We really are. And it's the lifeblood of the community. That's where all our dollars come from. It's where people, work. It's everything for us.
And really talking to another captain, Captain Scott Moore, who's lived on Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach for decades. He said, he sent me a text earlier and said, this is really a storm that is going to change everything about our barrier islands, everything that we all have known and loved throughout the decades. Same goes for the Cortez Fishing Village here. Everyone is continuing to hold out hope, but we will just now wait and see. Want to bring you back out live here to Sarasota. You can really see now these squall lines are starting to get really bad. Just some of the wind coming in. We're starting to see some of the branches coming off. Right here off of Clark Road, our area now has lost power, and we expect these winds to continue to get stronger. A lot of people in the hotel who have evacuated from other areas just seeking a safe place, but we will continue to bring you the latest. I think we're going to take a break for about an hour as some of the worst weather moves in just to protect ourselves, but Allie will have more later on today. Back to you.
As always, Kim, thanks so much for your reporting. You guys get inside and be safe. We'll see you in a little bit later.
Now, Pinellas County's first responders have been pulled off the roads now that wind conditions are just too dangerous. You see what winds are already happening around Sarasota where Kim is. Many agencies are now sheltering in place at their emergency operations center, and that's where you find Fox 13's Brianna Ardano joining us live. Hi there, Brianna. What's the latest there? You're in St. Pete, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually, the Emergency Operations Center is in Largo, and so I can tell you, though, that the city of St. Pete, as well as Pinellas County, have now stopped their emergency response because it is just too dangerous for those crews to be out on the roads right now. Now, earlier, just maybe around 6:30, we all got those alerts on our phones from Pinellas County, anyone who was here in the area telling us to shelter in place because of those high winds. And I'm sure everybody, as we heard Nash and Paul talking about the National Weather Service, having their warning about the extreme wind. So you should already be in your safe place by now where you're going to be taking shelter during this storm. Now, before those warnings went off, I can tell you that we did have the chance to step outside and get a little bit of video of the conditions here right outside of the EOC. And we did see the wind start to pick up as well, along with the rain. But I do also want to talk about power outages here. Obviously, there's already thousands of them happening all across the Tampa Bay area. But if you have power and you're watching us right now, this is a great time to go ahead and charge your phones, charge those battery packs, charge whatever devices you may need in order for you to be able to contact, family, call 911, call for help, because even if it's just, for 5 or 10 minutes before that power goes out, any sort of time will definitely help later on if you're not able to have access to power after this storm. Now, we did talk to a county spokesperson here at the EOC who shared with us some tips about you riding out the storm if you're in your home.
If you're concerned about the wind, if the wind starts, getting really strong and you feel like it's going to damage your roof, you can go into an interior room with no windows and hunker down in there during the worst of the storm, which will probably be kind of in the late hours tonight into the early morning hours.
Yeah, and so I also talked about this earlier in the afternoon, but Pinellas County has their Alert Pinellas system that they're really encouraging people to sign up for. Again, while you still have service, while you still have power, you can just type it into your browser here. This page will pop up. It's really easy to hit that sign up button, and that's how you're able to kind of get those text message alerts about what's going on here within the county. Other counties have those kinds of alert systems as well. You'll get a text message right to your phone letting you know what's going on, and just to keep you updated about conditions as this storm kind of passes through. And it's just really important for people, again, to make sure that they are in their safe place right now, stay off of the roads, and just be smart. Back to you.
Yeah, that Alert Pinellas is pretty neat, Brianna. As a Pinellas County resident, I signed up for that today, and it works great. So I encourage anybody in Pinellas to do that. Alert Pinellas, it's very easy. Brianna, thanks very much. We'll get back to you. We heard from Mayor Katz.
All right, that was just some of the coverage that we were receiving in from Fox 13 there in Tampa, as their reporters in their newsroom are just bracing for impact. They are expecting the early parts of the eye wall to start coming on shore within the hour. And in the next 2 hours, this hurricane will have officially made landfall there in Florida. So, of course, we are keeping a very close eye on our Tampa stations, as it is expected to hit slightly below that area in the Sarasota area. Right now, again, we're going to keep a close eye on it. But in the meantime, I do want to bring into the program now Sheriff Carmine Marcino. He's the sheriff of Lee County, Florida, which is just a little bit further south than Tampa, one of the major cities there in that area. And I just want to check in here to see if the sheriff can hear us. Sheriff Carmine Marcino, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, Sheriff, we talked to you yesterday as your team was preparing and making those preparations ahead of the landfall of Hurricane Milton. At this time, we know that it is rapidly approaching the Florida coast. What's happening there in Lee County? You are out and about and sort of surveying some of the damage that has already come from the storm.
Well, we are. As always, we look at the storm as three parts. It's before, during, and after. And we are rapidly approaching the during part, almost there, So we assessed, we have multiple tornadoes that have touched down, along the Lee County area, and there's been damage. Obviously, the fire departments, local government have evacuated all the barrier islands. But know that we have all assets and hands on deck. Our shallow water boats, the high water rescue vehicles, everything is out there deployed at the button so that our residents are going to be safe no matter what. At this point, we just want to make sure people are sheltering in place and making us and allowing us to do our job much easier.
And when you're talking about some of those hurricanes that came through, we had video earlier of one that came out of Clewiston, which is in the Southwest Florida area. What is the early damage looking like from those tornadoes? Because, of course, if folks there in Southwest Florida were planning on sheltering in place, some of them are now without a home or an area to shelter and had to be removed to one of those other shelters there in the county.
Of course, we started feeling the effects of the storm around noon. The rain bands and the extended bands coming through. Obviously, we see the storm surge coming across, in Pine Island and Sanibel, Captiva, the barrier islands, and the waterways are starting to come across and flood. And we're still not at high tide, and again, unfortunately, post-Hurricane Ian, Helene, we're still recovering. So our great residents are out there, and so many residents in the state of Florida are working.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What are the main areas of concern there in Lee County, especially when it comes to flooding and potential rescues that might have to happen after the storm?
You know, we're concerned with everywhere. Lee County is about 1,260 square miles, but our primary concerns where we start to really zero in are going to be the beach ends, the lower laying areas, you know, from the downtown Fort Myers area, you know, the Matlacha Bridge, Sanibel Causeway, you know, the Barrier Islands, Fort Myers Beach, which was known as our ground zero, again, watching the water come through the Gulf and meeting the bay side. So, again, we're going to monitor these areas. We have every asset deployed, and again, we're going to make certain that our residents are going to be safe. And a clear message also for those that want to come from other places that want to prey on our great residents. We can tell you this, not in the state of Florida and not in Lee County. You know, we protect our residents. Our great residents live with law and order, and I'm going to make certain of it.
And that's a good point, because Sheriff Carmine Marcino, there are a lot of folks there who have vacation or secondary homes who maybe come down for the winter, snowbirds, if you will, and that's not their primary property that they have there in Southwest Florida. What is the concern like for safety and their property to make sure that no bad actors are continuing or maybe even thinking about burglarizing some of these homes that aren't currently occupied?
Of course. I mean, that's always a concern, and we plan properly for it strategically. We use all our equipment, drones, electronic surveillance units, detectives, plainclothes people. It's all hands on deck, and we communicate with our sheriff partners throughout the entire state. We live in a law and order state, which is phenomenal. And I will tell you this, while it is a concern always, I want everyone to rest well knowing that no one is going to prey on them. If someone makes that mistake and that error, I can tell you right now, they're lucky if they make it to jail. You walk into someone's house, you get carried out.
All right, Sheriff Carmine, I do want to ask you quickly before I let you go. Again, with these back-to-back hurricanes, there's just been so much concern of how law enforcement and how the other areas and those really important departments that are taking on the brunt of making sure that so many areas recover from the storm are doing during this time. Do you feel any of those challenges with Hurricane Helene just hitting the state again less than 2 weeks ago?
You know, yes, we do. I mean, obviously, Helene, we didn't get the direct hit, but the bands were hundreds of miles away. And again, the surge, everyone pays close attention to the category of storm and where exactly it's going to hit. But these storms are tremendous. I mean, the eye of this storm was over 60 miles wide, you know, with hurricane winds. But the tropical bands went over 300 to 400 miles out. So the entire state is affected. But again, you know, we are so strong together. Local, state, federal partners, everybody's working. Every place in Florida, no matter what county gets hit, we are all going to pull together and make certain that everyone gets the resources needed. The Florida Sheriff's Association works with everybody, and we do a great job together, and together we're the strongest. And that's what makes us, you know, in a great position during these most difficult times.
Sheriff Marcino, we've seen certain other counties there in the state already cease their 911 operations. I have to ask you, are you all still taking calls at this time, or is that put on pause until the worst of the storm passes?
So once we hit a sustained wind of 45 miles an hour, we pull our deputies off the roadway, and that's why we push so hard, you know, the 3 stages of the storm, before, during, and after. Well, before, it's so important to get the message out, to get people out of harm's way, because if they stay and they call 911, there is no one to respond. But the second we are able to respond, we deploy. But I can tell you, as of about an hour ago, we were in great shape as far as our 911 calls. People are, you know, they listened. The message got out. We're very thankful for the media helping us and for everyone getting that message out. I know Governor DeSantis and his staff was really pushing hard, and Senator Scott as well, and Congressman Byron Donalds, all the people that have a voice that get out got that message out, and the residents listened. It almost looked like a ghost town driving down by the beaches, which is exactly what we wanted. We can always rebuild buildings. We can always build better. But to replace someone's life, that doesn't work. It doesn't happen. So as long as we have no loss of life, that's the real win.
Absolutely no loss of life. That would be a great turnout from this very powerful storm that is now barreling through the state of Florida. Thank you so much for your time, Sheriff Carmine Marcino with the Lee County Sheriff's Office. They're keeping the residents of Southwest Florida safe.
Thank you.
All right, again, we are going to continue on with our coverage here of Hurricane Milton tracking as it is quickly approaching the Florida Peninsula. We have been hearing some results to say that it's going to hit before midnight Eastern time. So those exact times aren't confirmed, but again, they are expecting some of the worst winds and rains to come through the Tampa area within the next hour and a half or so. So let's go ahead and listen back into our coverage there. And on the other side of this 2-minute break, we're going to be tuning back into Fox 13 as they are continuing to give the latest update there of the storm. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we are continuing to track the very latest with Hurricane Milton, which is right now a Category 3 storm that is off the coast of the west coast of Florida. So let's go ahead and continue with our coverage here on Live Now as we are anticipating that the storm is going to be making landfall in just the next few hours. Let's listen in to our partners there at Fox 13 in Tampa to the latest from their meteorologists.
And you get that surge. That's what we'll be watching for. Now, once again, Sky Tower radar showing that eye nearing the coastline there. And again, just more and more of that heavy rain. And that's really what we're going to be watching minute by minute, second by second, watching this eye nearing the coastline because we're really starting to get much, much closer to when that's actually going to work its way on shore. But for now, we also watch that extreme wind warning that we have throughout Pinellas, Hillsborough, down into Manatee for this area here, which really has some of the strongest winds. Some of the worst part of this right now is working its way through some of these areas right here throughout the Tampa Bay area. So we're going to continue to watch this. I've got Nash in here as well. Paul's going to be back in just a few minutes, and we're going to be continuing to just track this, working its way on shore. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Oh, all right, Jim. And unfortunately, that wind warning extends to 9:30, so we still have 2 more hours of that.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple of Facebook comments. I know you're getting some too. One says it's awfully scary and nasty in North Clearwater right now. A couple of signs down in St. Pete. A friend of mine's in Lakeland. some roof damage there.
So power out.
We're starting to hear about the signs. We've already seen some trees starting to come down. So I think that's going to be the theme of the night as these continue. We hope it doesn't get too much worse, and you don't want trees on houses. That's where, of course, it becomes a much bigger issue.
Yeah, the biggest thing is that you're in your safe place right now.
Yep.
And we want to continue to show you more areas of Hillsborough County where we're seeing some damage.
Yeah, Fox 13 Jennifer Vaglis joins us now from MLK Jr. Boulevard near Raymond James Stadium. She's got a look at the neighborhoods nearby.
As Hurricane Milton approaches Tampa Bay, we drove around Hillsborough County taking stock of the impact so far. The Baycrest Park neighborhood in Town and Country right off Memorial Highway was already seeing flooded roads. The homes here are situated along canals. Now, this is evacuation zone A mandatory evacuation area. Some streets here are impassable. We saw a car or two having to turn around. Meanwhile, debris from Helene remains piled high. And one neighborhood along the Hillsborough River near Lowry Park is also in evacuation zone A. Neighbors tell me the water from Helene was waist high, and they expect the same from Milton. Now, the issue for them is that across the river on the Old Seminole Heights side, the ground is higher, and any stormwater runoff tends to go into the river and even into their neighborhood. Now, another concern for them is low-lying power lines and tree branches. So there's definitely a lot of vegetation in this area. Fortunately, that is not the case yet. They aren't seeing too much flooding because the swales here seem to be doing their job so far. Now, here along MLK Jr. Boulevard, right near Raymond James Stadium, we are seeing some pooling in the roadways already as rain is kind of coming in a sideways angle with those wind gusts kind of passing through the area. Fortunately, not a whole lot of cars on the road, which just goes to show that people are kind of hunkering in place and, of course, need to continue to do so as Milton continues to approach Tampa Bay. For now, in Hillsborough County, Jennifer Vaglis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Jennifer, thanks. We just got word we're going to hear from the governor soon. That's coming up probably in just a couple of minutes. So let's take a short break. We'll be back with more continuous coverage, something from the governor in Tallahassee, of course.
Yeah, stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, again, if you've been sticking with us here on Live Now from Fox, we're continuing our coverage of Hurricane Milton. We are going to now step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, our continuous coverage as this storm is quickly barreling towards the state of Florida continues. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we're continuing to track the path of Hurricane Milton as it is quickly approaching the Florida Peninsula. Let's now turn our attention to our Fox 35 coverage there in Orlando as they are giving us the very latest of what's happening on the ground.
Right here, I mean, that's literally your tornado that came in earlier. You see right where those green and red meet, that's the tornado.
Any other confirmations? I know we've had so many. You had a dozen tornado warnings at one time.
There's one, well, the one that was coming out of St. Lucie. Earlier, I remember if you guys, we had the tornado emergency with a huge one.
Yeah.
And we were worried, that was the one that prompted those warnings in the Orlando area. It moved north towards Orange County. When it was in rural parts of Osceola, we had a storm chaser send a video of a very strong tornado. But it was in the middle of Osceola County with a zoom, and thankfully nobody was there.
That's good.
But we could have very much been reporting on us now a EF3 tornado hitting a town somewhere. It just happened to be in the middle of nothing in Osceola County, thankfully. But that would, I would say, would be the second one that we had.
So now that we're getting later into the evening, are our tornado threats dying down a little bit?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Because when the sun was up, even though it was cloudy, there's more. The sun still heats the ground through the clouds. Not as much if it was sunny, obviously, but now that the sun is set, that little reduction of the temperature is probably just enough to put a lid on the tornado threat for now.
So that threat goes down, but then increasing is the flooding risk.
And wind. Chapters 2 and 3, I think, will be the biggest, and especially the wind has trended up. I think the wind is honestly going to catch a lot of people by surprise, even though we've talked about it all week. I think when this is all done with, people are going to go, wow, in some areas, it was windier than I realized it may be, just because this storm is going to merge with the jet stream. So the winds in front of the eye are not bad. Now, 5, 6, 10, 11 p.m., and then at 4 in the morning, it's going to be bam, on the backside, the winds flip it the other way, and that'll be really strong.
Yeah, so time things out for us. It's 7:30 right now.
All right, that was just some of our coverage there from Fox 35 in Orlando. I do want to now turn your attention. We're going to head out to Florida Live, where Governor Ron DeSantis is giving an update there on the conditions and what's expected for the state. Let's listen in here on Live now.
With many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages. You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris. And they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast, many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas to help with those structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our state assistance information line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way. And hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well. But we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go, but it sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done if something needs to be done on these ports. To say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open. And I think they're of the same mind, and I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for. You know, for example, with this debris, let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. I don't want to have to, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and that's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that make sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
Governor, Director Guthrie, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge. But it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days, 5 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably is going to be able to weather a lot of this. So they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the states. I would love that, to say, you know what? We did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you, and you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure, and this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm, there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, we got the job done.
And FHP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane. I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at them. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. You know, these dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Can you talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on shore?
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw it with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you're going to do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them, it's not like, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure. And I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Governor, on the point of the tornadoes, about the declaration, or about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here.
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program, is actually traveling from D.C. tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward is, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and that we don't do bureaucracy, we don't go in linear paths, we don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid to, again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes unfortunately. Usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, and, you know, the thing is there could be another storm this season, but the debris, I mean, the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris. I mean, like, you know, I remember Michael, how long it took to do the debris. Ian, there was debris. I mean, like, and a lot of it is like, you know, the local governments are like, you know, worried what FEMA's going to reimburse and this and that. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, the incentive should be to get it done as quickly as possible. And, you know, it's a difficult situation because you have like Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael. They had $90 million of debris cleanup. And I think their annual budget was like $5 million. So they obviously need that reimbursement. And I think they got 100%. Oh, yeah, they did, because I went and got it from President Trump, 100% of reimbursement for like the first 45 days. But to have the debris for 6 months, a year, more than that, and I would never think that we would be able to say that government would do better than private. But when we took all our trucks, they're all over the state doing all this stuff at the normal course of business. And we said, okay, this is a hazard. Let's do emergency 24/7. And they were going, and they picked up 3,000 plus loads of debris on Anna Maria Island, on Madeira Beach, all these places, and then brought them to this landfill. As I said, this is a local responsibility. I don't think the state can be in the business of cleaning up everybody's debris. First of all, we just are too big of a state. I mean, there's no way a state government can do that. So this was kind of an extraordinary circumstance, but we also have to look at why is this always a problem? And I think what Kevin is doing, I think, is smart. I think the administrator will work constructively with him, and I think we'll probably get somewhere that's going to be more efficient and more effective.
Governor, along that bureaucracy, you made the decision to ask the legislature to set aside that money for emergency so that you'd be able to have the state get money and start paying for things in a much quicker fashion. The budget system indicates that so far you've gone through about $250 million, which is about half of what you got. I mean, you guys... Well, no, we'll be fine, yeah. I mean, if we exhaust that, under emergency, I still can do, and we'll do that. And I would say, you know, this will probably be a 90-10 storm, you think, or? We're going to ask for it. Yeah, so we'll end up asking for 90-10 for a lot of this stuff, and it just takes a while, but we know we'll get it. I mean, we're still getting reimbursements from some of these past storms, so it's just the way it is. But yeah, we're fine. We have what we do, and look, when you deal with these storms, you got to make a decision. We never want to spend money that is not going to be effective, of course, but I think the question is, you know, are you willing to spend money to be prepared? And when you're fully prepared, you will end up not using some of the things that you've amassed. I mean, who knows? Maybe we instead of having 2.4 million restorations like we did with Helene, maybe we'll have less than that with this. We had 30,000 for Helene, Lyman. We have 50,000 now. Was that bad that we had? No, it wasn't. We've had other things staged. We had fuel staged for Helene. We didn't have to use any of it. The gas stations were fine. We have fuel staged now. We may need to do it. And so these are things we look at contingencies, what could potentially happen, plan for the contingencies. And when you plan for it, you do got to spend some money to execute these contracts. But if you don't end up having to do it, I would much rather do that than be in a situation where like we have no gas in the state or we don't have enough people to hook up people's power. And it does cost when we do the mutual aid, when we bring in the linemen, you know, the state is responsible for some of those costs. But the way I view it is, if we can get people back, I think we had 2 million restored within 72 hours for Hurricane Helene. That gets everyone back on their feet and the state gets moving again. That pays for itself. If you have power out, the standard used to be people be out of power for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. That is not, I think that's bad. I think that hurts the economy. I think that hurts the quality of life. So that's just how you got to do it. Our view is let's just be prepared. That's why we have the fund. And you're going to be better off being prepared ultimately than if you're not willing to do it.
Search and rescue. I know it's a big emphasis for the state. What happens if 911 goes down, God forbid, or cell towers go down and people can't reach the hotline or 911 to call search and rescue? What should those families and those individuals do?
So the enhanced or next gen 911 system that is in place throughout the country, it's overseen by the Department of Management Services, but at the same time, the mechanics of it is if a county goes down, if a county cannot receive those 911 calls, it's going to roll over to another county. So there is a redundancy that is numerous layers deep that will end up getting that 911 call. When that 911 address pops up on a dispatcher screen, it's actually going to tell them where the home service is at. So it will say, for instance, just say for grins and giggles, it's Punta Gorda. It's answered in Hendry County. It'll show up Punta Gorda. So the people in Hendry County know automatically, okay, I'm actually receiving a call from another area. There's something wrong. They're still going to, all of our dispatchers are trained, our 911 coordinators are trained underneath a Department of Health certificate. So they have all the same standard training throughout the state of Florida. That is a required statute. So they can take that call just as good in Hendry County as they can in, say, Charlotte County. They'll transfer that information. We have redundant systems all across the state. We still have World War II, Cold War era technology that are copper lines that go from every single emergency management agency in this in this state to another emergency management. So that'll come in, they'll get the information, they'll pick up that, hotline, call that next county over and say, this is what's going on, and then people will respond to that.
Well, also, I think what you've seen in past is there is the redundancy, but then if someone does need to be, if there's 10 feet of storm surge somewhere, you go rescue, and then our boats, they'll go around and check on people. They'll do all that. So you're going to see a massive effort as soon as it's safe to do so to check in the areas that were the hardest hit by surge if there's anybody in distress, because someone may not be able to call. Now, even if the 911's working, they may not be able to do that. And if you see somebody that's sitting on their roof, someone's going to go and pick them up. That's just how we roll.
For the tornadoes, Director Guthrie mentioned about 125 structures that were destroyed. Does the state have any confirmed fatalities from those tornadoes?
Not yet. I think that there's some injuries. I don't think we can rule out fatalities, but we don't have any confirmed yet.
Does the state have a number on how many people are in county shelters or those state supplemented shelters?
So I appreciate the question. I did a 5:15 call where we were getting some real-time numbers updated. I'm going to say it's probably close to 100,000. We had a lot of counties that their numbers went up exponentially. Earlier today, we put 31,000 out there. But for instance, Hillsborough reported a couple of maxed out. Pinellas reported a couple of maxed out. But every county that reported something maxed out still said, even though it was a single shelter, still said they had plenty of capacity in their system. So we're nowhere near capacity that we have, which was well over 220,000 beds as of our earlier briefing today. But I would estimate it's probably around 100,000 and maybe growing.
And I think and it makes sense that it grew a lot today, because the storm wasn't expected to hit until tonight. So you don't need to be there. Like a lot of people, why would you be there on a Tuesday night? They just go Wednesday morning. So we anticipated that would happen. We have capacity. I think when you're talking about storm surge on these barrier islands, a lot of those folks have the wherewithal and the means to be able to go somewhere else, hotel, family, friends. And so they're probably not the prime candidates that are going to go to shelter. I think a shelter is a lot of times some of the elderly, some of the people that may not have as much means, and that's there for them. And I think people have utilized it well. Okay, thanks so much.
All right, we were just listening in there as Governor Ron DeSantis and other Florida officials gave the latest update as we are continuing to track Hurricane Milton, which is a Category 3 storm. I do want to let you know that according to our Fox Forecast Center, Hurricane Milton is currently making landfall right now near Sarasota, Florida. So that official announcement will be made by the National Hurricane Center. But again, according to our Fox Forecast Center, it is making landfall right now. But the latest update, though, from the National National Hurricane Center still says that it is close to making landfall along the coast of west central Florida. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains are occurring across portions of central and southwestern Florida. I want to pull up this tweet here for you so you can see exactly what the National Hurricane Center is putting out right now at this 8 p.m. Eastern time update. Again, you can see it on your screen there, close to making landfall. Those life-threatening storm surges, damaging winds, and flooding are occurring along parts of the coast. It is important to note that there are already reports of very damaging flooding that is down there in Collier County in the Naples area. And so we will be able to check in with just a few minutes with the sheriff there in Collier County to talk to him about how the county is going to be preparing to respond to flooding there in the area. Of course, the cleanup that's going to happen as well after the storm passes. All right, we've been here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the governor's update in full. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, and on the other side, we're going to be getting the latest coverage from some of our partner stations as well, including Fox 13 there in Tampa. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. I do want to let you know that the latest update, again, from the National Hurricane Center, Hurricane Milton is very close to making landfall there near the Sarasota area. We do have a live look there as well, so you can see exactly what Sarasota is looking like at this time. And it is a nasty storm with all the winds and the rain now blowing through the area. This road here, again, from our camera, you can see how the water is just pooling and running across the road. That's a live look again in Sarasota, where this storm is expected to make landfall. Okay, so we do want to get out to some of our coverage right now from Fox 13 in Tampa, as they've been keeping a very close eye on the storm, as well as checking in with their reporters who were out there on the ground braving these conditions.
Yesterday, who said he was very happy to see that thousands of people were going to the shelters all across the city and county. That's such a good thing. Before other hurricanes, you might see 50 or 100 people in any given shelter. Now, we went to a shelter today that had nearly 1,500 people. So people were heeding warnings. They were listening to officials. They did not want to be caught in this very dangerous storm, I think, especially after what we saw with Helene. Now, again, we're at a hotel. We were talking to a lot of people at our hotel here who also were seeking shelter. A lot of them just live a mile or two away, and they fully expect that they will come back to damage on their home. But as long as they are safe, they are happy. And we talked to some of them today who were very scared. We'll listen to some of that sound.
Yeah, I'm very scared. Cried all the way over here. Anxiety, scared, stressed, sad. And I just pray that everybody's okay. People's lives are spared at this point. We don't know what's going to happen.
Obviously, Bradenton police said that they were preparing for high water rescue, but as we heard with Helene, it's a similar thing now. They cannot go into areas with more than 45-mile-per-hour winds, which obviously we're seeing right now. So they really hope that people are in their safe place at this point as we wait for the eye of the storm to come very close to us here in Manatee County and Bradenton. And again, I mean, at least at our hotel, there's been such a sense of community. Even in our lobby, they had kind of like a potluck dinner. People were coming together. I think the feeling after Helene is stuff is stuff, but we need to keep people safe, and that's the feeling in this area tonight. I'll send it back to you guys. We're going to stay safe out here.
We sure do need that. All right, and you stay safe as well, Evan. Evan Moon, live tonight in Manatee County. Evan, thank you. We move now to north up in Pinellas County, where they are also getting significant impacts from Milton.
Yeah, Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy live again in St. Petersburg. Kaylee, what are you seeing out there now in St. Pete?
This is the worst conditions we've seen all day so far. We just lost power here. We're right outside of my photographer Mike Hughes' home. We are in a safe place and non-evacuation zone. But I do want to let you guys know that extreme wind warning is still in effect here in St. Pete, and they also have issued just a little while ago, starting at 7, they turned 2 of the sewer plants offline. Around 6 p.m. they announced that, and then it went into effect around 7. They turned off the northeast and southwest sewer treatment plants. That's to protect the employees there and the treatment plant itself. Now, if you live in those areas that I'm going to let you know, there's a graphic that we have posted, and also you can find out those locations on the city's website. They are asking you to please conserve water. So again, starting at 7 p.m., officials ask that you limit and avoid taking showers, doing laundry or washing dishes, and only flush toilets as necessary, because your toilet, it may not drain, and it may take 48 hours for them to fix that before they can get in and, fix those operations there, and inspections, repairs are completed. They have to make sure, of course, it's safe after the storm for them to go in as well. So 2 days, possibly this may be in effect, maybe longer, depending on conditions after the storm. Important, drinking water has not been shut off. Running water is still accessible for drinking or cooking, and the Northwest Station, that has not been affected. But right now, as we've been saying just for a little while now, we've heard from Paul too, the worst of the weather through Pinellas has been coming through for a little while now, and these winds and rains have certainly been picking up. Important to reiterate that first responders themselves are not on the roads right now. They've paused operations and will resume when it is safe to do so. So shelter in place now. That's the message from officials here. Back to you.
All right, that was just some of our coverage there from Fox 13 in Tampa, as we again know that this hurricane is imminently making landfall. What you're looking at right now on your screen is a shot out of Sarasota, Florida, which was one of those places where the storm is expected to come on shore. You can really see the wind and the rain and those conditions quickly deteriorating. Again, if you're there in Florida and you're in the way of this hurricane, you should be sheltering in place at this point, as so many areas all across the area across the state are bracing for this impact. Again, we do want to keep here with our coverage there, again, focusing on Southwest Florida as we are continuing to talk to other officials as well in the state. I do want to bring into the program now Sheriff Kevin Rambosk. He's there with the Collier County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to ask you, first of all here, how are those conditions and how are your folks doing there as you're prepping for landfall?
Well, we have had a tropical system here for about 4 days now. So with the passing of the hurricane offshore earlier today, we started to see outer bands of that. What we did incur throughout the day was numerous threats of tornadoes, several over I-75, several over the middle of the county, and then those tornadoes moved on to the north from here. So the rains have somewhat passed, other than some remaining bands. The winds have died down, but what has started about 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight was the on surge of water. And where we've been told that we will anticipate that surging water to continue till about 6 a.m. when it will peak with a high tide with 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. And then it will take half a day to the full day for that storm surge to come down.
And when you're talking about the emergency response there that your sheriff's department is going to have to do over the next few days, obviously Hurricane Helene just came through the state as well 2 weeks ago. What are some of those preparations that you guys did put in place ahead of landfall, as we do know it is imminent there just north of you in Sarasota?
There are 5 different elements of what we look at when we do the planning for a storm. The original planning starts in the beginning of June before the storm season. We then have a pre-storm plan, the storm itself, then post-storm recovery and search and rescue. That's the part that we're going in now. So we have had our staff out there for the last 24 hours. We've gone to multiple different shifts. We have people that are on our coastal zones. We have created a coastal security program where everything west and south of US 41 to the Gulf, we have put a significant increase in law enforcement, both from the city of Naples, city of Marco Island, as well as the Collier County Sheriff's Office. We will then go into tonight high water rescue, and we really don't have a good sense of what the storm surge will be, but 4 to 7 feet or 5 to 7 feet, which they anticipate, will require us to use a lot of the equipment that we have already staged. We have swamp buggies, we have airboats, and we have regular boats as well as jet skis. So we'll be using all of that throughout the night.
And Sheriff, when we're talking about Naples, one of those areas, a very popular tourist destination that folks also typically have second homes in as well. So we do know there's already been reports of a lot of flooding there in the area. When do you think that your crew will be able to go out to perform any rescues of folks who did decide to shelter in place? Because first, you have to make sure it's safe for your deputies as well to get out there on the roads.
Right. So, the rule of thumb is 45 miles per hour sustained, that typically we're unable to respond. However, each and every call is separate. We evaluate everything individually as it comes in, what the level of emergency is, what we would be facing. The big challenge tonight will be the winds will die down. So they will not be consistently at 45 miles an hour, but we will have rising water, and we will still rescue in water again. But each call will be evaluated. But we'll be out as long as we don't have winds over 45 miles an hour sustained.
And over the next few days, you've already mentioned how you guys have started to go to different shifts to make sure that coverage is spread out for all the residents there in Collier County. Again, I do want to mention with some of those folks who don't necessarily live in the state or people who have evacuated at the time, sometimes the concern can come with these vacant homes or vacant businesses. There could be an opportunity for looting or burglary. Can you sort of speak to how the sheriff's office is planning to respond to any situations that may pop up like that?
Yes, in fact, we created the coastal security plan with Hurricane Ian. We have replicated that plan for this current storm. And what that really does is it partners with the 2 cities in our county. We increase significantly the number of patrolling deputies in each of those areas. So, we believe that we asked, along with the county, the Board of County Commissioners made a mandatory request for our residents to leave. When we ask our residents to leave, we step in with a significant amount of resources, law enforcement resources, to try and ensure that we don't have the looting and we don't have the problems for those who remained in the community.
And when we're now talking again about the days to come afterwards, what were some of the challenges that you all saw with Helene? We've heard that cleaning up debris is one of the major things that needed to happen ahead of Hurricane Milton to make sure that some of that debris wasn't flying around in those really high force winds and causing more damage out there for residents.
Absolutely, debris from the storm, a lot of sand over the roadways. Some of the roadways were not even accessible for a few days. That has all been cleaned up. And at least for Collier County, the efforts put forth by Collier County government to remove all the debris was very, very successful. So we don't believe we'll have that level of a problem here. But those who had much more damage, I understand that they are facing that as a problem. And, you know, as soon as we're able to make sure that our residents and our homes are safe and secure here, we have already committed to helping counties to the north of us and sending support to them.
And what is that like in these situations? Because Hurricane Ian came through Southwest Florida just a couple of years ago. Was it great to have the support from around the state? Is that why this is reciprocated as well on the other side?
Oh, absolutely. We needed a lot of resources at the time. We received resources not only from the state of Florida, but from other states as well. Louisiana, for one, a sheriff's office from there came down to assist us. So we support one another. The only way we can keep our county safe, our nation safe, is if sheriffs and law enforcement partner together and ensure that the community is always safe. Take care of those who want to commit crimes, provide life-saving services when it's needed, whether it be storms and or CPR, first aid, and Narcan.
And Sheriff, it looks like, again, Sarasota is really getting battered right now as 120-mile-per-hour winds are now slamming the coast as this hurricane is quickly about to make landfall there north of you guys. Lastly, before I let you go, do you have a message out there for Floridians or even family and friends of those who are living right now in other places, looking out for those residents of Southwest Florida?
Yes, it is very trying and very emotional for those who are family members and friends that are watching what's going on here. Try and stay in contact when you can, but you will lose cell service. You will not be able to text. A lot of different sheriff's offices and the state set up information lines that they should be paying attention to, and they can make requests through those lines, and really the national media will give a good overview. It just won't be individually oriented. You're still going to have to do that yourself.
Absolutely. Again, Sheriff Kevin Rambosk there with Collier County in Southwest Florida, preparing as this dangerous storm is about to make landfall there off the coast. We appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. We hope that both you and the members of your department and all of our friends and family there in Southwest Florida stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, again, we are continuing with our coverage here on Live Now from Fox, tracking this storm as it is imminently making landfall. I do want to show you once again the shot that we have out of Sarasota. I keep going back to it because as you're seeing there, 120-mile-per-hour winds just battering the coast there of Florida as this massive hurricane is now getting ready to make landfall. Again, this is the latest update that we do have from the National Hurricane Center. They say that it is imminent to make landfall there along the coast with the life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains occurring across portions of central and southwestern Florida. Again, with Sarasota really that center city that's going to be likely hit the hardest by this storm. So again, we're keeping a very, very close eye, but it looks like we do just have an update there from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. He says that as Hurricane Milton is making landfall now near Sarasota, now Now is the time to shelter in place. Those first responders are staged and ready to go as soon as weather conditions allow. Search and rescue efforts will be well underway to save lives before dawn. So that's a message there from the governor. He did just provide an update there to the state about what the plan is going forward following, again, this storm making landfall and the cleanup efforts that are going to follow in the aftermath about an hour ago. So we did hear from the governor. He was speaking out there through his Twitter account to talk to some of those residents. Again, here's another one we have from Paul with Fox 13. Major to local catastrophic flash flooding expected from Metro Tampa area all the way to the East Coast. 6-hour rainfall totals of at least 5 to 8 inches with hourly rainfall in the 2 to 3 inch per hour range are expected. Just showing you the force of this storm. Again, here's our shot there that we have out of Sarasota as this storm is rapidly making landfall. Again, we want to continue with our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. And since we're so close and we're getting updates minute by minute, I don't want to step away now for a break. Instead, we're going to turn back to our coverage, back to Fox 13, who's there. They have the reporters out on the ground there in Tampa. Let's listen in to their coverage right now.
Flooding that you've heard our meteorologists talk about. We're close to the Alafaya River. We've been raining all day. I mean, it started probably at around 11 o'clock this morning, really picked up around 10, 11, 12, 1, then 2 o'clock in the afternoon, like I said, and it has been a torrential downpour really for the last several hours. So that flooding is really going to be a problem. What we see after storms is that it continues to flood sometimes for another 24 to 48 hours. It's obviously we got to wait and see what happens with this one. But again, this part of central to eastern Hillsborough County and the Brandon, Valrico, Bloomingdale areas, this is going to be a river flooding problem probably in the coming hours. The wind is a problem right now. What we're hoping doesn't happen are more power outages, but you can see that wind. We're getting some of these wind gusts now, and as the storm moves through, I'm sure this is going to increase, and as it does, we already have about, I took a look, probably almost close to 1,000 to 2,000 outages just in this part of Hillsborough County. That's obviously going to increase as the wind picks up. We're going to stay out here, keep an eye on the conditions. They're going to obviously continue to deteriorate. You can see the wind just blowing that rain this way. That's going to continue. And we'll keep you updated on how things look out here. Haley and Chris, back to you.
I appreciate you letting us know how it is out there, and you both stay safe. Get somewhere dry when you can. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, almost 100,000 customers just in Hillsborough County without power now. All right, stay with us. When we come back, we're going to have Paul join us to answer some of your questions.
All right, that was some of our coverage there from our partner station, Fox 13 in Tampa, as they were giving the latest updates again on the ground there. Before we go to break, I want to show you again this shot that we have out of Sarasota as landfall is imminent. We're still waiting for the official announcement from the National Hurricane Center, but I can let you know that our Fox Forecast Center has said that the hurricane made landfall near Sarasota. But again, we need to wait for that official announcement from the National Hurricane Center to let us know that that storm has come on shore. Stay right here with us here on Live Now. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, our coverage continues. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we are tracking the storm very closely as it is imminently making landfall there in Sarasota. I do want to now dip into our coverage there with WOFL, that is Fox 35 out of Orlando. Let's listen in as they're tracking the storm.
Category 3 hurricane near Siesta Key. This is a pressure of 954 millibars. So as of right now, you can watch me update this live on TV. So we have a landfall now. Hurricane Milton has made landfall with winds of 120. Sustained winds there, you see 120. The pressure 954 millibars. The forward speed 15 millibars. And the official location was 5 miles west of Siesta Key. So that is as of 8:31, the Hurricane Center. So 1 minute ago, the Hurricane Center has now officially stated that we have a landfall, and you get the luxury of seeing me type that out live on TV. So there you go. So as of 8:31 p.m., sustained winds 120, pressure 954, the forward speed at 15 miles an hour, and this landfell is a Category 3 hurricane. Remember, Category 3 is 115 plus, so a middle of the road.
All right, that was just some of our coverage there from Fox 35 as they were giving us the latest update that they are hearing from the National Hurricane Center. But let's get back to some of those conditions that are happening there on the ground. I now want to bring in Fox 13 Tampa's Lloyd Sowers to our show. Lloyd, thank you so much for joining us. We can see that you are now dripping wet right now as those conditions are continuing to deteriorate. Can you sort of just talk through what you're seeing and how things have changed over the last few hours?
Yeah, it's going consistently downhill, Christina. Gusty wind, lots of rain right now in Tampa, and I'll get photojournalist Corey Beckman to pan off me and go over here to some trees and some lights that are still on. We are just west of downtown Tampa. I am under a roof by our TV station, which is just west of downtown Tampa. Now, we are getting considerable rain. On the north end of this storm, if you saw the radar presentation, there's a huge amount of rain, and they're saying that we could get 12 to 18 inches of rain in places like Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, on over to Lakeland, and even over to Orlando as this storm goes. I just heard a bang here in the background. We've seen some lightning and thunder also in this, as we're seeing some really gusty winds right now in Tampa and some heavy rain. Again, there is going to be flash flooding because of this. A foot of rain, perhaps 2 feet of rain on the north end of this storm that is making its way into the interior of Florida now that the storm has made landfall in Sarasota County. It's going to be interesting to see now about the south end of this storm in places like Sarasota Bay, in places like Siesta Key, Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, and on down into Charlotte Harbor. Remember, they had Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago with a huge storm surge that flattened Fort Myers Beach. They are still rebuilding. That is to the south of us. But right now, the entire West Coast is getting a dose of Milton in a big way. This is what happens when a Category 3 storm makes landfall. It is an event for the entire state, as a matter of fact, because places like Daytona Beach, Orlando, St. Augustine, Jacksonville will feel the effects of this. It will be a statewide, Christina, a statewide event as this storm comes ashore tonight. Back to you.
And Lloyd, right before we let you go, you've covered these hurricanes for several years. And again, we did just get that notification out of the National Hurricane Center saying that it is officially made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida. What can you tell us about what the conditions are like that you're seeing? How do they compare to hurricanes you've seen come through the Tampa area in the past?
Well, the most recent one, Helene, I'll take that as an example. It wasn't until after the hurricane passed that we saw that storm surge at high tides. And we do have some high tides coming up along the coast tonight. So it's going to be after that storm passes, then the surge comes up, the saltwater surge in the bays and along the coast. You're going to see some bays on the north side, water being sucked out of the bay, and then on the south side, going to be redeposited in and pushed up certain bays. And that's what's going to increase the storm surge which is salt water, which is the most dangerous part of a hurricane. But we are getting gusty winds and a lot of rain right now. We still have power at this particular piece of Tampa. We're West Tampa, just west of downtown. But we've already heard of many thousands of people in Florida losing power. And I imagine that the way this is going, there's going to be a lot more people losing power tonight. This is going to be a night in the dark for thousands of people in Florida. For the people who've chosen to stay in their homes, this is going to be a night of rock and roll. We hope that they've made the right decision to stay home. If they have a sturdy house that's at the right elevation to keep them out of the storm surge and the flooding, perhaps they will be fine. But if there are people that have made the wrong decision, maybe stayed on the beach, stayed in a low-lying area, it is not going to be good, because the first responders are not going to be able to go out of this and rescue people. They're going to have to wait till this blows over before they can get those emergency vehicles on the road, Christina. So conditions continuing to worsen here on the west coast of Florida. It is going to be a long night.
Well, Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers, they're giving us the latest update out of Tampa. Thank you so much for all the work that you've been doing. Please stay safe there. Glad you guys still have power, able to bring the latest news from the ground there in Tampa. Thank you so much, Lloyd.
You're welcome, Christina.
All right, again, here on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing to follow the very latest as this storm, again, has now made landfall. That is the breaking news that we are getting out of the National Hurricane Center. It did make landfall close to Siesta Key, Florida. That's in the same area as the Sarasota side, on the west side of the state, the side that is butting up against the Gulf of Mexico. So again, we're continuing to track the very latest. I do want to show you some of these shots that we have from some of those cameras in the area of Florida. You can really see nearly white out conditions from all of the wind and all of the rain that are coming through again. And here, another shot there looking very, very similar. So we know that this storm has now made landfall. Since, again, we do know this storm has made landfall, and it's really going to be the storm surge and the flooding that's going to be affecting residents and folks as this storm continues to push through the Panhandle and the main part of Florida as well. I do want to pull up the latest tweet that we have as well. We've got something finally in from the National Hurricane Center. They were able to put this message out on X. And as you can see, as of 8:30, the Doppler radar data indicated that the eye of Hurricane Milton had made landfall near Siesta Key and Sarasota County on the west coast of Florida. Max sustained winds at landfall are estimated at 120 miles per hour. We were earlier today getting some really great shots out of Sarasota as that storm was making landfall. So that is the latest update that we have. It did make landfall as a Category 3 storm. This is what it was projected to do. It was projected, as we know, it rose up to a Category 5 at points as it was in anticipation, as it was getting closer and closer to Florida, but it did drop down to a Category 3 before officially making landfall at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time there in Siesta Key. Okay, we've been keeping you updated with the latest. We do want to continue to skip breaks during this time, just as things are changing rapidly with this storm now making landfall. Let's turn our attention back to our Fox 13 coverage as we're about to get the latest from their meteorologist as well.
Major, the videos of wedge, you know what a wedge tornado? It looks like a wedge. Yes. That's why I call it a wedge tornado, like this, like a V. Yeah. This is not Oklahoma.
We don't see that.
Right. This is not Nebraska. Yeah. And I saw, the thing was, when I saw the first picture of that, I thought it was, oh, here we go again with AI. Someone's doing AI pretending we got wedge tornadoes in Florida, and it was real. That's a big deal.
What causes that? What decides whether it's thin?
Because it's the incredible shear.
Yeah.
There was a time today, just when the hurricane was in the right spot. Shear, by the way, the definition of shear is a change in wind direction with height. And that obviously would make something spin. If you go around in a circle, things will start spinning. So anyways, to finish up on that, but the main threat tonight is to kind of stay in the middle of your room and it'll be gusty winds, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour.
A question on those winds and that extreme wind warning, which you said rare to see one of these issued, and I think it's still in effect until 9:30. Okay, so Becky Buchanan in Plant City says she's in Plant City, but she got the wind warning, so she's kind of wondering, am I supposed to get winds that high in Plant City?
I think not everyone is going to have winds that high. I think in cases like this, the Weather Service may want a little overwarn. I think everyone gets strong winds. Will everyone have 115 miles an hour in the warning area? I don't think it works that way. But it's a significant risk and a danger that I think the Weather Service is cautious and maybe just does a larger area. But the wind is going to be a problem and obviously the rain.
All right. Well, thank you, Paul. And thank you to all of the viewers who have left us these great questions. We have many, many more we didn't get to. So we'll check back.
Maybe we can get to some more later.
Yeah,
so.
Sure
I'll be
will.
around.
All right.
Okay. Please don't go anywhere. We need you. All right. Thanks, Paul. County and city leaders in Hillsborough and Tampa are monitoring Milton closely as it brings those intense winds and heavy downpours.
Well, let's check in with Fox 13's Evan Axelbank. He spoke with Mayor Castor earlier. He joins us now live. Evan, what is the mood there in Tampa? Just incredible rain coming down.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, the mayor is very clear to say that it appears that the city of Tampa has avoided the worst, at least when it comes to the storm surge. But as you can see, we have got plenty of wind and plenty of rain here. We are in a very safe place. We've just kind of nosed out of one of the windows here on Kennedy Boulevard at our home base at Fox 13. And you can just see, look at all this rain coming down. Look at all the wind coming in towards us. We're using one of the walls here to kind of block some of the wind. So we are in a very safe location. But let's show you what downtown look like right now. Thankfully, people appear to be heeding the warnings in the city of Tampa. The good news is we saw very, very few people downtown. We might have, I think we're about the only people driving through downtown just to take a look and see if people were heeding those warnings. It appears that they are. The mayor does have advice, though, for people who, once this storm blows through, are eager to get back to their homes. Here's what the mayor had to say to them before they can go back in.
What we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that, but as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
And one thing that the mayor was very clear on is they are not going to be doing any emergency services now that the winds are over 40 miles per hour. So if you need to call 911, the bottom line is you can't right now. That is how unsafe it is to be on the roads right now. Thankfully, the mayor says they have not had to respond yet to any critical incidents when it comes to this storm. No serious injuries and no deaths. Back to you.
All right, Evan Axelbank live for us in Tampa. Thanks, Evan.
We're going to get to some video of the hurricane's impacts around our area. This is from Ashlyn Matthews' video of the wind whipping through Lakeland. You can see it looks like it's taken from a porch, so thankfully she's staying safe while she's getting this. But you can see the wind just waving those palm fronds out there in the distance.
All right, that was some of our coverage there from Fox 13 as they were showing some of the damage that has also been done around the Tampa area. But right now on your screen, this is a live look out of Sarasota, Florida. This is where that hurricane it made landfall just south of this in Siesta Key in Sarasota County. Again, these winds were 120 miles per hour as this storm made landfall. And it's these cameras that we have posted around the state of Florida, these weather cameras that show you the roads, and you can really see the winds and the rains as the storm is continuing to come onshore and just bring with it what is projected to be catastrophic flooding. And there are other areas all around the state of Florida that are preparing for what will be maybe the worst of their impact as well, now that this storm has made a landfall as well. Before we head into some of Fox 35's coverage, I want to show you this latest tweet that we do have from the National Hurricane Center, where they did officially announce that the hurricane had made landfall. This was as of 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, the Doppler radar did indicate that Hurricane Milton made landfall near Siesta Key and Sarasota County on the west coast of Florida. Max sustained winds at landfall are at an estimated 120 miles per hour. That storm really ripping through the west coast of Florida. Again, another look there at Sarasota before we head now to some of Fox 35's coverage as well. Let's listen in to what their meteorologists have to say.
And 90 in Daytona Beach. This is 6:30 in the morning tomorrow. Notice there's the low. There goes the wind pushing in from the side on the back. 88 maybe even. 94 New Smyrna Beach. This is 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. This is that little sting jet is the term in meteorology. How the wind increases on the backside as the atmosphere in the storm collapses. It pulls all the air down from the atmosphere and it rushes in behind the low as it moves away. Then notice afternoon tomorrow, things will subside. But really, for the next few hours, it's going to be the rain picks up, the wind picks up, and somewhere tomorrow there's going to be some very bad flooding across central Florida. But you can see, here's the view from the Daytona Beach right now, and you can see it is blowing pretty good. So that's the latest. Hopefully you got the idea with the slow walkthrough of the hour forecast. There could be a tornado in the middle of the night. We'll be watching things. Obviously, we're going to be here. But the main tornado threat has pretty much ended at this point, Manny.
No, I do have a couple of questions for you because you mentioned the rain is going to be picking up. But even here in our studios in Lake Mary, all afternoon long, we've heard the rain in pockets, as you've been saying. Is that going to continue all night, or will it be consistent?
There'll be maybe like a 4 to 5 hour window where it does get consistent. And I don't know if you remember that from the, see, I'll pull it back up, the hour forecast, we had that. So right now it's kind of patchy, but notice 1:30 in the morning, as the eye comes in, it's this band here, right here. There's the center of the hurricane, at this point still a hurricane. It's this band here, Manny. See this on the north side, where once it starts raining, it won't stop. It'll just be a constant all-out tropical downpour, not a burst here, a stop, burst, stop. So when this comes through at 1, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, it'll just be constant downpour.
All right, Noah, thank you. Yep. Very, very thorough. I appreciate it. We are here with you. We are here.
All right, that was just some of our coverage there from Fox 35 in Orlando as they are preparing for the eye of the hurricane to reach them, as you just heard the meteorologist say, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but before we go, I do want to show you once again just where this hurricane is sitting on our XRAD system. We do know that it has officially made landfall there in Siesta Key, which is in Sarasota County, all of this south of Tampa. Thanks so much for staying with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Of course, we are continuing to track this breaking news now that Hurricane Milton did make landfall as a Category 3 storm. I do want to bring up a tweet that we have here from the Florida Division of Emergency Management. It says that Hurricane Milton officially has made landfall in Sarasota County near Siesta Key as a Category 3 hurricane. Residents should continue to shelter in place and remain vigilant. Deadly hazards and conditions are present well into Thursday as the storm continues to move across the state. That is something that we're going to continue to follow right here on Live Now. I also want to show you a look outside there in Pinellas County. This is just north of Tampa at some of those conditions there as the storm is continuing to come through and come ashore. You can see the wind, the rain just really ripping through those streets. These are not drivable conditions. These are conditions where you need to remain sheltered in place until this storm passes. Again, we've been getting the latest from some of our partners there around the state of Florida, including Fox 35 there in Orlando and Fox 13 in Tampa. Let's now tune in to Fox 13's coverage here as they have their meteorologists giving an update on the storm.
Storms like Debbie and Helene, we kept this core off the shore, and that's why the winds were mainly right along the coastline as this skirted our coast and pushed off to the north. This is a different story entirely. This is kind of traversing farther inland, and that's why we have that extreme wind warning in place, as some of those gusts could briefly surpass 110 to perhaps 115 miles per hour. Going to be monitoring that here in the Weather Center as this is not even completely on shore just yet. We have a landfall, but still that backside of the eye wall still packing some very strong winds. Will be pushing into Sarasota and Manatee counties here shortly. Farther to the north, this is the rain that I'm talking about. Palm Harbor, Clearwater, St. Pete. Here at the station, these dark reds here, one of the powerful bands that just pushed through, packing those gusty winds. And that's going to continue to rise farther north towards Zephyr Hills, Lutz, Holiday next, perhaps Port Richey if this continues to hold together and push farther north. Eventually, all these hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds are going to be transported to the other side of the state, as this is expected to maintain hurricane status all the way through and through. That doesn't happen very often. It takes a strong storm like this, but when you have a Category 3 hurricane, it's something that you'd come to expect.
All right, thank you so much, Ash.
All right, we're going to take you now live outside of Fox 13 to see the conditions out there. We saw it a bit from above, and that's our photographer, Mike Thor, doing live shots out there to show people around the country what we're experiencing. But you can see in the light there how fast that wind is whipping the rain, and you can see the rain coming down there, and
It looks really tropical out there for sure. Video here from viewer Greg Thompson in downtown St. Pete. I see some trees blowing around there, water on the streets. This was taken from the AC Hotel on 2nd Street North. Again, wind gust, as we were seeing on that map earlier, around 77. So definitely stay indoors. Don't try to go out and get any video at this point. Let's save that for tomorrow daylight when things are clear.
Yeah, but again, one positive that we are seeing tonight in some of these downtown live shots, or we've seen them even earlier today, is we're not seeing those crowds of people that we did see with Helene, kind of looking, watching, seeing what's happening, even kind of making light of the situation. Yeah. I think we all learned a lesson, and a sobering lesson at that it's not something to enjoy or have fun with, and people are really heeding those warnings to stay inside, stay safe and get out.
And I think a lot of people left the area.
Yeah,
wisely, but after what we saw during Helene, I know you are too. I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are saying, hey, I'm staying in, Georgia now, or I'm in North Carolina, and I'm worried about my home, and this person here is in Port Charlotte, wondering how bad storm surge is getting there. So people did leave the area, and I think that's going to be something that probably saves a lot of lives, and it helps our...
All right, we were just listening in there to some of Fox 13 there in Tampa, their coverage of Hurricane Milton as it has just now made landfall. Just about 30 minutes ago, that was the latest update that we had out of the National Hurricane Center. I do want to show you some of those live looks that we are getting from around the state. This is a live look right now in Pinellas County. This is just north of Tampa. You can really see how the wind and the rain is coming down as this Category 3 storm did make landfall landfall. Let's go ahead and get a tweet up as well, just so you can see what the Florida Division of Emergency Management is saying. They are reminding those residents that even though this storm has now made landfall, they should continue to shelter in place and remain vigilant. We are going to stay on the air here again, keeping you updated with the very latest as this storm is moving across the state. I do now want to cut back into that coverage that we have there of Fox 13 in Tampa as they're continuing to update their viewers on the very latest with Hurricane Milton.
And we know many people have already. Or you just need to save your device's batteries because you're streaming us. We want to remind you, several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. All right, stay with us. Much more to come. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We'll be back right after this.
All right, here on Live Now from Fox, again, we're tracking the very latest. That was some of the coverage that we had there from Fox 13. I do want to put up our very own X-Rag system just so you can see what it's looking like as this storm now moves across the state of Florida. We do know that it has made landfall as a Category 3 storm. Residents are still asked to shelter in place and remain vigilant as those deadly hazards and conditions are still very much present there over the state. And Fox 35 there in Orlando is still anticipating the eye moving closer to their direction in the next few hours. We'll continue to check in with both of our stations there, but in the meantime, we do want to listen in as we did hear earlier today from President Biden ahead of this storm making landfall. Let's listen into just a few of his comments that he made right here on Live Now.
Within a few hours, Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3, with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and the state's emergency operations center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge, if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might.
All right, those were just some of the comments that President Biden made earlier today, as again, this was anticipation of Hurricane Milton making landfall there in Florida. We do know that it has now made landfall as a Category 3 storm in Siesta Key, which is in Sarasota County. So we've been keeping a close eye on some of our coverage partners as they have been anticipating landfall and now getting to the latest information there from our partner station, Fox 13 in Tampa, as they're talking about some of the latest weather conditions.
On the camera, and we'll do it again. 79 Punta Gorda. You got to remember when we show you this graphic, it doesn't mean that the strongest winds found a reporting station. Doesn't I mean it could be in between. It doesn't mean we're sampling the strongest winds. So it would make sense if we found a 93 in Sarasota, somewhere around there is going to be 100, 120, 115, because we probably didn't catch the strongest of the winds. But that's big numbers. Now, if you're watching me inland, I know a lot of you are, those winds will transport inland, kind of move in conjunction with the storm, but will slowly weaken because the center is going to be over land. And, we're talking 50, 60, 70 in many spots inland. If you're inside in your home and your house and you're away from windows, there's no reason why you're not going to stay safe, I think.
Yeah, that extreme wind warning that we had gotten, that was set to expire around 9:30, right? How quickly do you anticipate that wind kind of dying down?
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
Going to get away from that core, that little circle we talk about so much. Once it starts moving inland, the winds here will shift, but I've never seen a view like this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is looking, you know what's interesting too about this, guys? If you look, Jim, you see this? There's not a lot of power left. I mean, you get a little bit of light.
Yeah, right.
Get some light on the bottom, which is probably the street lights on Kennedy. And usually we look down, and I mean, there's obviously heavy rain, which is reducing visibility, but it's pretty obvious there's a lot of people now around the station with no power.
140, almost 150,000 just in, that's Tico, that's Hillsborough County, 150,000. So a lot of that is in Tampa too. So
any more? Do we have any other cameras working? Is there anything else going on we can look at?
We were just out there, and I think we were seeing numerous power flashes just to our south. So down towards Henderson. Just lost something there.
Yeah, Plymouth Harbor, Sarasota cam's down. It's going to be interesting to see, what this looks like tomorrow morning, especially. There's going to be just a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. And I'm trying to get a sense of the storm surge. We know in Tampa Bay, the winds are blowing out. So I think we're going to be okay, Pinellas and Tampa Bay, but let's not forget Siesta Key South.
Right.
They would be in an area that would get the higher storms.
And what was the forecast for that stress there? 9 to 13
yeah,
feet? Was that
9 to 13, and then here a lot less. I mean, look at that view. I mean, it's like something you would see like in a ship out in the ocean. With just blinding rain and wind.
It's really like too what you've shown us during nor'easters when we get some of those cams from up there in the northeastern states, just the way the wind wraps the rain, the precipitation around like that.
Pretty safe to say, guys, that some of the worst weather on the entire planet is happening over Tampa Bay right now.
It's over us. And it seems, these things can get prolonged when you're waiting for one of these to come on shore. But now it seems like it's just parked here for a while.
It takes a while. Yeah. Now, I use the analogy, anyone who's watching in Sarasota County remembers getting through Ian forever. They kind of sat in that northwest eye wall for a long time. Tampa Bay, around Metro Tampa, is going to kind of sit in that for a while longer. But eventually it's going to move to the East Coast, and we will improve. It's going to take a while.
Now, I know a lot of people in our viewing area, specifically along the I-4 corridor, are at risk of flooding from that massive amount of rain that's coming down. Are there areas that would be more at risk, like typical areas that would be flooding?
And I think anyone that's watching kind of knows their neighborhood and their streets and go, that always floods. So, that's going to flood. I mean, the good news is, it would be ridiculous to think anyone would be out driving unless there was you had to for a big reason.
Right.
So as long as everyone's in the home and your house is not at risk of getting some sort of river flooding or flooding from a nearby lake inland where the water can run, that's the kind of setup that could be dangerous. But for most people, this water is falling and is outside your home, which should provide some safety.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll go ahead. I was just going to say, we had talked so much about the levels, the storm surge risks. Can it combine with the rain? Can that make it worse? How do those two work together?
Maybe a little bit, but not much. And let me backtrack a little bit, because what I was thinking about when you started talking was, I bet you there's a lot of people watching right now that's sitting down and is saying for the first time, honey, is that water? Do we have a leak? Because if you're ever going to have a leak in your house, it's going to be in a setup like this, when the wind is blowing 90 miles an hour and the rain is coming down as hard as the rain can come down. This is the type of weather where you finally discover, honey, we've got a leak in this.
The wind finds that loose shingle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's happening everywhere, but I guarantee you there are people watching that is saying, is that water dripping down the side of the wall here? And I hope it's minimized, but I'm sure that's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I remember Sheriff Chronister, when he was on in our 7 o'clock hour, was saying he was concerned about the Alafaya River because it's one of those situations where we've had hurricanes move through, they flood, and then he said the southern part of the county, Ruskin, Apollo Beach, just because they had so much flooding during Helene that a lot of that water was still there. So, and again, this is a situation where we really won't know until tomorrow morning.
Yeah. It does seem like a lot of these storms are at night. They're not, though. It just seems that. Well, excuse me, what's that?
A camera in Sarasota, I believe we have.
Okay.
Let's check that out.
We'll welcome all cameras right now.
Yes.
Any camera we have, we'll take.
Yeah. All right, maybe we don't have it.
Heather?
Oh, we have Kim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kim has a camera.
All right, that was just some of our coverage there from Fox 13 in Tampa as they were anticipating the very latest as this storm has now come on shore. I do want to show you the latest update that we now have from the National Hurricane Center. This update was put out on their X account. This is, again, the 9 p.m. update Eastern time. This is a position update. A sustained wind of 73 miles per hour and gust up to 102 miles per hour was recently reported at a weather flow station at Skyway Fishing Pier. A wind gust of 60 miles per hour was also recently reported at the Orlando Executive Airport. So a lot of these places all around the state of Florida bearing the brunt of the storm as it is blowing through the state right now. I want to show you a live look there outside. This is just north of Tampa. This is an area in Pinellas County where you can really see how the wind and the rain are ripping through the state. You can see it's just covering the roads. These conditions are not at all safe. So if you are there in Florida, we hope you're being safe and you're sheltered in place as the storm is continuing to push through. We just heard there from our friends with Fox 13 Tampa saying that it appears that the storm is sort of parked over the Tampa area right now, and they're continuing to get hit with the wind and the rain from the storm. So we'll keep an update and keep checking in with them. They do have a reporter who is live there on the ground in Sarasota. Let's listen into some of their coverage once again.
Tonight, because just the winds were so heavy, so strong, we could hear so many things following. Just here on the first floor of the hotel, the wind just coming in. Actually, some of our crews from the morning show, Ryan and Matt, were on the third floor. They came down because they said the third floor, just the wind howling was just something crazy. But as for right now, we're safe. We know that power is out. I've been told by a couple of people in different parts of Sarasota they still have power. I know my brother-in-law said he still had power. But right now it is just kind of crazy to think about an hour and a half ago how strong those winds were. And right now it's starting to pick back up, but not too bad right now. Paul, back to you.
All right, Kim, Quizon live for us in Sarasota County. Yeah, no, absolutely. That was a compliment to me. Kim, thank you. Stay safe. Again, probably stronger winds coming through there soon. Yeah, what she says there is very true, though. A lot of people don't have power, and they're hearing all these things, and it can create a lot of anxiety when you're hearing those winds.
That much more difficult waiting for that power to come back on. We're going to head back to the north. Pinellas County also getting extremely high wind this hour. We saw just some of the numbers in Paul's graphic earlier.
Yeah, Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo, I think, is in the Emergency Operations Center there, so not feeling those winds necessarily, but she's right there in touch with all the people that have to keep track of any situation that pops up in the county. Brianna?
Yeah, that is exactly right, Chris. They're taking calls from people and, just kind of monitoring the situation here. At this point, it's about what you can do now and what to do after the storm. So if you're not already there, go inside of a room that's inside your house with no windows around until the worst of this storm has passed. First responders are here from different agencies. I mean, we're talking Florida Fish and Wildlife, fire rescue as well, EMS, police, sheriff's office. We've also got people here from the U.S. Army. So they're all here. They're hunkered down. No one in terms of first responders are out on the roads right now, so they cannot respond to any sort of calls that you may be making if you have an emergency. I did check in with them to see, how many hurricane-related calls that they are getting during this time. Between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. tonight, they got 705 hurricane-related calls. And, just for some of those, once those winds kicked up, they just were not able to go out there because it just wasn't safe for them. I also checked in with the power outage situation here in Pinellas County, and as of 9 p.m., there were 203,000 reported power outages here within the county. So obviously that means a lot of response with getting people back online once the storm has passed. Flash flooding is also a concern tonight with all of this rain. So here's what you need to do if you start to have water taking on in your home.
If by chance you have floodwater starting to enter your home, there are a few things you should do. You should turn off the power, and you should try to get to the highest point you can in the room or in your house.
And also make sure you have an escape plan. As I was talking with some county officials here, it is very important for you to get to a space where you are able to get out of a window per se, or some way to get out of your house. I also checked in with them about people who are in one-story homes. There were folks who we talked to who did not leave, and they were in evacuation areas. And so, what would they be able to do? And of course, that recommendation, was to evacuate. That time has now passed. So if the water gets too high for them, it's just, getting out and getting on top of the roof, someplace safe where they can continue to ride this out and be okay. I know a lot of people did listen to those evacuation orders, though. There's 11,000 people who were in shelters. Of course, many more who were staying with friends and family in other areas out of the path of this storm. So it's just a situation here of just kind of waiting to see exactly what they're going to be dealing with after Milton has passed. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo reporting tonight in Pinellas County. Brianna, thank you.
All right, that was some of our coverage there from Fox 13 Tampa as they're continuing to give the latest updates on their portion of the state as Hurricane Milton made landfall as a Category 3 storm. I do want to pull up some of those tweets that we now have from the city of Sarasota. We do know that the storm made landfall in Siesta Key, which is in Sarasota County. So I want to read this out for you in full. Mayor Liz Alpert received a phone call from the president immediately following his news conference about Hurricane Milton, where he assured residents that the federal government will offer extensive support. The president wanted to see if there is anything that we need in Sarasota to let him know. He understands that this is going to be an unprecedented type of hurricane and also understands that it will take a lot from the federal government to help us recover in Sarasota. We are grateful for support and thank President Biden for reaching out. That's a quote there from Mayor Liz Alpert there in Sarasota. Mayor Alpert also received a call of support from the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, earlier this week as they prepared for this historic storm. So again, that was just a show of how the federal resources are there focused on the state of Florida in preparation at the time for Hurricane Milton to come onto shore. But now that it has made landfall as a Category 3 storm, we can continue to expect updates on how the federal government's going to be helping those residents of Florida. Let's step away for a 2-minute break, and on the other side, our coverage here of the storm continues. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we've been continuing our coverage here all day long, covering the very latest as Hurricane Milton has officially made landfall as a Category 3 storm. It did make landfall in Siesta Key, which is in Sarasota County. This is just south of Tampa. So initially, when reports were coming out about this storm, they did think that Tampa was going to be the place where the eye did come on shore. It did end up coming on further south in Siesta Key. So we're keeping up with the very latest, relying heavily on our partners there with Fox 13 in Tampa and Fox 35 in Orlando to give us on the ground updates as things continue. I do want to show you, though, a view of what things are looking like right now in Florida. This is a view out of Pinellas County, which is just north of Tampa. As you can see there, those conditions are still really rough there in the state as the wind and the rain is coming down. It's causing power outages as well. So we've gotten some updates from Power Outage US that those outages are continuing to spread all across the state. Right now, 800,000 customers are currently without power. That's just after 9 p.m. Eastern time. So most of those outages are focused along the peninsula's western coast in a pathway through the center of the state where multiple tornadoes have also been formed thanks to the hurricane's rain ban. And so another one of our coverage partners, again with Fox 35 Orlando, has been keeping up with several of those power outages and tornadoes that have been ripping through the middle of the state of Florida as the eye is moving closer. I do want to now turn to their coverage that they have with the very latest on the tornadoes and just some of what they're anticipating ahead of the eye hitting the Orlando area.
I-4. This is in Tampa, heavy rain, and then down towards Bradenton and Ruskin. Pinellas is in the midst of some extremely heavy rain. Brandon, Plant City. This is kind of the northwestern eye wall that is over you, and this is really the worst of the weather from the storm. This is going to improve, but will take a while. It's going to kind of move in tandem with the hurricane as it moves across the state and kind of parallels I-4 on the trip to the East Coast. So the back edge is still here, got a ways to go. There's widespread flooding. And as I read from the statement from the Weather Prediction Center that kind of oversees excessive rain, excessive snow, all of the weather elements around the country that causes issues, their statement about an hour ago says this is going to be catastrophic flooding from Tampa Metro all the way to the East Coast. Wind speeds now being picked up by Doppler, 108, 106, 93, 92, 84. Excessive wind warning is up for another 10 minutes. Weather Service may extend that. We'll see if they extend it to the east. This is wind towards and winds away from the radar site. This is another picture on Sky Tower. It also gives a sense that area south are not seeing much as far as precipitation. Here's the center, slicing through Sarasota County, probably soon to get into Hardy County. And because this is transitioning to a winter storm, we actually call it, the definition would be cold core. It's not really cold core, but that transition forces all the bad weather to be on one side. This is kind of like those huge winter nor'easters off Cape Hatteras and off, Newfoundland and off Cape Cod, off Nantucket. This is what you get. Rainfall rates around Tampa Bay has been up to 5. Look at this, 7.3. 7.3. That's incredible. So that's 7.3 in an hour. You get 3 hours of that, you get 21. That may not happen, but I do think when we're said and done, if we look back at some rainfall totals, we're going to have a whole bunch of 15 to 20, if not higher. Not quite as much in the way of rainfall rates. This wedge of very heavy rain is going to pivot to the east. And these are numbers now getting close to a foot. 8, 11, 9, 10, 7, 8, 7. This will just kind of fill in. And we have a flood warning up. Wind warning. That's the extreme wind warning. That's all going to transition to the east. It's going to be a rough night. Anyone who is watching me inland, and so many of you have messaged me, it's just going to be a loud, noisy night. And there's really not much you can do except put yourself in a room in the house that's kind of away from windows. I mean, the only danger you get, a couple dangers, and is maybe a tree that could fall, and you should know that going into this, or something blows and you don't have your shutters up and hits the window and your house is compromised. If your home is compromised, then it's a problem, because then the wind's getting in your house, the rain's getting in your house. If that happens, really the only option you have is to kind of shut the door to that room and go to another room and not let that overspread your house. This is going up I-4. It's been rough too, and we haven't talked a lot, and there's no reason to leave you out. In Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco, it's just been a lot of rain. It's been a lot of wind, winds 65 to 75 in Citrus County. We're not forgetting about you in Lecanto, Inverness, Brooksville, Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill. It's been steady, heavy rain with some wind, but we've been talking a lot about the eye making landfall and that wedge of rain that will cause potentially catastrophic flooding in spots. And this is all going to slide itself pretty much down I-4, heading for Orlando. Anyone that left Tampa to go to Orlando, bad weather. If you watch me on the Fox local app in Orlando or online, this is all coming your way with some wind and a lot of heavy rain between now and, say, 6 o'clock in the morning. But boy, there's still rain out in the Gulf. We have a long ways to go. Then eventually the storm ends up east of us. At this point, it doesn't really matter, because we're going to show you where the storm is, and we know it's going this way. Do we have that maximum wind gust map? That is such a good map you drew. 93 in Sarasota, 90 in St. Pete, 82 in Tampa, 59 in Bartow. The important thing about this map is that you have to remember the chances of the strongest winds of the storm finding the individual anemometers or sensors is pretty small. So if this one spot in Sarasota was 93, it's highly unlikely that was the strongest wind around the Sarasota area. I would add 10 to 20 miles an hour makes sense. So if there's a sustained 93 in Sarasota, probably had spots 115 to maybe 120 right along the coast. And then as the storm moves inland, the winds will diminish. But there you go. That's live outside our studios on Kennedy. You see a lot of rain. You also don't see many lights looking down, which means power outages continue to be a big problem. That's it. Back to you guys.
Well, flooded roads are a problem, too. Good thing no one's out there right now. Maybe a problem tomorrow for a long time. Paul, thank you. Pinellas County seeing a lot of that rain right now, too, and the wind.
Yeah, let's get right out to Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis, who has been in the area all day for us. She joins us live from Clearwater. How is it out there?
Yeah, Haley, this is the worst that we have seen so far here in Clearwater. Just for reference, we are in Clearwater near Safety Harbor, and we have seen those wind gusts certainly pick up. We are under a high wind advisory, an extreme high wind advisory, as you have heard Nash and everybody talking about earlier today. You can see those extreme winds that we are getting now. The winds right now, too extreme for first responders to be on the road. The sheriff's office has taken the deputies off the road. The police officers are off the road. We have some video that we can show you from earlier if we want to go to it about how serious people are taking this and heeding the evacuation warnings that we have been hearing from Pinellas County all week long. We went through Clearwater, we went through Dunedin, we went to Safety Harbor. All of these areas were boarded up, businesses were boarded up. Pinellas County Emergency Management, Pinellas County officials all week have been asking people, begging people to evacuate from zones A, B, and C, and hopefully tonight people have heeded those warnings. You can see why they were so serious about making sure people stayed safe, because we are in these extreme high winds. First responders cannot get to people. They cannot respond to those 911 calls. Now, I also want to let you know that we have about 115 1,000 people in Pinellas County tonight that are without power. We have seen those green flickers from the transformers from where we are at. We are hunkered down here at my photographer Travis's home in Clearwater. I don't want to jinx us by saying this out loud, but somehow, miraculously, as Paul had pointed out, we are among the lucky few that have not lost power so far tonight, but we have definitely had those flickers and thought we lost it a couple times, but we still have power. So many, though, in the dark tonight as they ride out the height of this storm. I also, if we can go to a soundbite with this family, there was a pizzeria open today in Clearwater, just making sure that people were taken care of beforehand. See if we can get that to you.
As a family, we take care of each other, go heart and limb for people. So these communities show off for us. We're going to show off for them. We love these communities. We know people's names by now. We know what they order by now.
We just got an emergency alert about flash flood warning in our area. That just came to our phones while we were in this live shot. But again, just reiterating how dangerous those conditions are that they have pulled first responders off the road. We are certainly seeing how everything has picked up here in the Clearwater area. For now, live in Clearwater, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Genevieve, thank you. And we sure.
All right, wanted to step away there from our team at Fox 13 Tampa. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, it's been now almost an hour since the news came down from the National Hurricane Center that Hurricane Milton has made landfall. He made landfall as a Category 3 storm, and up and down the western coast of Florida are feeling Milton's effects right now. In the meantime, I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said, I want to thank my colleague, Christina Evans, for guiding you through the last couple of hours of this storm coverage here. We do want to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we're going out to one of our reporters standing by in Lakeland, Florida. We'll have that report in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. 6:30 here on the West Coast, 9:30 there in Florida. Live picture in Tampa at the moment, and Hurricane Milton making himself known there, making his presence known there. The wind whipping, the rain torrential, the storm surge coming onto land here. But in the meantime, remember, we're just now hours away from its effects really being felt here. Many probably are hunkered down there. So many, though, have evacuated as Milton has now made landfall there in Florida. He was a Category 3 storm as he made landfall. Of course, we know His strength fluctuated over the course of the last really 48 hours. Was a 5, then was a 4, then back to a 5. Now made landfall there as a 3 near Siesta Key, Florida. In the meantime, we have some of our reporters standing by in and outside the field, including in Lakeland, Florida. That's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. She joins me. Chelsea, thanks for being with us here. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? How are conditions?
Andrew, I can tell you at least what I'm hearing right now is the roars of this wind and the rain. The wind and rain has really picked up throughout the entire afternoon, but in the last hour, I mean, even the fact that Milton made landfall just about an hour ago, I mean, you can hear how strong and how loud that wind is, the rain is, and you'll see these trees moving around a lot. And for most of the evening, it was kind of gusts. It would come with strong gusts and it would die back down. And right now, it's been like this now for the past hour. Even just being inside, you can hear the pressure on the windows. Where I'm at right now, we even noticed that the power has kind of flickered a little bit on and off. I've also been watching for the power outages, and it's just spiking rapidly. The last I checked was about 1.2 million customers without power throughout Florida. We know that Governor DeSantis, Florida's governor, had already said there's going to be 50,000 linemen on standby. FEMA has said they have over 1,200 workers also on standby. 1,000 were just on the ground for the Helene recovery, and then you have an extra 1,200 that are here for any possible search and rescue efforts that may need to happen once Milton passes through. But this wind and this rain is really starting to pick up right now. I talked to a woman earlier today who told me that she lived in Clearwater Beach and she wanted to just ride it out. And you think, man, trying to ride out something like this, especially knowing with how bad that storm surge was going. She was telling me that she prepped everything her home, and she was actually planning to stay in her closet if she was going to ride out the storm. But eventually she had a friend that reached out to her and said, no, you need to come back. Come get out of there and come stay with me. So she ended up going to the opposite side of the state. Wow. But that's what we've been dealing with here, and we know that tens of thousands of people, Andrew, are even staying in shelters because they did not want to be caught in this storm.
Yeah, Chelsea, I have to ask, because what has been such a feature of Milton even before he made landfall, were the scores of tornado watches and warnings in parts of Florida today. Where you are in Lakeland, were you ever under a watch or warning for tornadoes specifically today?
We have. There's been a tornado watch here as well as a flash flood warning as well. I have not seen any actual possible tornadoes touching down. We've seen over 100 tornado warnings and watches throughout the entire peninsula. But at least where I'm at specifically, there was a watch for it, but I have not seen anything as of this moment of any possible tornadoes touching down in this county.
All right, Chelsea, give us a sense. What does the rest of your night look like here? Does your hotel still have power? How are you weathering this, so to speak?
So I will tell you, just because I was in North Carolina the past week and a half, I dealt with not having water in a hotel. The power was on. So in this hotel that I'm staying at, I have a tub, so I've already filled it up with water just to be on the safe side. I did check in with the hotel staff just to say, hey, I understand, you know, if you guys are on a different grid or whatever the case may be, but what is the possibility of there being no power and no water? They told me that power should be fine. But Andrew, in the past hour, I've noticed already flickering with the power here in this area. So we'll see. As of right now, there's still power. There's a lot of people that are staying here in this hotel that are kind of evacuating in this area. And so let's just hope that it stays like this. I have water just in case we got to use it. But other than that, my night, I'm going to be going strong for about a couple of hours, and then we'll be up early tomorrow to kind of see what the damage is like here in the area.
Yeah, it's so interesting, Chelsea. Milton and previously Helene both made landfall at night, and then it kind of just leaves you wondering, you know, what damage do these storms wreak on these communities? But you got to wait until the sun comes up. Chelsea Torres there live for us in Lakeland, Florida. Chelsea, thanks so much. Stay safe.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, great work, great reporting there by Chelsea Torres in Lakeland, Florida. Interesting to note there, she said her hotel has not yet lost power. We've been hearing that a lot. Yes, right now, more than 1 million Floridians are without power. But in some of these hardest hit areas so far, we are hearing, especially in Tampa, some people still have their power on. That's quite interesting to me. I noted that there. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. Speaking of Tampa, we do have a live picture there. Take a look at that. Mother Nature at her worst or at her finest, however you want to describe it. But that is quite something. You can barely make out sometimes what is in this camera because the vantage point is so obscured by the wind, by the rain. It just shows you really the utter strength of Milton right now. Now, Milton made landfall as a Category 3. We'll be monitoring, checking in with our folks there at the National Hurricane Center on whether or not Milton, now that it is over land, will weaken considerably in the next few hours. It hasn't done so yet. That's how these storms, though, usually go here. Speaking of what Milton looks like, take a look at that. Milton has enveloped himself over the entire peninsula there of the state of Florida. And you can see it working its way. Now, it just made landfall about a little over an hour ago. It's a little after 9:30 there on the East Coast. And we are seeing its impacts being felt far and wide there across the peninsula. In the meantime here, this is what the Florida Division of Emergency Management say. They say stop. Do not walk out into receding water in Tampa Bay. The water will return through storm surge and poses a life-threatening risk here. So we're going to be providing you these updates throughout the course of the evening here. Like I said, let's take the opportunity to take a quick commercial break. We're going to check in periodically throughout the course of the evening with our teams there at Fox 35 Orlando and Fox 13 Tampa. They have experienced seasoned meteorologists there. They could do a much better job explaining some of the contours and characteristics of Milton making his presence known right now. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to get back out now. Let's go to Fox 35 Orlando. Their meteorologists are explaining what Milton's track is going to be here. Let's listen.
This emergency alert to all of your cell phones. So if this gets issued for us in the middle of the night and you happen to go to bed, you're going to get woken up from your phone going the blaring alert for that. So if you were not aware, that does trigger your phone and your weather radio if you happen to have one, or your TV. Everything gets triggered by that. And that's currently in effect for Pinellas County down in the Tampa area. And that is what's coming here, indicating that there's extreme flooding ongoing. And in fact, I'll show you, turn off all these flashing alerts right now. I'll show you the rain rates so far in the Tampa area. Let me show you, we'll get to the Tampa radar. Then let's do the 12-hour rain. This is the rain that's actually fallen so far. And this is what's coming here. And it's still raining here, it's not done yet. Tampa, 5. You see in the Bay here, 12. St. Petersburg, 11. 12 over by AMI, 11. So I mean, the forecast for a foot plus of rain is going to happen in Orlando. There'll be somewhere, I think, if I had to pick the jackpot number when we rehash this storm at this time tomorrow, I'd say 18 to 20 inches, somewhere around Seminole County, Orange County. Somebody somewhere is going to get 20 inches of rain. Now, that will be the jackpot zone, of a localized area. But broadly speaking, 8 to 15 inches of rain most people will fall in along the I-4 corridor. And this is what's coming our way. This is the accumulated rain derived from the radar, Largo and Key Largo over towards Brandon. Again, we'll show you the local view of the rain. It's not been quite as much yet. This is based off the radar. So you can see so far already, we've had some decent rain totals around the city. In fact, I'll zoom this in. You see over by Snow Hill, 6.8. Winter Park, 4. Ocoee, 4.6. Orlando, 4.2. Wedgefield, 6. By MCO, 4. Over by Sorrento, 4. So this is my concern, is that we just had a 102-mile-an-hour gust in Sarasota on the backside of the eye-wall. Our Fox Weather, I'll put that up for you. I got a graphic for that. Our Fox Weather alert system just picked that up, and you'll see here in a second, if I can find the graphic for that we just had a 102. These are all of the current alerts. So they come in by order. So the top, you see, that just came in a second ago. And this is not even in the strongest wind there, 102 in Sarasota. And that's also some of that wind that's coming towards our area. You can see that flash flood warning for Volusia County, and then Luann, the flash flood emergency for parts of Pinellas. That's some of that weather that's going to be coming our way over the next couple of hours. So for right now, the tornado threat has subsided, but we're just watching the rain and wind coming in a few hours. Luann, back to you.
All right, Noah, thanks. The Orlando Magic were set to play their very first home preseason game at the Kia Center Friday against the New Orleans Pelicans, but that is no longer going to happen because of Hurricane Milton. The NBA announced that the game is canceled and it will not be rescheduled. If you bought a single game ticket, you will get a refund. Well, you can depend on Fox 35 to keep you safe during the storm, even if your power goes out. You can listen to Fox 35 on the radio at AM 950, FM 94.9, AM 990, FM 101.5, and Real Radio.
All right, we thank Fox 35 Orlando there. Just great coverage from our partners down there in southern Florida, tracking Hurricane Milton's movements. Milton has now made landfall. Milton made landfall as a Category 3 storm with winds of up to 120 miles per hour. And so it is right now wreaking havoc. And we have these vantage points all over southern Florida at the moment. Let's take some of those here. All right, 2 there on the right are in Tampa, Florida. It's the big one there. It just changed. Let's put those down here. Not entirely sure where that is, but you can see the roadways there as the wind and the rain whip across them. Thankfully, those roadways are empty, vacant. So many have heeded the evacuation orders, though. I've been in touch with some friends down there. Some haven't, and some are hunkering down there to weather this storm overnight. That is a feature of each and every hurricane. People sometimes don't follow those evacuation orders. Obviously, so many officials telling us throughout the last 48 hours that was not to be advised, yet some Floridians decided to do just that. In the meantime here, we do have our XRAD weather system. As you can see that swirling red storm there on the very edge of western Florida, south of Tampa, north of Cape Coral, right around Sarasota, Charlotte County, Sarasota County, Siesta Key, as now it is going to work its way northeast And then we're hearing its projected path could end up in the Atlantic, on the other side of Florida, the Atlantic side, possibly by sometime either early or late tomorrow. But let's take a quick commercial break yet again. We have more updates from a lot of these entities there, like the National Weather Service, like the National Hurricane Center, but a lot of these sheriff's offices in Florida right now, they are posting updates. Remember, right now, we heard earlier before Milton made landfall from St. Petersburg, Florida, Sarasota County, and others, that essentially saying they were cutting off their emergency service lines in the run-up to Milton making landfall, essentially meaning for a certain period of time, you cannot call 911. You will not get service assistance or help because the storm is so severe and so serious, and they don't want to divert resources to that. So that was what we were hearing from some of these counties down there in Florida, probably like an hour or two before Milton made landfall. So more of those updates when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are fastly approaching the top of the next hour here. Let's just go through some of these tweets from some of these officials on X in the last hour or so. From the National Weather Service, they say this: a glimpse at the watch floor at the National Hurricane Center at landfall. Milton may be ashore, but National Weather Service forecasters are still tirelessly at their posts with a long night of hurricane impacts still to go across Florida there. So there's the team. You see there some familiar faces like Deputy Director Jamie Roan. Now, the National Weather Service flash flood account has this: flash flood warnings continue for Orlando, Florida, Deltona, Florida, and Daytona Beach, Florida until 11:45 p.m. So those are going to be in effect for almost about another hour and a half there. Paul Delgado at Fox 13, the meteorologist there, saying that this is a very dangerous situation. St. Petersburg total rainfall is closing in on over 1.5 feet. Wow. Greg Diamond there with Fox Weather also saying this, that a flash flood emergency is now in effect for the entire Tampa Bay metro. He says absolutely insane heavy rain is falling right now. St. Petersburg has picked up 9 inches, 9.54 inches in just 2 hours, 30 minutes. Up to 14 inches has fallen overall, saying terrible flooding is likely even without the storm surge here. So flooding, of course, always a main concern with these major hurricanes. Now, Martin County, Florida Fire Rescue says this as well, that it's estimated that dozens of homes have been damaged, some severely. saying there have been minor serious injuries. However, there have been no fatalities reported at this time. Please stay off roads, and if you need to travel, avoid US 1. Now, that's in Martin County, Florida. Specifically, Martin County includes places like Stuart, Florida, Jupiter, Jensen Beach, Hutchinson Island. I know Martin County well. Spend a lot of spring breaks in Martin County. So thankfully, no fatalities in Martin County right now. That was an update just minutes ago. Now, St. Petersburg, Florida, before Milton made landfall, said this in this video, that as Milton approaches and conditions worsen, all first responder operations will be paused. So for the safety of our police, fire, and medical teams, they will not be able to respond to emergency calls until it is safe to operate. So there in St. Petersburg, Florida, also in parts of Sarasota County, they cut off temporarily the 911 operations center before Milton made landfall and during Milton's landfall. And so that is a theme that we have seen for some of these Florida counties there. Now, Mike's weather page, that's Mike Boylan. He is one of these storm chasers. He's been posting some of these videos on his social media site and pages there of St. Petersburg, of the really just horizontal rain. I mean, take a look at that. And the wind speed. So we're trying to get in touch with Mike Boylan. We might be speaking with him a little bit later on. He's been so instrumental in helping us make sense of some of the storm impacts. Remember, each hurricane has different characteristics. Milton making landfall as a Category 3, and you see there some of Mike Boylan's videos that he has captured here of the storm surge, of the wind, of the rains here, and the flooding. But in the meantime, we do want to continue with some of our coverage, and we're relying so heavily, especially on Fox 13 Tampa. They're in their coverage right now. Let's keep listening.
For the first time, whipping through the streets, and that's the first time we've really seen that here in the last hour. But that's the very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
All right, Jordan, thank you.
102-mile-an-hour gust in Sarasota. Look, Jim said it broke the anemometer.
Yeah, I mean, we're not getting the reports, so we'll see if it's actually broke or if there's something else going on. That's at the airport?
Yeah, SRQ. Sometimes the wind gets so strong, it can break the equipment. So 102, and then we'll start reporting. Wow. A little bit of rainfall diminishing around the immediate Tampa Bay area. A lot of people are asking me, what are the winds in my house? We don't have the reporting stations. We can just kind of say there's a swath of like 50 to 70 mile an hour winds going inland. So my inbox is like, hey, Paul and Brandon, how come you're not telling me what the winds are in Brandon? We don't have a weather station at your house that can tell us, but it's safe to say it's probably 50 to 70. Take that graphic, because the northeast wind continues to push water out of the bay. The red line is the water height to the right, and the blue line is the predicted height. So the northeast wind has kept the water out of the bay. So that was the big discussion we had. Remember I said, boy, they got 10 to 15 over us, but that's going to be wrong if the hurricanes landfall south of us, and it was wrong because we have the northeast wind, and that's actually negative numbers for us. And unfortunately, like Siesta Key and south is having the higher storm surge because the winds are coming in.
The 9 to 13, is that what?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things shape up tomorrow, but that's where it would happen.
Yeah, getting a lot of questions from people and we've got about a minute left, so quick answer on this, people who evacuated to Orlando and are now waiting on the strongest winds to arrive and just kind of wondering what time does that get there and what could they expect wind speed wise?
Next couple of hours, and 40, 50, 60, maybe gust to 70 will be commonplace. If they get what's left of the eye wall, it could gust to 80, but generally speaking, I would think near to below hurricane force, but still 60 mile an hour wind is a lot. Beginning to see a little bit of movement in the rain band, but I mean, not much. Here at Gust right now, 83 in St. Pete and 82 gust at TPA. And a lot of these numbers now are blank because the equipment is breaking. So we're kind of missing data now because the wind kind of breaks the equipment.
Wow. And are we going to rain gauges are topping out too, right?
Yeah, the numbers are going off the charts as far as rain goes.
My goodness. There's that gust there.
There's that gust of 102 in Sarasota.
Well,
whoa.
Was that a gust?
What was that?
That's wind outside. We just got a gust here in the studio.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's pretty loud.
That was loud.
That is.
Okay.
I think you're right earlier when you said that people are going to discover a lot about the roofs tonight with water intrusion.
I'm going back in my office right now.
I may follow you.
It might be safer in there. Oh, my.
All right.
Do you have any idea what could have caused that beyond just a gust?
We probably had, sometimes the way the building is, there's these big buildings, they'll funnel the winds around, depending on which direction it is, and it becomes stronger on the side of a building. So we probably had a 90, 100 mile an hour wind gust at the side of the building.
Wow.
Yeah, that was loud.
That's incredible. Things people will experience tonight that they have never experienced before.
Sure.
Sounds that they'll hear through the night. But all right, well, hopefully you have a safe place to stay. And if you lose power during the storm, though, if you need to save your device's batteries, we have several local radio stations that will be carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5, the Bone 97X, and 101.5, the Vibe.
All right, so Fox 13 Tampa, they're about to go to just a quick commercial break. You see how just dangerous the storm is outside there of their own studio. And you just saw there and you heard while they were live on the air that very, very loud sound. That was a wind gust, according to Paul Delgado here. He said possibly a 90 mile per hour wind gust. They don't know for certain, but you saw them pause there and you saw them take stock that, you know, they are reporting, they are giving you the news, the information that you need to know while this is happening around them. It really brought that home, that fact home as well here. But in the meantime, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're back here on Live Now from Fox. Remember, we do have so many of these vantage points in and around Tampa, Florida at the moment, almost 10 o'clock Eastern there, as we are continuing showing you some of these incredible scenes. I know it's dark, but you can get a sense of just how ferocious the wind speeds are, of how torrential the rain is. So wanted to make sure you saw some of these pictures that we're seeing right now. This is what Milton looks like on our radar. But we are at the top of the hour, and we do want to kind of reset here. I want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live news, raw and unfiltered as well. But in the meantime, we did hear from so many stakeholders today, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He had his latest update, now about 2.5 hours ago. We'll get into that a little bit later. And there's always the possibility that some of these emergency management officials in Florida with the governor will come out maybe again tonight to give us an update. But it is getting late there, almost 10 o'clock. So that remains to be seen. If we do get word of any more press conferences or updates, we'll make sure to bring them to you here on Live Now. In the meantime, though, President Biden also weighing in today multiple times on camera about Hurricane Milton and what Hurricane Milton would be bringing to these parts of Florida here. He spoke from the White House earlier today. Let's listen.
Good evening. Within a few hours, Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and the state's emergency operations. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge, if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been a reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. There are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
All right, President Biden there speaking briefly at the White House this afternoon, of course, addressing some of the rampant misinformation out there from some of his critics that's being leveled about the recovery and response, especially when it came to and is coming to Hurricane Helene. That's still ongoing there. So Biden taking the opportunity to do just that. Let's get back, though, to the particularities about the storm itself. Milton has now made landfall. We can save some of those extraneous questions for another day here, but we do want to get a sense of the power posture and picture there in the state of Florida. We're going to do that right now with Melissa Satius with Duke Energy. She joins us. Melissa, thanks for being with us. And I know you're very, very busy, obviously, here. But just give us a sense about the posture of power outages there up and down the state. Is it tracking like it did with Helene, or is it better, or is it worse?
Well, this system is definitely tracking in a completely different geography. Helene came in Taylor County, Big Bend. It did have significant impact in the Tampa Bay area on the Gulf beaches. This particular hurricane, though, is coming in across Tampa Bay and will kind of cross along the same line as the I-4 corridor, right into the Orlando, Seminole, Osceola, Lake Sumter counties, right through Central Florida, which is a big part of of Duke Energy's service area.
So I know Duke Energy pre-positions those who are ready to go once the storm is all said and done. You guys did that for Helene as well. What does that effort look like right now? How will that, I guess, get into effect once Milton is over on the other side of Florida into the Atlantic?
So over the last few days, we've been mobilizing about 16,000 resources. The majority of those are line personnel along with damage assessment, vegetation management. We have staged them in 3 areas throughout the state. Tomorrow, as this weather has moved on, we'll be able to get out and move into damage assessment, and concurrent to that, also restoration as well. So the 16,000 will be ready to go. We also have a second wave coming in as part of that 16,000 on the next coming days, and we will get to work.
Obviously, I don't need to say this, but I will. I mean, down power lines pose such a threat to those who might come across them, whether they're down by the wind or they're in some of the floodwaters here. What's your message to some of these Floridians who tomorrow morning will want to take a look at the damage Milton has wrought? About that specifically, what would you tell them?
Safety messages never get old. And so what I would say is that they need to stay away from water flooded areas. There absolutely could be power lines in there, certainly downed trees that bring down poles, bring down wires. It's very difficult to see wire in vegetation like that. And the reality is that a downed power line does not spark the way that it does on like a Hollywood movie. It can be a very silent killer. And so we ask our customers to stay away from that type of debris. We have crews that work with municipal road clearing crews so that we can help them push through, remove that debris, make it safe for people to pass through. But it will take time. This is a devastating storm. And so patience, certainly, especially tomorrow as the damage assessment begins.
You know, Melissa, obviously you guys there at Duke Energy have this down to a science. But Helene and Milton literally being back to back, does it even kind of extend and stretch your guys' resources there at Duke Energy? Or do you have this in the playbook? Can you prepare for contingencies like this with massive hurricanes literally within 2 weeks of each other?
These 2 storms definitely happened back to back. So I think one of the great things about the electric industry is the way that companies, municipalities, co-ops work together when it comes to resources and mutual aid agreements. So that has been a lot of the effort that has gone into mobilizing those 16,000 resources that I mentioned. So we have them in place. We have, as I said, part of them will arrive on Thursday and into Friday, but it does not slow down our damage assessment and our restoration plan.
You know, Melissa, just lastly here, I was kind of curious too. Obviously, Floridians, they want their power back on, but is the message to be patient? You guys are working around the clock, no doubt here, but what would you tell them? I mean, is there an average for power restoration in the wake of these storms, or you just have to wait and see?
It really depends on the characteristics of the storm, where it hits. This particular storm is going to hit the very populated Tampa Bay area. It has impacted the Tampa Bay area. It's impacting the Central Florida area. Right now, we have about 472,000 customers that are off across the 35 counties that we serve. In the area of Pinellas County, which is on Tampa Bay, where the weather came in first, we have about 325,000 of those customers of the 472 that I mentioned. So more people will be without power. We ask our customers to be patient. We've been very transparent going into the storm that our customers should expect extended interruptions and outages. And that's why we really encourage them to make the appropriate plans to be able to, go those days without power. But I reassure them that we will be out there restoring as soon as possible.
All right, Melissa Satius there with Duke Energy. Can't thank you enough for making time for us here. Stay safe. We'll check in soon when it's all said and done.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
In the meantime here, I want to put up this graphic so you can just get a sense of the power outages right now across the state of Florida. This is a great resource, poweroutage.us. So they have about customers out more than 500,000 you see there, and you see where they are. And you see the outage scale. The darker the color, the more outages there are. So this is quite widespread. No doubt it's going to go up throughout the course of the evening and into tomorrow. But you got a sense of how these utility companies there handle this. And they do handle this. They are prepared for this, like you just heard. So I wanted to make sure we got that angle to Milton. Let's take the opportunity here to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more coverage from our station partners there in the Sunshine State on Hurricane Milton. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we did just get yet another update from the National Hurricane Center. This is about 15 minutes old here, but let's bring it to you. This is the first time we're bringing it to you. This is their 10 p.m. Eastern Hurricane Milton position update. They say a flash flood emergency is in effect for the Tampa Bay area as Milton continues to move inland. They say a sustained wind of 86 miles per hour and gust of 105 miles per hour was recently reported at a weather float station there at Egmont Channel. So wanted to make sure we brought that to you. They say a sustained wind of 74 miles per hour and a gust of 98 miles per hour was recently reported at an NOS station at Middle Tampa Bay. And then they say a gust of 91 miles per hour was reportedly recently reported at a Citizen Weather Observer program station in Bartow. So they say the flash flood emergency in effect for the Tampa Bay area, including the cities of Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Clearwater there as well. They say the Albert Whitted Airport in St. Petersburg has received 16.61 inches of rain so far today. Now, they'll have another update at the next hour, the top of the next hour, and we're going to bring these to you here throughout the course of the evening when we get them in. Let's go now to Fox 35 Orlando. We're kind of ping-ponging between Orlando and Tampa here. Great coverage. Let's keep listening.
Latest on Milton. This is the 10 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. It has just made landfall, about an hour and a half ago now at about 8:31. And now we are seeing this very rapidly weaken to a Category 2 storm because we have a couple of factors at play. We have a cold front just off to the north feeding that cool, dry air that's allowing this storm to weaken a little bit more. But with that, this storm is going to be spreading out, and we still need to see this storm leave off the East Coast as we head into a little bit later on. As Noah was saying, we are seeing a lot of flash flood warnings out there right now. This map doesn't show it, but it will pop up in 1 second. We are seeing now a lot of emergency flash flood warnings as well. An emergency flash flood emergency is the highest end alert that the National Weather Service can issue for a flash flooding event. So with that, this is going to be when flooding is life-threatening. And with that, if you do find yourself in one of these flash flood emergencies, your EAS is going to go off on your phone. So you will hear a loud buzz to make sure you are aware that you are in one of these flash flood emergency zones. So with that, we are seeing now 2 of those extended. The first one was in Pinellas County, parts of Hillsborough County. The other one now encompassing the rest of Hillsborough County, now up towards Pasco County, as well as parts of Polk County, following up the I-4 corridor, as well as including Champions Gate area. So make sure you are staying weather aware. We're going to be seeing more of these as we head through the overnight tonight, because we are now seeing very heavy rain up through Ocala, back towards Daytona Beach and Deltona, and that's what's going to be the trend for the next couple of hours. Very heavy, consistent rain on tap. And as we take a look at the flood outlook, this is what we're in for through the overnight tonight. 4 out of 4 danger at the moment of what we can see for flooding across central Florida. As we head through the day tomorrow, we are going to be seeing tropical storm strength Milton continue to pummel the East Coast now and bring in not only the rain, but also wind on the East Coast. So areas across Flagler, Daytona, areas all across Volusia County and northern Brevard County, be prepared for that rain and also be prepared for the wind after this storm is slowly starting to make its way offshore. So with that, we are going to already see those flash flood advisories issued all across central and northern Florida. And with that, we're going to be seeing most likely even more, because I mentioned we are going to continue to see that heavy rain just continue to pummel central Florida right here. Anywhere could receive from 6 inches to 10 inches to 12. We're going to see a lot of rain in a short amount of time, which is why those flash flood emergency warnings are most likely going to pop up across our region as we head through the overnight tonight. Not only are we talking about rain, but still going to be talking about storm surge. And now our focus is mainly on this East Coast right here. So areas across Flagler down to Daytona, even down to Melbourne, we are going to possibly see up to 6 feet of storm surge, because as the storm makes its way off, it's going to be pushing a lot of water into Daytona, into areas of New Smyrna, into areas of Cocoa as well, and that's what's going to raise those water levels and put surge as a significant risk. So as we start to calm down through the overnight tonight, make sure you're sleeping in a safe area. Also, make sure you're keeping your phone on so you can get alerts, and make sure you are staying weather aware. Luckily, I don't think we're going to be seeing any more tornado warnings through the rest of the overnight tonight, but you can't be too careful. We are going to be seeing flood advisories, though, to make sure if you are going to get into a flash flood warning, you'll definitely know that if you keep your phone on. Also, make sure you're staying off the roads even until about 11 a.m. tomorrow, which is when we're going to be seeing the last of Milton finally push off, especially the East Coast right there. Speaking of which, this is what we're going to be expecting for those peak wind gusts. It's holding Category 2 winds at the moment as it makes its way further inland. It's going to continue to follow up I-4, eventually weaken to a Category 1. But with that, we're still going to be expecting possibly 100-mile-per-hour winds across Volusia and Flagler County shorelines. So make sure you're ready for that because this storm is far from over. Lou, Manny?
All right, Laurel, thank you. And you can depend on Fox 35 to keep you safe during the storm, even if the power goes out. You can listen to Fox 35 on the radio at AM 950, FM 94.9, AM 990, FM 101.5, and Real Radio 104.1. We'll be right back.
All right, can't thank Fox 35 Orlando enough. They're doing such a great job getting us through Hurricane Milton right now. But we're just at the beginning of this storm. It just made landfall about, under an hour and a half ago. So we got a long way to go overnight. What's so interesting is that Hurricane Helene made landfall at night as well here, and that leaves so many Floridians and people in its path to have to wait till the sun comes up the next day to assess the damage these storms have wrought here. Just a point of personal privilege. I was texting with some friends in the Tampa region, one of whom did evacuate. And that friend, a high school friend, evacuated to Valdosta, Georgia. You remember Valdosta, Georgia, one of these hardest hit communities after Helene swept through parts of the southeast. Now about 2 weeks ago, and Valdosta was really, really heavily damaged here. Have another friend in Tampa who is weathering this out, riding this out. We'll check in hopefully with them a little bit later on in our coverage here. We just have so many vantage points. Let's take some of them here. All of these right now in Tampa, Florida. So you can see there that larger vantage point of the water, the storm surge that has come on land here. So wanted to make sure you saw that. We also have this picture there. This is in Brandon, Florida as well. You can see the wind whipping, not necessarily any floodwaters there in that shot that we have in Brandon, Florida. So in the meantime here, those are some of the scenes that we have at our disposal here to show you about what this storm looks like, where this storm is going. At the bottom of this hour, though, we'll be bringing on a former FEMA official to talk about what the response is going to require in the wake of Milton. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's just give you kind of a roundup of some of these vantage points that we are looking at right now. I got to let you see this one again. This is coming to us from the Florida Department of Transportation. Midnight Pass Road there on Siesta Key. This is in Sarasota County. It's frozen right now, unfortunately. Okay, we lost it. This is going in and out, unfortunately, but you saw some of the storm surge there over Midnight's Pass, which I believe is some type of causeway there on Siesta Key. But in the meantime, we also have this one here, this vantage point there. That's in Daytona Beach, Florida right now. And then these three here, all across the Tampa Bay region. Let's put some of those up. So we have those at our vantage points at our disposal too. So this is what we're going to do throughout the course of the evening here. We're not stopping. We're going into tomorrow, full stop, 24 hours, tracking all of Milton's movements, as are some of our partners as well. They're still going strong, including Fox 13 Tampa. Let's keep listening.
It's going to be like out here. We've been without power here for about 2.5 hours now, but hoping for the best when that daylight does come. Guys, back to you.
Kaylee, are you able to see? I know you. It looks like you've got a little bit of. I know you earlier. You said you guys don't have any power there. Do any of your neighbors have power, or is it pretty dark everywhere?
It doesn't look like on this street. We have seen it looks like an apartment complex kind of in the distance. It looks like there are some lights on there. So I'm not sure exactly how widespread across St. Pete those outages are now. I know we've been reporting some numbers across Pinellas County. But there is an apartment complex just in the distance, a high rise, that has some lights on there. Not sure if maybe they have some other means of a generator or something like that over there. But that's the only light we're really seeing, except for that, as I mentioned, from transformers in the distance.
That seems to be a common theme we're seeing tonight for sure. Yep.
All right, Kaylee Tracy live for us in St. Pete. Kaylee, stay safe. Thank you. And remember, if at any point that you lose power, and many of you already have, and you lose us on TV, we are broadcasting on the radio. There are several local stations that are carrying our newscast, so you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 101.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. You can also stream our coverage on your mobile device on the Fox Local mobile app. You can even go to just fox13news.com and watch us live there.
Indeed. We hope many of you have been able to download it and check us out as well, because like Paul said earlier, we know so many people at this point, everybody just wants to know when it's going to stop.
Yeah, and you're in the dark, so we'd love to ride this thing out with you, so hopefully you can stream us or listen to us. Or
yeah, we got a couple more hours. We're almost done with the coastal portion of this. It's moving into Polk County, the center of the state, and by the sun up tomorrow, should be a beautiful, nice, cool day, and that storm will be out in the Atlantic, thankfully. So
thank goodness.
The sooner the better. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton not over yet.
It's not. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back right after this.
All right, we thank Fox 13 Tampa as we are going to continue as well with our coverage of Hurricane Milton. That's what's so interesting about this storm, that in no short time, in quite short order, it will eventually be on the other side of the Florida Peninsula, off into the Atlantic. Obviously, Florida, a very, very narrow state. We don't know when that's going to be. We're told that sometime projections indicate possibly either early or late tomorrow morning that it could be well off the Florida Atlantic coast. But right now you heard there from some of our folks at Fox 13 Tampa, essentially saying it's working its way off the coast now into inland Florida, the interior of Florida, Polk County specifically here. You heard also about power outages. Let's get an update on the power situation. Okay, wow. So the last time we brought this to you, it was about over 500,000. It is now since, well, it's more than doubled right now since we last brought this to you. This is as of 10:06 p.m. Eastern time, so about 25 minutes ago. PowerOutage.us, great resource, says over 1.5 million electric customers are without power in Florida due to Hurricane Milton. And you see there the outage scale. The darker the color, the more outages there are. More than 1.5 million customers without power right now. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We're at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 here on the West Coast. 10:30 there in Florida. When we come back, we'll be speaking to our friend Mark Naveau. He's a former official at FEMA. We'll be talking about what the federal, state, and local responses are going to be like once Milton is all said and done. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it going with some of our coverage now of Hurricane Milton. We see so many of these vantage points here, including there. That's in Daytona Beach, Florida at the moment. You can see the wind whipping the palm trees there. The camera very unsteady because the wind is so fierce there. We also have this in Tampa, Florida. Take a look at that. You can barely make out this shot there. But you can get a sense of the rain coming down and the wind still very strong here. Also still in Tampa as well. Let's take it. This is a much better vantage point. You can see there kind of the wind and the rain whipping off some of these buildings in the distance. And then, of course, we have this shot here. We do sometimes see some of these flashes of light. Not entirely sure if those are some of these power generators that are getting blown out because of the wind or the lightning or something else here. But we've seen that periodically and intermittently kind of come out and go there. Some of these sparks and flashes of light in the night sky there. That's in Tampa, too. In the meantime here, we do want to bring into the conversation, like I said, some friends of the program who have really been so reliable in helping us make sense of these back-to-back hurricanes, first Helene, now Milton. That's, of course, former FEMA official Mark Naveau. He joins me. Mark, thanks for being with us here. We were previewing what this storm was going to look like this very time last night, Mark. All right, has it changed your preconceptions of what you thought Milton was going to be when it made landfall as a Category 3 storm? You know, Mark, before you answer that, you reminded me last night Katrina made landfall as a Category 3 storm as well. We know the rest of that story here. Well, that's what Milton did today. What are you looking at? What are you hearing?
Well, to Katrina's point, hi, Andrew, I'm concerned because with Katrina, we had storm surge from 16 to 20 feet. Here, we're talking about 15 feet in some areas. What is a little bit different than yesterday is the hurricane it went a little bit south. It wasn't a direct hit on Tampa, which is good news. What is concerning, though, is flash flood warnings in Tampa. Highly populated area. So that concerns me right now.
Okay, so, Mark, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here because Floridians got a long night ahead of themselves. It just made landfall not even 2 hours ago, and it's working its way into the interior of Florida right now. Can we talk about what the response is going to be like when the sun comes up? Or maybe we should talk about what the, pre-response, if you will, the preparations that were made by FEMA and others. What was that like?
Yeah, quite a bit. Unusually, because the size of this storm, Florida, as you've mentioned before, Andrew, they're very proactive about pre-positioning assets and resources. And what I see based upon the daily operational report is they've done just that and then added to it. So they've got a number of resources above and beyond what we've seen, even with Helene. And so they're taking this storm very, very serious. We can get down into the numbers if you want, but they definitely have ambulances, swift water rescue teams, from federal, state, local. They got, 55,000 power workers. They got 1,200 law enforcement officers. They've got Army Corps of Engineers in there with 30 generators, all pre-positioned, ready to go.
Mark, I want to talk about some of the characteristics, meteorologically speaking, before Milton made landfall. There were so many tornado watches and warnings for Milton, really not even from where it first made landfall near Siesta Key, but parts of the interior and central Florida here. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that many tornado warnings and watches in the run-up to a massive hurricane here? And how does that present challenges to some of these folks already on the ground here? They got to deal with tornadoes too.
Yeah, right. It just adds to the element. In terms of tornadoes, no, I have not seen this many at this point in a hurricane. But what was interesting, we found out yesterday, was when the hurricane hunters flew through the hurricane, they made 5 passes. They counted 58,000 lightning strikes. I guess they can do that by computer. And so that was, even they said that was very unusual. So we anticipated, based upon that, along with some wonderful data from meteorologists across the country, NOAA, et cetera, that this storm, they're pretty good about predicting it. And so far, what they have predicted is coming true.
Mark, we had an official on from Duke Energy, one of the main utility providers there in Florida. And they talked to us about how they're going to get power back on for some of these Floridians once all is said and done here. You sent over some notes to me, and I acknowledged this too, I think, yesterday, about Hurricane Helene and the very, very quick power restoration effort in the wake of Helene that was made, especially in Florida. I'm talking about Florida specifically here. They got the power back on so quickly after Helene in Florida specifically here. Do you think it's going to be the same after Milton?
I'm not quite sure. I would say yes to that question normally, because Florida is very good at this, and we know there's 55,000 line technicians and thousands of trucks ready to go, pre-positioned as soon as they get an all clear to get in there and start working. So we know they've got the resources. We know they're good at this. The only question mark for me is that what has happened in Helene, in the Carolinas, that concerns me a little bit in terms of what's left up there to re-energize. And I know that's a big project. It's not just reconnecting wires. They're having to put poles in, so some very heavy duty work. So you add that to this, I'm concerned about the large load that will come. But we know their track record's good, so I'm going to bet on them on this one.
Okay, I know we keep talking about Helene here, but it's so apropos because, and I'll give you an illustration. We've seen images and video just today of some of our meteorologists, our reporters in the field, and they are literally doing their reports, Mark, outside of these massive debris piles on the side of the road in these locations in Florida where Milton was going to impact here. Have you ever seen that before? I thought that was quite stunning because if the debris is already on the side of the road waiting to get picked up by officials, and then another hurricane comes through, that debris isn't going to be there, is it? It's going to be swept away by wind or rain or floodwaters and cause more debris, right?
Absolutely. And where is it going to locate? That's the challenge. Now, when they do debris clearance like this, and I share a quick story with you, I can remember one disaster with staff turning down the street, and we saw one of the trucks that goes down these streets. And driver jumps out of the truck, gets in a little cage in the back of the truck, uses this big claw and starts picking up everybody's home furnishings, all of Johnny's cleats and the pictures and the sofas and all those furnishings, throw it in the back of the truck, and then he drives to the next house. Honestly, it got me very emotional seeing so many people's lives sitting on the front yard. And now they're going to have to go through this again. And a lot of times they don't have insurance. We know that about 22% of Floridians have hurricane or flood insurance. That's it.
Mark, I want to talk about insurance, the insurance picture, and maybe this is a premature conversation, but we're going to be talking about it in the next couple of weeks, no doubt, about say there is a family out there, say there's an individual out there, and their house was damaged in Helene maybe, and maybe they experienced some, massive floodwaters or rain to their property or their car. How does FEMA kind of determine the assistance and the aid that person or that family gets? If they had a double whammy, so to speak, with both Helene and Milton, do they get double the assistance or double the aid from FEMA or not?
Not necessarily. What they will do is they'll go ahead and register, and hundreds of thousands have already registered, and millions of dollars have already been awarded for people in Helene for temporary housing, whether that's hotel, motel, apartments, things of that nature. The $750 that you hear about, that was just an initial payment for any dire needs that they need for that moment. But once they've registered, they're going to get temporary accommodations. Might not be close because there's very limited housing stock, but they'll get temporary accommodations. They'll have an inspector come out to their house. They'll take a look at it. They'll make a determination on how much damage is done. And they're pretty quick about doing that too. Once they come out and take a look at the business or the house, they'll also ask them for insurance documents. And based upon those insurance documents, that will guide them as to what is available to them in terms of a long-term recovery. And that's what we're talking about. Now, most people will be able to recover through what's known as SBA, Small Business Administration loans, low-cost loans. I know it's not ideal, but that's typically how most people recover from these types of disasters.
Mark, what would your piece of advice, brief and simple, to some of these people? I know Floridians, they're used to this. That's the kind of the trade-off of living in paradise as Atlantic hurricane season comes each and every year. But if residents are new to Florida or they just moved to Florida here, and this is their first hurricane season, and they do experience some, disaster or debris or damage to their property, their cars, their businesses here, how should they go about asking FEMA for help?
They need to register as quickly as they can, and that can either be by way of a phone, computer. I understand electricity is out in a lot of areas, so as soon as that's restored, or they can get to somewhere where there's cell service, because they're going to be bringing in temporary cell sites to be able to bring cellular communications up. So you can do that mobily.
Okay.
Once you register, that will help them get down the path of what's available to them in terms of benefits, etc. Take pictures, make sure you got important documents, and document all the damage that you have.
Okay, that's good advice. Mark Naveau, can't thank you enough for helping us make sense of this, Mark. We'll check in just a little bit here.
Sounds great, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. About 7:45 here on the West Coast, 10:45 there in Florida, Daytona Beach right now. Take a look at that. Also, take a look at the wind there that is just whipping in that camera shot that we have in Tampa. We're going out to Tampa, Fox 13 specifically, when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have a new vantage point there, and it's not frozen right. Oh, I just jinxed it. That's Midnight Pass Road on Siesta Key, and we could maybe get a sense. We'll monitor that shot here, but you could really get a sense of the storm surge there in that nighttime shot. It's about 10:45 in Florida at the moment. We do have more images, more videos coming in on social media from some of these officials down there in the region. This is the account of St. Petersburg, Florida. They say dangerous winds are still happening, St. Pete. Please stay inside until the storm passes. They say that video is outside the Moxie Hotel in downtown St. Pete. That video capturing that tree completely toppling over there on that sidewalk. Take a look at that. So you can just get a sense of the winds and the rain that is just really wreaking havoc on parts of the Bay Area there in Florida, Tampa, and St. Petersburg. Now, Carmine Marcino, he's the Lee County Sheriff there in Lee County, says while patrolling in the 3rd Precinct, he says one of our deputies caught this video of transformers exploding due to Hurricane Milton. And watch for it. There it was there. So, like I said, we indicated that in one of the other vantage points we have. Some of those flashes of light in the night sky sometimes are those transformers exploding for whatever reason, struck by lightning, wind, what have you. But that is, of course, the main cause for why so many right now are out of power. Take a look at this. All right, and I believe we have a little bit more of an updated one we'll get to. This is from poweroutage.us, and there we have it. So this is the latest as of 10:06 p.m. Eastern time, so about 45 minutes ago. 1.5 million people, more than 1.5 million Floridians are without power right now. You see there the outage scale. The darker the color, the more outages there are. So it's a great resource if you're monitoring this side of the story, the power outage story alongside us here. But we do want to get back out to some of our partner stations down there in the region, including Fox 13 Tampa, including Fox 35 or Orlando. Let's keep listening.
This bad weather's happening at night. Got to be safe, and you can't just venture out and try to search for video because you're going to end up getting hurt. But you just get, I told Venice, and we see so much Tampa Bay is okay, but we have to be concerned about our southern areas.
For sure.
Siesta Key, Venice, Englewood, a lot of reports of flooding, storm surge flooding. That's south of where the eye made landfall.
Yeah, so we will work to get that confirmed and get some more information for you all, because that's not good.
Can we pop up the flood? How it was extended, the emergency?
It's in. If they could take weather one.
You can take weather one if you want, and we'll show you that, the output. So this is how the flood emergency, flash flood warning has been extended to cover all of Pasco and then some of Polk County. There hasn't been a lot of rain in southern Polk County, but there's been some. It's pretty much I-4. Plant City has had a lot of rain. Lakeland, Winter Haven, Auburndale, now moving into Polk City, soon to Orlando. And then the jackpot has really been Pinellas and Hillsborough County, which will end up with well over 1.5 feet of rain in many spots.
Yeah, I am seeing a little bit of activity on Twitter of people reporting the crane down. So hopefully there are no injuries.
Paul, about that rain, in terms of the flash flooding, in terms of these flood warnings we're going to see, once this thing does get by us, I mean, will we have a case where in the morning this rain will get a chance to recede, or are we going to see more rain tomorrow morning?
I mean, now it's our usual, this is freshwater flooding. The problem is going to be the rivers. Anclote River,
right? Which will be a couple days, right?
Yeah, but the Hillsborough River, they're all going to flood, and it's going to be pretty problematic. It really is. I mean, as far as water on the streets and all that stuff, that goes away.
Right.
But it takes a while to remove 1.5 feet of rain over a large area. That's only part of the story because we have to see the wind damage. And we also have to see storm surge damage to the south. This hurricane has brought, every hazard that a hurricane can bring. The whole gamut from tornadoes to storm surge to wind damage to freshwater flooding. Everything a hurricane can do, it did to us.
It's done all of it. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but, will we have some dry air on the back of this so that we can take a breath for a while?
Let me tell you something. The weekend is going to be spectacular. It's going to get there.
Thank goodness.
Low humidity. I looked at the computer models for the 7-day, and I'm seeing dew points in the 40s and 50s. I want to stop talking about potential area of development and start talking about low dew points.
Well, we're going to need that with so many people without power and their ACs not.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. With no power and you got low humidity, makes the sleeping at night a lot easier.
A little more bearable for sure.
So
we're going to go to Pasco County.
Go ahead. You want to? Let's do it.
Should we? Okay.
Can we do it?
We are. Okay. We'll see in just a little bit. So fire rescue in Pasco County actually suspended emergency services. Of course, we're seeing that happen in a lot of our counties. That's because the worst of the storm is happening right now.
Let's get back up to Fox 13's Kylie Jones, who's got an update from emergency officials as they're monitoring their conditions all through the night. Kylie.
We're now with you from inside the Pasco County Emergency Operations Center. At this point, the wind and the rain throughout Pasco County has gotten extremely intense as we've gotten into the night. County officials say at least 14,000 people around the county are without power. Numerous structure fires have already started, and emergency officials say conditions are going to get worse before they get better.
The big difference between Helene, it paralleled our coast, so we really didn't get that much rain, and we got very minimal wind. This was a direct impact coming onto the coast, so as a Cat 3 hurricane, but the citizens didn't experience this, the wind, the rain, the surge. It's a totally different beast because now we got to worry about all three.
Now, some good news. It does appear that a lot of people did heed the warnings. There are about 6,000 people throughout the county shelters right now and more than 1,000 pets. If you do have an emergency right now, still call 911. Give dispatchers as many details and as much information as you can, and first responders will be sent out as soon as it's safe to do so. Reporting in Pasco County, Kylie Jones, Fox 13 News.
Kylie, thanks.
We are seeing some significant damage caused by Hurricane Milton in our inland counties.
Yeah, Highland counties for one. A mobile home park was destroyed by an apparent tornado. Fox 13's Carla Byron gives us an update tonight from Lakeland.
In just a few hours, we're going to start experiencing the worst part of this storm, hurricane-force winds up to 90 miles per hour. There were numerous tornado warnings this afternoon across central Florida, although Polk County officials say no confirmed touchdowns so far. However, an apparent tornado may have ripped through the Tropical Harbor Mobile Home Park in Lake Placid in Highlands County. The sheriff's office shared photos of mangled homes and debris strewn about. One person suffered a minor injury. Earlier in Polk County, reports of downed power lines and significant rain have caused flash flood warnings. There are roads that are impassable right now.
Safety. Don't go in don't go in flooded waters. Don't let your kids or you play in the flood waters. There could be debris. There could be animals. There could be hidden dangers. With water across roadways, you just don't know how deep it is, especially if it's dark. Tonight, if street lights go out or it's a dark area anyway and there's water across the road, you may not be able to tell if you're at the edge of the road and actually go off in the ditch.
19 emergency shelters were opened across Polk County yesterday, including pet-friendly and special needs shelters. As of this evening, around 5,500 people were reported to be staying in those shelters. Once this storm passes, I know there's going to be a lot of people curious about the damage outside their home, but officials are recommending that they stay inside because of power lines that can be very dangerous if you accidentally step on one. It could potentially be deadly. So stay inside, stay safe, and allow the emergency officials, the professionals, to help who they can outside and to clean up the area. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
All right, Carla, thanks much. And we've gotten a few questions because we weren't sure if you guys could hear what's going on here at the station. We're okay, we're safe, but we're getting winds, so our building is faced, so that's due north. So our winds are heading right now from the north due south.
The back of our studio, right?
Yeah, wrapping from the northeast to the southwest now.
So they're slamming the corner of our building, and it's in shape, it's okay, but we've got some metal awning there that's on the outside that's making some noise.
Kind of lifting and going down, so.
Yeah, it hasn't breached, we're okay, and it's
We didn't think you guys could hear it, but you've been messaging us that you can hear it, which I'm happy about because I've been trying to act like I don't hear it.
All of our team is here, and we've got building maintenance people here, we've got our building managers here, so we're in a safe place, and they're watching it closely for you, so we do appreciate everybody everybody checking in, though.
Yes, and we are also watching the situation in St. Pete very closely. We can confirm we've seen images now of a crane, one of the construction cranes that went down.
It's a large crane on 400 Central. We're trying to get permission for the pictures, but we've seen some video. We're going to hopefully share that with you shortly as we confirm and get permission to use that. But a very large crane, one of the construction cranes at 400 and Central in downtown St. Pete, and it has fallen on another building. I'm trying to figure out which building that is. It doesn't look like it's one of the residential buildings because there's no balconies, but it's one of the office buildings, we believe.
Hopefully there was no one in there. We're going to obviously continue to get some more information on that and bring it to you. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to start back up at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock, so stay with us.
All right, we do thank Fox 13 Tampa there for their just incredible coverage guiding their community and their viewers through Hurricane Milton right now, as we continue to do here on Live Now from Fox. The latest update here, I want to put this up from the National Hurricane Center. This is their 20th advisory. They say Milton is bringing devastating rains and damaging winds inland over portions of central Florida. Also, let's put up our XRAD weather system right now. So I want to read from our Fox Forecast Center. And they say this, just to give you an update as we approach the top of the hour. Milton made landfall in Siesta Key, Florida, just before 8:30 p.m. Eastern today. It was a Category 3 hurricane at landfall with maximum sustained winds of over 120 miles per hour. But our forecast center says, and this is important, Milton is not over yet. It's tearing across Florida with damaging winds, flooding rains, and a developing storm surge threat on the state's Atlantic coast. So we'll be checking in with the National Hurricane Center in about an hour and a half, so to speak. I'm going to ask all of these questions because there are some characteristics and phenomena of Milton that we want to get to the bottom of here. Essentially, why was Tampa Bay spared right now? That's what some people are saying. For a direct hit, Tampa was not in the direct hit path. Also, the storm surge that could be coming on the other side of the Florida Peninsula once Milton keeps churning its way across the Sunshine State there. So storm surge threatened on almost all sides of the peninsula as well. That's quite an interesting characteristic of Milton because of Milton's path. Also on winds, damaging winds will continue to roar east through central Florida overnight. Power outages continue to climb as the winds take down trees and utility poles. We've been showing you some of these shots that we have in and around Tampa, and you see in the night sky some of these kind of transformer generator explosions, these white flashes there in the night sky. That's what those are. Also on flash flooding. Well, catastrophic flash flooding is unfolding now near Tampa and across central Florida. More than 10 inches of rain has fallen so far in some spots, and an additional 8 to 12 inches of rain is possible in many areas. Water rescues and flooded structures are expected overnight as this intense rain continues to pour down on saturated areas. Now remember, it's not just the intense rainfall, but it's the storm surge as well brought by this storm, and that's going to be presenting such a challenge to so many who wake up tomorrow about standing water as well. That is where the real threat comes in. That's what everyone has told us, covering Hurricane Helene, covering Hurricane Milton. The storm surge is the real threat. That is why all those evacuation orders are in place right now. We do have some more updates. Let's put them up here from the National Weather Service. They say this, that flash flood emergencies are expanding across the I-4 corridor. The situation is extremely rare and only issued for a severe threat to life due to flooding. They say additional emergencies may occur as Milton moves across the I-4 corridor in Florida, and they say, so keep those in mind there. So that is the kind of highest tier of flash flood advisory that has been issued. We're also hearing as well from the St. Lucie County Sheriff, who just appeared on Fox Weather. They say this, that, quote, we can confirm 17 tornadoes hit St. Lucie County, Florida, with multiple fatalities, a rescue mission ongoing, and hundreds of homes destroyed from the strong to violent tornadoes earlier with Milton. That is quite something there. Remember, that is a key feature now of Milton, the tornadoes that it brought alongside with it. So in the meantime, we're going to be still relying at the top of this hour. It is a new hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. 8 o'clock here on the West Coast. 11 o'clock there on the East Coast in and around Florida. Fox 35 Orlando, they're still in coverage. Let's keep watching.
On the phone with my friends, and then a tornado came.
Homes damaged, a bank with the roof ripped right off, and even the mayor left scrambling for safety.
I just yelled down for everybody to get in the middle of the house.
Plus, new video shows dangers falling from the sky. A similar scene across the state.
And things are just getting started. We've got you covered as we ride out this storm together.
Thank you so much for joining us for our extended coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm Manny Martinez. We're joined now here at the top of the 11th.